for me. But myself, my main issue is not having a schedule and feeling a little discombobulated. And I'm so in the news cycle in my mind that I miss being able to like do the show and respond to the things and get in it, because it's a fight we're in as a society, as a culture. Our democracy is on fire, and I have a little bit of like, I want to get in this. So I've been channeling that into my Substack, channeling that into social media so that I can
don't give too much away, because I want to talk about it at the end.
Yeah.
All right. Well, not at the end, after we do the news of the day. But I understand, and I'm going to tell you, I felt a lot of the things that you're feeling, so I can help you out a lot. We talk offline, but I'm going to talk online now. So don't give away what's going on, what's next for you. We have a big announcement for Joy. We're going to talk about everything. We're going to talk about what happened at the MSNBC, what's going on in media, what's going on in everything, because you're such a smart journalist and analyst. I want to talk to you about what's happening in the breaking news, okay?
Yeah.
On the news of the day. So let's start with this from Donald Trump.
I believe we'll get it done. Today we take a very historic action that was 45 years in the making. In a few moments, I will sign an executive order to begin eliminating the Federal Department of Education once and for all.
Okay, that's enough. Well, he was saying it. Oh, you know what? Let me hear it. Let me hear that, Andy, because he talks about Democrats. I forgot. Let's hear it.
Department of Education, we're going to eliminate it, and everybody knows it's right. And the Democrats know it's right, and I hope they're going to be voting for it, because ultimately it may come before them, but everybody knows it's right.
Yeah. And then Joy, real quickly, this is him actually signing it, and then we'll talk.
Should I do this?
Yes.
It was very lucky. I signed another document that turned out to be very good for the country, and I said, let's use that same pen. I don't know, is anybody superstitious? Ron, are you superstitious?
All right, that's good. So listen, TikTok, Donna Laurie, you're right. Ooh, he signed it with kids around him. Joy, you have the floor.
You know, first of all, Donald Trump, you know, he's living his best life now, right? He's living his sort of best dictator life. In his mind, he's Vladimir Putin. He can eliminate federal agencies with his big baby magic marker and stuff. And the reality is, he can't do that. You can't get rid of a federal agency that was created by Congress with an executive order. You might as well sign an executive order saying that he's not really balding. He'd still be balding. Like, you might as well sign an executive order saying everyone must say Donald Trump is handsome. He'd still look the same. He'd still be, you know, the portly, long tie gentleman that he is now.
Gentlemen,
you can sign an executive order saying he weighs 180 pounds. He still weigh like 300. Yeah. You can't get rid of a federal agency like that. But you know what, Donald? Use your magic marker in good health. Enjoy yourself.
You know,
feel good about it.
Look, Joy, when someone in the chat, because I was thinking the same thing when we played it before when I was getting ready, and I said he signed it with kids around. He did the same thing with the trans athlete bill. Like, and then he did the same thing at the fake State of the Union. Why does he continue to use people as props?
Because I don't think that Donald Trump, and I'm taking this now not from my own. I did write a Trump book called The Man Who Sold America. It was a New York Times bestseller for weeks. And I did a lot of research into Trump. And also I've read Mary Trump's book about Donald Trump. And when you combine reading biographies about him and talking to a lot of people who knew Trump, some friends, some not so good friends, but who knew him, I don't think Donald Trump really sees other people as other than characters in the reality show in which he is the star. Right. I'm not sure he's capable of really seeing other people, if you know what I'm saying. Like, everyone else are just a props in his story. And they're either sworn enemies who hate Trump and he must destroy them because they prosecuted him and they must be destroyed, or they love Trump and therefore they are great, right? And they're a prop. And the reality, though, is Donald Trump really exists in some ways to fulfill his own dreams of becoming the most important, most powerful person in America, the most famous person in the world. But he also exists functionally to fulfill some of the longest running goals of the far right and the Republican Party. Just understand that the far right, particularly the Christian right, has opposed the creation of a federal Department of Education really since the 1920s and 1930s when this idea first came up. And in the 1920s, the far right Christians opposed it because they feared that it would change education from being a Bible-based enterprise in which local women would simply teach the Bible, out in little schools like Laura Ingalls Wilder type little schools, to something more formalized where you'd have a national education. This idea of nationalizing education frightens a lot of people on the right because they're afraid it will take out their ability to infuse conservative Christianity into education.
Yeah.
And also the far right, to be honest, has opposed the parts of the Department of Education that ban discrimination, both racial discrimination and now gender identity discrimination, something they really want to engage in when they want to, right? So the idea is that the Department of Education does not fund most public schools. Most public school funding comes from local property taxes. That's why rich people have better schools than poor people, because their property tax base is bigger. The Department of Education maybe provides 10% of public school funding. But what the Department of Education does is it enforces anti-discrimination rules that mean you can't discriminate against a trans kid. You can't discriminate by race. You can't discriminate against girls versus boys in school. That's what the Department of Education does. And that's what offends the right. That's why they've wanted to get rid of it since Jimmy Carter signed the law after Congress passed the creation of the department, which is why he said, well, it may come before the Democrats. No, it will, dude, because Congress has to vote to eliminate this department. You can gut it. You can fire everyone. You can ruin it. You can have that lady from WWE she and her husband apparently were looking the other way when people were being abused sexually. You can let that lady, allegedly, you can let that lady gut and destroy it. But all you're going to do is hurt disabled kids who have federally funded programs to help them, kids with who need speech therapy, kids who need other sort of accommodation because of disabilities, and you're going to allow more discrimination. That's all that you're going to accomplish with your pen, dude.
Joy, why are we here right now? When you think about it, and you talked about the origins, right, of opposing, or the beginnings of opposing a Department of Education, and a lot of it is based on religion and racism, and that's kind of the place that we're in, right? You were talking about the 1920s and 30s. We're still here. We're still there.
We are. And it's interesting that many of our problems, many of the things that we're going through right now in the country are because of race and religion. You know that. You and I both know that it's complicated to be able to talk about that on cable news. It's not always welcome, but it's just true.
Oh my gosh. It's kind of crazy how okay, we have so much to talk about. Hold that thought, because I want to, seriously, I want to get through the news today, and we're really going to have a talk. So you guys make sure you stick around. And let me just say this, Joy, because you're going to have to say this as well. We are joined today on the Don Lemon Show by the great Joy Reid, an exclusive, and she's going to talk about everything, the news of the day, and her departure from MSNBC and what she is doing. But make sure you hit the thumbs up and the like, because it affects the algorithm, and more people get to become aware of our little, I shouldn't say little, our mighty, right, Lemonation, and become a member. It's important that you become a member, because that keeps us streaming in these independent streets. We don't have the big corporate sponsors, and we want to remain independent. And so we depend on the kindness of strangers, on the kindness of family. I shouldn't say strangers, like you. So like, subscribe, and become a member. The membership link is at the top of the chat. Okay, so let's talk about Donald Trump. Went on Laura Ingraham, I believe it was night before last, as we say. And she talked to him about Canada. And I don't understand why he hates Canada. He's in love with Putin. But I was shocked. Yesterday I played like 10 seconds of an interview with her, and I ended up doing like 20 minutes of a fact check that she couldn't do, and just from 10 seconds of her interview, right? And then she started kikiing it up at the end for like 4 or 5 minutes just about Canada being the 51st state. Watch this.
Tougher with Canada than you are with some of our biggest adversaries.
Only because it's meant to be our 51st state. And
okay, but
but listen to this for a second.
We need their territory. They have territorial advantage. We're not going to let them get close to China.
Look, right? I deal with every country, indirectly or directly. one of the nastiest countries to deal with is Canada. The people that, now this was Trudeau, the people that good old Justin, I call him Governor Trudeau,
Oh my God.
His people were nasty. And they weren't telling the truth. They never told the truth. You know that, they'd say, well, we don't charge. Well, they do. They charge tremendous. They charge tremendous. And if you look at dairy products, what they've done to our farmers, I'd go up to Iowa, I'd go up to different places, Nebraska, and they would always complain about Canada, how they get ripped off. Do you know that Canada has a 250% tariff? 250, nobody knows that. They charge us numbers that are crazy. We have a very big deficit with Canada. And there's no reason, much more. We have much more. Just so you understand, we subsidize Canada. And I like Canada. I love Canada. I love Wayne Gretzky.
The Liberal guy,
I love his wife.
The Liberal Party is going to win now in the next election, most likely. And they were down and out. Isn't that going to make them more hostile to us and possibly
I'd rather deal with a liberal than a
for China, closer to Canada, and that would really put us in a bind.
The conservative that's running.
So there was someone who said if they make Canada the 51st state, then the Republicans would never win again because they're so liberal up there, our neighbors to the north. But I mean, why would you, if you were sitting down doing an interview with Donald Trump, would you be normalizing it like that? Or I don't know.
I mean, it's absurd. First of all, Donald, Grampy Trump, let's talk. First of all, you can't make Canada the 51st state without going to war with them. And let me explain how that happened, how that worked out the last time we tried to go to war with Canada. They burned the White House to the ground in 1814 and won the war. Canada beat us in the War of 1812. They probably liked their chances against us. We're not going to beat them in a war because we have never been able to do that. You'd have to occupy a country that is equivalent of the size of the United States, in which the top 2/3 of it is uninhabited, frozen forest land that touches the Arctic. You know how that worked out when the Nazis tried that with Russia, which is the equivalent of Canada on that part of the world? We gonna lose. We don't have enough troops to occupy. They are a country of 39 million people who have about as many guns per capita as we do. They just don't have as many shootings.
That's going to say, why don't they have as many shootings?
Because it's a country where people hunt. People have a gun culture there as well. They're just not as gun crazy. They don't take their guns to Walmart, but they got a lot of guns. And they've beat us in a war before. So that's issue number one. You cannot absorb a country against their will. And this talk of making them the 51st state is absurd for the reason you said. If you did, it would be a country of roughly the population of California. Which party controls California? These are people who have universal health care, fewer, almost no school shootings. They are a country that's to our left. And also, in addition to the 2 senators they get, who'd both be Democrats, they would get like 50 members of Congress based on their population. You would essentially ensure Democrats never, ever won another election federally again. And then
Democrats or Republicans?
That Republicans never won again, because they would be a bunch of Democrats. You have a few Republicans, but it doesn't. But first of all, in order to even get there, don't entertain even that idea, because that's never going to happen without a war. They're also in NATO. And since we're backing out of NATO, doesn't that mean that Europe would come to the defense of Canada and we'd now be fighting NATO? Do we really want to be in a war? I thought he was the no more wars guy. You'd have to fight a war against a country that beat us in 1812.
They were supposed to be the candidates of peace. Remember that?
Yeah.
So Joy, I got to ask you, and I'm going to ask all the members, by the way, welcome to all the new members. Thank you so much for becoming new members. Welcome to the Lemon Nation, all of you. We appreciate it. So here's the thing, Joy. I'm afraid to look at my retirement. I don't know if you're afraid to look at yours. Remember, eggs were supposed to come way down. He was going to make us really, really rich within 24 hours in the wars in 24 hours. And it was going to be like manna from heaven, all of it. But something odd happened on the way to the store. Maybe a recession. Here it is. Watch.
Will we see a recession in 2025? Are you ruling it out?
We're going to have the strongest economic country in the history of the world, of the planet. We are taking.
Okay. Joy, it's like, this is the best view. You can see all of America in this view. And then on the other side of the town, they don't have this. And check out this balcony. What about this box? Who can put a box of lemon heads on the, you know what I mean? It's just like he's selling.
He said, but also, can we walk back just for a moment to him saying they have 200% tariffs? Can we just stop it? You know how Donald Trump should know that isn't true? Because the first time he ran for president in 2016, he ran on ending NAFTA and going to end NAFTA. NAFTA was such a rip-off. We got ripped off. He renegotiated NAFTA. It was called the USMCA. He claimed it was the greatest negotiation in the history of the world. Dude, you renegotiated. You renegotiated NAFTA, which is an updated NAFTA. USMCA, you know what the tariffs are between the U.S., Mexico, and Canada currently? And we're still living under Donald Trump's tariff regime for the USMCA. The tariffs are zero. It's a free trade zone. It's a free trade zone, man. But we don't have tariffs with Canada and Mexico. That's why we have a free trade zone between our three countries. That's the whole point of it. We don't have, we get to trade between our three. There are two biggest trading partners, Mexico and Canada. Why is my dog grumbling? Go away, Nala.
Oh, no, we like the dog.
The dog is here and she's being a pain. But we don't, I'll just give you cars. Cars pass back and forth between Canada and Mexico 3 and 4 times before they're sold, because the parts will be made in Ottawa, and then there's a piece of the engine that's made in Mexico. We did that in order to create a free trade zone between our three countries. That's the reason we are a triad. It's Trump that's taking the tariffs from 0 to 25%, and he's destroying our economy. Just the threat, and then he puts the tariffs on and then takes them off. He puts them on, he takes them off. That's what's causing inflation. That's part of what's causing inflation to go up. Canada is retaliating by taking our liquor and our products off their shelves. They're retaliating and pushing the prices of energy up. And then when energy prices go up, the trucks that drive your stuff to Walmart and to the store, those prices go up. Trump is wrecking the economy. Things are getting more expensive. Housing is up. Food is up. Not just eggs, all food. Vegetables are up. We get most of our vegetables from Mexico and a lot of them from Canada. They're our two biggest trading partners. And then the next one is China, who he's also tariffing. So your video games are going to go up. Your TVs are going to go up. Everything electronic is made in Asia, basically. A lot of our clothes are made in Asia. What are you doing, man? You're wrecking the economy for no reason other than that in your mind, you think you're William McKinley or James K. Polk, who were both expansionist presidents who conquered territory and did tariffs. If you want to be McKinley, know that he is one of the worst presidents we ever had in U.S. history. No one ranks McKinley in the top 10, the top 20, or even the top 30. He's a bottom 10 president, Trump, and you're trying to make yourself an even worse president than McKinley, who is not considered a successful president. Someone got in his head and said, you need to be William McKinley. That's the Gilded Age president. That's the president who went out trying to take territory and did tariffs, and they were a failure. 5 recessions during McKinley's, 5, that led into eventually the Great Depression.
Joy. I miss you so much. We miss you so much. We need more of that. Like, that's just off of the top of your head. I didn't even really discuss topics with you. I said we're going to do the news of the day, but I'm just saying, Joy, what God, what a hole there is in so we miss you. And so thank you for coming on. Let me just thank you, friend, for coming on. Our viewership is really great right now. So I'll say like and subscribe. Thank you. We're going to talk about where Joy is going. We're going to promote her. But Joy, you're so great. I just miss
Thank
it.
you.
I would tune in just to hear you be as smart as you are, just to be a badass bitch. I'm sorry. Can I say
I
that?
love you.
Yeah.
See?
Okay. Let's see. What else do I want to talk? We don't want to Fox News in the bad market conditions. Let's see where we want to go. Okay. Let's do this. Let's do Lutnick, because Joy, the illegality of it all, the illegality of it all. Imagine if Joe Biden or Kamala Harris or did this, one of his people did this on national television, what would happen? Watch.
I think if you want to learn something on this show tonight, buy Tesla. It's unbelievable that this guy's stock is this cheap. It'll never be this cheap again. When people understand the things he's building, the robots he's building, the technology he's building, people are going to be dreaming of today and Jesse Waters and thinking, gosh, I should have bought Elon Musk's stock. I mean, who wouldn't invest in Elon Musk? You got to be kidding.
Joy, he's the Commerce Secretary.
This is insane.
That is not legal. You can't do that.
Hatch Act. The thing that's so crazy, Trump bought the Tesla in front of the White House, used the White House as a set for basically a Tesla commercial. It
was a car lot, basically. It was a Tesla car lot. Yes. Come on down to the White House and get 50% off. We can offer you on your trade-in.
No credit, no problem. We got you.
No, we know how bad the market is right now because we did it. We take
no credit, no job, no problem. What is happening? They have to pay their daddy, right? I mean, Trump has two daddies, and I thought he was again that, but he got two. He got Vladimir Putin and he got Elon Musk. And he has to pay him. He has to pay him. This guy invested $250 million to buy the White House. And now he's eating up all the contracts he's done. Said, well, Verizon, I know you had that whole contract with the FAA, but we're going to move you aside and that's going to be mine. Mm-hmm. I mean, Doge is essentially in a position to just write him federal contracts, but apparently that's not enough. He's upset. And you've seen all these sort of sad, sort of freaked out interviews he's been doing about how Tesla is struggling. People are turning their Teslas in. I believe their sales are down 49% in Europe. Their stock is dropping. And this was the main source of Musk's wealth. By the way, his stock has dropped. The stock has dropped so much and sales are down so much. Starlink is now the main source of his wealth, not Tesla.
Really?
Tesla's long been the main source. Yeah, it's now Starlink has passed Tesla because it's dropping. But the reality is it's his own actions. It's weird that people, it turns out, don't like it when you send your 20-something and 19-something super fanboys in to rip the government apart and take away U.S. aid money that was actually helping American farmers. It turns out Americans don't like it when you mass fire tens of thousands of federal workers who've done nothing wrong other than not hail Trump. People just don't like it when you do weird arm gestures. In Europe, they actually kind of think that's illegal and that you're referencing an era that they really don't want to remember and go back to. They get really upset and Germans go, we don't want your cars. And so the reality is his own actions and his own boosting of this sort of global apartheid movement, this far right-wing movement, it's pissing people off. And consumers, I thought Republicans and conservatives believed, I thought consumers had the right to make these choices. This is called capitalism. Mm-hmm. And when you mess your brand up and people don't want to buy your shit, that ain't on the consumer. That's on you.
Yeah. So Joy, you remember I did the interview with Elon Musk a year ago and I put it up. That was the very first, that's how we kicked off the show. And I put, we did it in segments and in chunks so people can consume it in a way that is palatable, because everybody's a short attention span now, right? Sure. And so we did 10 segments. We did like DEI. We did the future of Tesla, all kinds of things we talked about. And so one of the things I said, I responded to someone saying like controversy in politics are really, you have to be careful because especially if you have a company, right?
Yes.
Because it can really affect your stock prices and the health of your company or your corporation. And right now, that's what he's dealing with. People don't like what he's doing politically.
Right.
A lot of people don't like, and it's obvious in what's happening. And I talked about the Tesla stock. But I do have to say, that interview really looked around the corner. It was prescient. If you look at all the things that we talked about in that interview are things that have come to fruition now, his meeting. But anyway, you can talk about that and about the company, because let me just show people what why Howard Lutnick is on there touting, a Tesla. This is what's happening around the country in regards to Teslas and such. Here it is.
If there's someone in one of these cars, they blow up. That can happen. That becomes murder, or worse, terrorism plus. And I know that on January 20th, the president signed into law, through an executive order, restoring the death penalty. Do you think this sort of thing, and I hate to think it, people leave their children and pets in cars. I mean, you don't know. This is deadly, dangerous stuff these liberal protesters are playing with.
Yes, it is, Harris. And what I can tell you is that President Trump condemns this violence, and he is determined to restore law and order in our country, and he will ensure that the harshest penalties are pursued for those who are engaging in this vicious violence that we have seen targeted at this American company, Tesla dealerships.
Okay, let me just say this. No one is condoning violence and that, but I mean, for me, you see that, and then January 6th, because that was
That's where I was just going to go. So Donald Trump pardoned 1,500 insurrectionists, some of whom beat, tased, and nearly killed police officers. So he's saying that as long as you're doing it for Trump, you can brutalize police officers. And I thought the right, love the police and back the blue, but you can brutalize cops as long as you're doing it for Trump. But pieces of property. So, and I know, and you had this whole debate, which you won with Vivek Ramaswamy about it. This country was steeped in a love of property over humanity in terms of Black people being chattel slaves, meaning chattel like cattle, the equivalent of a cow. And that Black people were treated as things and objects, and the mania for property and the attempt to hold on to that human property is what drove the South to secede from the Union, out of fear that Lincoln would take their property, their human property away. America has always been a country that put property over people, property over humanity. The idea now that they're talking about a death penalty for burning a car. First of all, if you burn a car you bought, it's kind of like when the right were like burning like their Barbie dolls because they didn't like the Black Barbie in the movie.
Their coffee maker and stuff, and they were shooting beer cans. And
it's like if you already paid for the Barbie and you burn it, I mean, you kind of just burned your own stuff. But if that's the way you want to protest, have at it. Is that going to be a death penalty crime now to burn a vehicle? That is taking a devotion to Elon Musk to a level that is actually insane. I mean, of course, if you burned a car with a person in it, that would be murder, but that wouldn't be murder against the car company. It wouldn't be a crime against Tesla. It would be a crime against the people in the car.
Yeah.
And no one's condoning that. But the idea now that they're essentially trying to, I guess, make it illegal to be against Tesla, to say that, they've already gone a pretty far way in saying they're going to make it illegal to protest for Palestine. They're going to call you a terrorist and they're going to deport you. They've got a gentleman who is literally disappeared. He just wrote a letter from, where he's locked up in Louisiana, where because he led protests for Palestine. So apparently that's illegal. But now I guess it's also illegal to be against Tesla, and the government is going to now essentially use the mighty power of the U.S. federal government to try to boost car sales for one company. This is not what America is supposed to be, right? It was founded as sort of an oligarchy, but is this where we are now, that we're going to now have the federal government forcibly protect one company above all other companies? At what point do they then step in and say only Grok AI is legal? Open AI, you can't use that. We're going to say that you must use his AI. He's already trying to bully advertisers to advertise on X Twitter, which they don't want to because they're Nazis on there. But they're using this sort of leverage power to force Tesla to continue to be profitable. And that, to me, feels like a complete distortion of what the U.S. is supposed to be.
So here's the thing, and you heard it. I don't know if people heard it clear enough. No one is condoning that. And if someone is caught burning a car, then whatever it is, under the law that they're should face, then I think they should face it. Not like January 6th, where you go in and you right. you tear up the Capitol, and then you get pardoned. Here's the thing, though. If this was a company that he deemed to be liberal, he would say, well, that's what happens to the liberals, or that's what happens to the liberals and they deserve it. Just like he, called the NBA players sons of bitches, saying that he didn't like what they were doing. What about Target? What about DEI and Target? Like, he's not, they made all of those companies get rid of that. He didn't say that when they boycotted Bud Light.
Right. And the right does boycotts all the time. They boycotted the Barbie movie.
You go woke, you go broke.
Go woke, you go broke. So what we're now saying is that there's a protected class of Americans who can boycott things, who can raid the Capitol, ransack the Capitol. And by the way, it's not even just pardoning the January 6th insurrectionists. It's Donald Trump threatening to prosecute the people who prosecuted those people, holding over their heads and prosecute them. Maybe Jack Smith needs to be prosecuted for daring to investigate Trump's role in it. Like, literally saying it's illegal to do anything that displeases Donald Trump, and it's illegal to do anything that hurts the bottom line income of Elon Musk. So these two men are super citizens, and it is illegal to displease them. That is the most un-American thing I've ever heard. And if that's where we're going, then we are not a democracy anymore.
Here is Elon Musk on Fox News.
It's really come as quite a shock to me that there's this level of really hatred and violence from the left. I always thought the left, or Democrats, were supposed to be the party of empathy, the party of caring.
I thought that the left was supposed to be the party of empathy and caring.
Wait, I want to ask you all the entire thing. Don't we have a longer thing? That's Brian. I love Brian Tyler Cohen.
Yeah, we do.
Don't we have the longer version of that? Yeah.
Yeah, here's another clip.
Yeah, thank you.
Blaze in one of your dealerships in Vegas. I've seen this happen all over the country. Bullets are being fired. Charging stations are put ablaze. Teslas are being put ablaze. You have experienced assassination, threats of assassination for you and your family. What have you done that warrants this? Because I see nothing that you have done except help our country.
Yeah, I mean, it's really come as quite a shock to me that there's this level of really hatred and violence from the left. I always thought the left, or Democrats, were supposed to be the party of empathy, the party of caring, and yet they're burning down cars, they're firebombing dealerships, they're firing bullets into dealerships, they're just, smashing up Teslas. Tesla is a peaceful company. We've never done anything harmful. I've never done anything harmful. I've only done productive things. So I think we just have a deranged, there's some kind of mental illness thing going on here, because this doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Well, again, that should not happen. People should not be burning cars or setting fires to whatever. But there is a coordinated effort going on between a company, right? Someone who has contracts with the U.S. government and the White House. It just, to me, it is weird. Perhaps they should have maybe Marco Rubio or somebody, or Pam Bondi. I don't know, somebody going out, or different police commissioners in states if they want to do it. But it's like coming right from the White House, going straight to state-run media at Fox News and being pumped out to the masses.
To protect the president's largest donor, whom he has unleashed to tear up the federal government with no congressional oversight. And by the way, Elon Musk saying Tesla is a peaceful company that's never done anything wrong. Sir, Tesla was sued by multiple employees for racial discrimination, with allegations such as Blacks were segregated inside of their facilities and subjected to racist hatred, including being called the N-word at work. to the point where multiple people sued and went to the EEOC. And there was actually a federal investigation of Tesla, which of course has gone away now that Trump is here, along with the investigations into safety issues at Tesla. And the bottom line being here that when I saw the other day, and I'm sure you saw this, Don, that Donald Trump signed another order that rescinded the rules that say that federal contractors cannot engage in segregation.
Yeah.
We've had an anti-segregation executive order on the books since the Lyndon Johnson era.
Yeah.
Donald Trump rescinded that. Why in the year of our Lord 2025 would you rescind an executive order banning segregation? The only company that I have heard about that is a federal contractor that's been accused, and I'm not saying convicted, but accused of practicing racial segregation at its workplace is Tesla. And so it felt, when I saw it, people have been sending it to me all day saying, oh my God, they're reinstituting segregation. It's in federal contracting. They no longer bar a federal contractor from engaging in segregation. And that would mean racial, gender, or gender identity segregation. Why would you do that? To me, it makes me think maybe it's a way to get around what were federal investigations of Tesla. I don't have evidence of that. I'm not saying that as a fact. I'm just saying that that's the only company I've heard of in my adult lifetime, past the civil rights movement, past when Woolworths used to do it, that's been even accused of practicing segregation. And I'm not saying that everyone at Tesla was doing that. I'm sure there are lovely people who work there. They just work there. It's not their fault that that the owner of their company has decided to become hyper political and far right. But people react. When you're seeing your government destroyed by one individual, and he very famously purchased, he didn't invent Teslas. He's not the super genius who made Teslas. It's two Americans, not a South African. Two American-born engineers created Tesla. He bought it. But the fact that that's the most prominent thing he owns is why people are reacting against the cars. And again, if you burn a car you paid $80,000 for, that probably wouldn't be my choice, because my children need that money. But if that's what your protest is and you own that vehicle and you want to set that sucker on fire, I can't say you can't do that if that's your form of protest. As long as no one gets hurt or killed in the process, that's your protest.
But don't do it on the showroom or at the dealer.
Don't hurt anybody. I mean, I think protest, and look, I believe that King had the model, right? The model was peaceful protest. The model is don't hurt anybody. And that's why you and I are against January 6th insurrection. If they wanted to march around the Capitol and say they thought the election was stolen with no evidence but whatever, if they wanted to believe that, they had a right to do that. They could have marched to the Capitol and yelled and screamed and made all sorts of noise. But busting in the doors and threatening to hang Mike Pence and threatening to hunt down Nancy Pelosi, that ain't a protest anymore.
Yeah. And by the way, if you want to, I talked about the discrimination at Tesla plants as well in the interview a year ago. And here we go.
And he went all over the place. That's the other thing that I felt was so important about your interview. And I, just to give you a little praise right now, my friend. That interview, as you said, it was the first hint, because I personally had never heard Elon Musk talk. I had never paid much attention to him. I was not a super fan, like a lot of people are like big time fans of Elon Musk. I never was. I never was that impressed. But that was the first time I'd heard him speak in an extended way. And I was kind of shocked at how incoherent he was in that interview, how little sense he was making. He was not answering your questions, and he was all over the place and seemed really offended that you were asking him what were really smart, and probably you should have been able to anticipate journalistic questions. And he didn't seem to want to deal with any of it, especially the race stuff. He didn't want to deal with it at all.
Yeah. Well, I will say in that interview, what I will say about it is that I didn't ask him much. Maybe one or two things that he hadn't spoken about in public himself.
Right.
Before. Especially the ketamine stuff he had already spoken about. That's why I asked him, how would I even know?
How would you even know?
Unless he talked about it. So yeah. And and most of the things were public, and he talked about TI and planes and Duke University. And after that, a couple of those things, Duke University came out, and others saying, we have not lowered our medical standards in medical school. We haven't, none of this is true. Okay, moving on though. I was going to ask you about Steve Bannon, but I want to talk to you now. So what's up, Joy? Here we go, y'all. Y'all ready? Joy, I had like 2.5 hours sleep last night. I was in here working on. I'm trying to fancy up my little home studio, and I was up working all night trying to get this camera to work. And then Tim comes downstairs at 4 o'clock. He goes, Don, it's 4 o'clock in the morning. What are you doing? And I'm like, nothing. I'm working. Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Leave me alone. Well, I went to bed an hour before you, so tell Tim it's not just you. It's me. Because Jason and Tim could have a group chat. Like, they might need a group chat. I think our hubbies need a group chat.
I can barely complete. You know, when you get, I'm so tired. I used to have to go on TV like this, and now I'm here. I can't even put 2 sentences together. But Joy, what the hell happened? What happened?
Should I turn the light on? It's like the light. Why is it sunny where you are and dark where I am? Isn't that weird?
Oh, it's just I was working on my lighting last night. I got diffusers and all kinds of stuff.
I'm turning my light on.
All right.
It's so dark. Okay.
See, now the light's coming on. We're fixing to we fit to find out what happened.
Turn the lights on.
So Joy, what happened? Because I thought you were going to be there. There was reporting. I understand you can't go into specific on certain things because we have contractual obligations.
That's right.
People. And sometimes people are like, well, why haven't you found a job yet? We have like non-competes and shit. Like, you guys have no idea what's happening. So we have to make our own way in this world in a way where we can still collect our currents and have other currents on top of that. So Joy, what happened at the MSNBC?
Because weirdly enough, the car note people still want their money.
I know. And the mortgage
people are like, we still gonna need that money.
Yeah.
We still need to pay. Right. And I think it's funny because I think people assume that if you're on TV, you're like independently wealthy and you don't have to pay bills. No, we still have to pay bills, y'all. It's a job. It's a normal job. So, it was a surprise. I will say that. I think I can, without violating any terms of my contract, I think I can say that I was surprised because a week before any of this happened, the last communications I was having with, the PR folks at work were that we had won the NAACP Image Award for the readout for the show. And that I'd won for the book from Edgar and Murley as well. But that, we just won an NAACP Image Award literally for the readout. And it was we were really super proud of it because it was the Brittany Griner interview was what we submitted to NAACP Image Award. And I felt like that interview and being blessed to have her choose us to do her first interview when she came out of that Russian gulag where she had been locked up for this nightmare. And I know you and I both read that book, and it was just a terrifying ordeal. Mm-hmm. And so we were really proud. And I was very proud of what the things we were doing on the readout that stepped out of the basic. We tried to really go deep on history, go deep on things that aren't comfortable to talk about, like Christian nationalism, white Christian nationalism, which really is plaguing our country. And when I would do that, I didn't do it from a point of view of, hey, this is the black lady talking about white Christians. I would have on Robbie Jones, who is my friend from Public Religion Research Institute, the foremost scholar on white Christian nationalism, and himself a white Christian. Like, we really tried to be smart about doing deep dives on things that you see in the news and you're like, why is that happening? And try to make connections for people. So I really genuinely didn't see it coming. None of my team did. And this leak happens the night of the sort of, I think it was the Friday night, this leak just dropped. Dylan Byers, former CNN former CNN guy who now does a Substack, I think, drops this leak. And we were just like, and I'm thinking that doesn't even seem right because I really just re-signed my contract. So, I just signed again this year. So I couldn't really tell you. I can't explain what happened because I can't get in the heads of my bosses. But then I got the confirmation that Saturday, and that was that.
Yeah. So look, I'd never said this, but I'd just gotten the White House Correspondents' Dinner invitation from from management to go, and it's like, okay, this is cool, whatever. And then let's see, Tim was out of town at a conference, and I was sitting in a restaurant by myself, and the monitors were on, and they made an announcement about Charles and Gail, and I'm like, wow, well, that came fast out of nowhere. That was really rushed. Right. And then I went back to work after that weekend, and that's when I went to work on a Monday, and then they called me after I was had already gone to work. Wow. And someone called me from the team, one of the crew guys, and said, I wanted to tell you on Monday, I was wondering why they had taken your name off the wall of the studio. with
Wow.
all of the, and I didn't even know it. So other people knew before I did.
Wow.
Which was, yeah.
I think the only reason other people quote unquote kind of knew before I did is because that leak, and I you know, I'm very anti-leak. I don't leak. I try to be very careful about it. We're journalists, so we know not to talk to journalists. You know what I mean? Like, I'm very careful about that.
Yeah, you were like, I was like, Joy, what's going on? I'm hearing things.
I wouldn't leak to Don, and Don is my friend in real life.
You will not leak. She wouldn't say. I was like, Joy, what's going on? Talk to me. She goes, oh, I'm good. I'm like, okay.
I promise you all, Don, and like I said, we are friends, and I was like, I wouldn't even leak to Don. Like, that's I don't leak. I just don't do it. So when that leak came out, members of my team who read Puck or who were subscribed to it saw it and started panicking because, you know, it was so out of left field and out of the blue. And again, because we had just won the award and everything seemed so fine that, you know, there was nothing that had happened, nothing that had presaged it. So it definitely was out of the blue. And like you said, what happens is it starts to become a rumor, and you're not sure whether the rumor is real until you get the actual phone call saying it's real. And so you don't know really how to respond to it in advance of that. And it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. I think that, you know, it's not the way I would have done things, but it is what it is.
Yeah. Well, you can't respond, like contractually, you can't respond.
I cannot.
We're not supposed to talk to the media, right? And so,
right. And I don't.
Which actually, I believe, puts corporations or companies in a position. I think, well, it puts the employee in an unfair position because we can't defend ourselves. And then if you do defend yourself, they'll say, oh, you're leaking or shouldn't be talking and you violated your contract. And it's like, and you know, a lot of the things that you read, most of what you read has been planted by people. And it is not necessarily true, but the people who write the first draft gets to write the narrative because everybody else, the reporters are lazy. They just go and they write the same story over and over. They don't even call for a comment. And it's like, and even if they do, you're like, I can't talk about it. So they end up believing what other people have planted and leaked about you, whether it's other people or whether it's a company or whether it's a PR, whoever it is. I'm just saying, I'm not saying.
Don't know. Yeah. Because no one knows where they come from. I mean, only the journalists know.
From.
I don't know.
Come from.
I don't know.
In order to get, let me be real. You want to get rid of a black woman at a company. I'm just saying any company. You want to get rid of a gay black man at any company. You have got to come up with a narrative and a predicate to do it. And you have to try to destroy them in order, because then you don't want people going, well, they're going to sue us for racism. And they're right. No, you have to try to destroy their personality and their credibility. And that's all I have to say. And, you know, I'm going to tell it like it is. Okay. And so I don't like that. I don't like it when that happens to people. I just think it's unfair. So I'm telling you, I'm not bitter. I don't think you're bitter, but just don't believe everything you read. And I wish the best for my colleagues at CNN. I love them. I miss them terribly. But the truth is the truth, and the truth will make you free. That's all I have to say. You didn't say it, I did.
I have no comment further about it. All I can really say is that one of the things that I do, that I have to say, and I think it is important to say, is you know, one of the great things about MSNBC that I will say something really positive is that the way that we all moved as friends, you know, Rachel, Nicole, Alex, Steph Rule, you know, Lawrence, the beloved Lawrence. So we actually dig each other. Like, we actually really like each other. You know what I mean? And it's like, you can't fake that, you know? And I think it's so important that people understand that the on-air chemistry that you saw, Chris Hayes, all of us, when we're sitting around that set, you know, and all chilling, that was real. Like, we actually didn't fake that. You know what I mean? Like, we really are cool. We're actually still cool. We're friends. You know, it's a thing that is like a magic that can happen when executives are picking random people, right? And they're people who come from all different walks of life. We're different political parties, different political ideologies. It is actually a science and an art to put those people together and have them actually have chemistry, right? Like, you and I have chemistry because we know each other and we're cool and friendly. You can't invent that. Like, you couldn't make us pretend to be friends. You see what I'm saying? Right, so I have to give the company, it was, at least in my era, it was Phil Griffin who was in charge at that time. But whatever, it just, I feel like there was a magic that definitely happened at MSNBC that somehow caused all these very different, unique people to just have this great bond. And I think that's a beautiful thing. And I'm very proud to have been a part of that. I'm very happy to have been, be able to experience that in my professional life.
Yeah.
Because I think that's a cool thing. I'm still friends with some of my people from Radio 1 back in the day. You know what I mean? Some of my Radio 1 people, I'm still with them as well. Like when you create those kind of relationships, Rev is my big brother, then I knew him when we were on radio. So it's like
I'm doing something for him for the NAND conference.
Yeah, exactly. Katie Fang, that's my girl. You know what I mean?
Gosh,
Like it's like and even people who used to be there, Tiffany Cross, that's my sister. It's like, Melissa Harris Perry, that's my sister. Like we've created these relationships that are real. And I think it's important to know that that's real. And don't feel like you were played to the left over the last, was I there 14 years? You weren't. We really were cool.
Yeah, and I do have to say, look, when you work at an organization like a CNN and MSNBC, it really is an honor and a privilege to have been there. And it was great, like the best in the world. Yeah. CNN, it's like, if something happens internationally, it's over.
Listen.
MSNBC cannot compete with that. You know that, right?
Listen, Christiane Amanpour, I'll make it. I never met Christiane Amanpour until last year. Our show, we got nominated for an Emmy. I was so excited. So we went to the News Emmys. And Christiane Amanpour was there, and I was like, "Ooh, yeah!" I'm like such a stan. Like the way people would be if they saw Beyonce. That's how I am when I met Christiane Amanpour. I was like that the first time I met you. So you don't remember? I stand out on you. The first time I met you, David Wilson introduced us at an event, and I hope you don't remember because I was embarrassing. I said, "Oh my God, Don Lemon, I'm such a big fan." You were probably like, "Get out!" You're like, "Who are you, crazy weirdo?" But I was like, "Don Lemon, oh my God."
No. I'm old. I've been around. No, Joy, I've just been in awe of you, and I watch your show and I just go, wow, this is so well produced, and you were so bold, and I know people would get upset. And so look, I have you, and we're going there, and people are going to write about it and talk about it. Did it have anything, let's just say yes or no. I don't want to answer. Do you think there was any racism involved?
I have no evidence of anything. I don't know.
Okay.
I have no evidence. No.
Do you think it was your support of Palestine? Not that you were anti-Israel, but you think that had anything to do with it?
I have no idea. Like I said, I refuse to try to get into the brains of other people. I don't know. I genuinely have to be honest. I'm not making this up. I'm not spinning. I have no idea. I think they made a decision. The decision has been made. That's all I can say. People made a decision. The decision's been made. I don't know why.
I don't want to get you in trouble because I'm always the one to get in trouble. So I'm used to that's my daily existence. Okay. The other thing is, can we talk about, because we love them, right? And they replaced you with some very talented people, and we love Simone. She's a friend, right? And we love Michael. And so this has nothing to do with them, Jonathan, or any of the other folks who are still there, right? We wish them well.
Absolutely. Yeah. And like I said, I had a show in 2014 called The Reed Report that was canceled.
I remember. It was you and what's his name? Oh my, Ronan Farrow. Ronan
was right. Roro. We call
your lead-in, right?
Well, Roro was I think I was his lead-in.
You were his lead-in.
Me and we used to do this handoff. We used to want to go on Watch What Happens. We were like, we need to be on. Like they need to book us on Watch What Happens because we were such a sitcom, because our handoffs became more and more extravagant. Oh, Joy, my friend, you are the light of my life. Oh, Ronan, you're the most brilliant young person I've ever met in my life. Like we started once we started realizing how funny it was to people, we just started racking it up. I don't know why no one ever booked us on Watch What Happens. It really should have been. It really should have been.
Alex was on that same thing. Was she your lead? There was someone. It was you, Alex.
Because so the lineup used to be, because Alex Wagner was the noon show.
Right.
So Alex was at noon. I was at 2, because remember the Tam Fam, before Tam was in the Tam Fam, Tam was the 2 o'clock.
Oh my
Tam
God.
went to the Today Show, and she was such a huge supporter of why I got the 2. She was one of the people that really believed in me and supported me, that I got the 2 and replaced her. So then it was Alex Wagner. She did the noon, and Michael Steele used to be a regular. I met Michael Steele on Alex Wagner's show, because he was a regular guest. And so I used to spar with Michael Steele on there. She was the 12. I was the 2, and Martin Bashir. Remember Martin Bashir? Martin was the 4, who was my other big supporter. And then the 5 and my buddy. And I'm still buddies with Martin. And then the 5 was, of course, Hardball, which was on the air. Believe it or not, I think Hardball was on there for like 20 years. That was like the longest running show on MSNBC was Hardball. So back in the day, that was the Dayside lineup.
I love it. I think it was it was SNL that used to do how about a hardball? Like,
how about a hardball? And it's funny,
a hardball.
People used to compare me to Chris when I used to be on radio because I also go ha, and so people would, whenever I would do that, people would be like, "Oh my God, you're the Black woman, Chris Matthews." And it's just ironic that he really became a mentor to me. I do absolutely love Chris. He is a character. Like you would have to invent that character if he didn't exist. Like he just is a character.
Can we talk about the girl power? And I don't mean that as a pejorative, calling you girl, but between you and Rachel and oh my gosh, why can't I'm having Nicole, you guys were just the most brilliant, and you had chemistry all together. It was fantastic.
Again,
you had a progressive, you had a conservative, and then Rachel is progressive or whatever, and so in the middle. But what was that like working with, especially such a powerhouse like Rachel?
It was so fun, and just being able to watch her work because I knew we were friends and we were friendly, but it's like we really got to watch her work up close. Her process, her process is like intense. Like she's like Rhodes Scholar brilliance. She's in there typing, and we got to watch her do it. And of course, me and Nicole are cutting up trying to distract her while she's trying to type her opus. But no, it was one of those things. Again, I give Phil credit. I'm gonna give Phil Griffin credit. It was his brainchild, and then Rashida Jones expanded it and added the full table. But it was one of those things that either would have really worked or it would have bombed. You know what I mean? Like you're taking 3 people, and it's weird because I knew who Nicole Wallace was because I quit the news business when I used to work at WTVJ, the Miami affiliate, because I was against the Iraq War. And I went and took Wellstone action training, the same training that Tim Walz took. I think he took it the year after I did. And I went and I worked as a press secretary for America Coming Together, which was George Soros' $260 million to try to oust George W. Bush, because I was deeply anti-war. Nicole Wallace was a big deal in the Bush campaign in 2004. So we literally fought on opposite sides of that war. That's how opposite we were. Then
was she the press person or just an advisor?
She was an advisor. I think at that time she was on the press side, but I know I had heard her name. So I think because we were both press, but I was so low level, she was way high above me. Then of course she went in the Bush White House. And so she was a very well-known, and she would be always on the shows. You'd see her. So I knew who Nicole Wallace was, but we didn't meet until she came to MSNBC. Mm-hmm. And then of course, Rachel is this, sort of luminary who came from Air America. She was on the radio. I used to listen to her show. And so it's this interesting thing where you take these 3 very unlike people who are very different, and you just throw them together and just see what happens. And at first, Brian used to be the 4th wheel, and then it was just the 3 of us.
Right.
Remember, it used to be the 3 of us, and Brian was and then he was at this other table, and Brian is so funny.
Brian does impressions. I have a Brian. I haven't done it in a long time.
Okay, do it. Do your Brian Williams. You have to do it.
When Brian was, I worked at the NBC station. I worked with Brian. At first, I was at the network NBC in New York, and I was a correspondent in the New York bureau. And I would fill in on MSNBC and on Weekend Today show. And then and Soledad and David were the anchors then.
Oh my God.
And then I was there when David Bloom died. And then, Katie came in and whatever, and they woke me up in the middle of the night and said, David Bloom died. You should be prepared to whatever when you come in. So, that was a long time ago, right? Wow. So I've been around for a while. But I used to do Brian because Brian, good evening. we would joke about when he was in Katrina. It was just a joke. This isn't real.
Yeah.
And so we would put our leg up on the desk and we'd say, good evening. It's hot. It's wet. I'm wearing breathable khakis and I'm surrounded by Black people. I love
that is Brian. So good.
Good we come to you tonight from New Orleans. It is hot. It's wet. And I'm surrounded by Black people.
That is amazing. Like, actually, that is the most amazing thing.
Brian, I love you.
I love Brian. Can I just tell you, when at that time that you were working with Brian used to come down every so often. Sometimes the big wigs would come to WTVJ when I was working in local news. Brian was the one guy who would come in and he would talk to everybody. Yeah, he was so friendly. And I was a digital producer at the time. So I was the lowest of the low. No, I was like nobody. And he would walk right up to my desk and say, I can't do the voice. Like, hello, young lady. What do you do? And he was so nice. Like it was one of those things where you knew who this was. So you're like, this very famous person could either be really nice, or they could be really an asshole. He was super nice. And he was nice like that to everybody. So I love Brian Williams. He was a hoot.
You know, the first person I really, Tom, I was there when Tom Brokaw was there. I used to file stories for nightly news and on the weekend because I was the new guy. Remember John Siegenthaler? He was I'm old. Damn.
Look, I'm old and I'm old and I'm also a geek. The other time I geeked out, in addition to yourself, is when I finally met Ted Koppel, because Ted Koppel is the person who got me interested in news in the first place. Because in the 6th grade, I'm aging myself, when the Iran hostage crisis happened, I was watching a show about it, and they were calling it was like the 360-day, it wasn't called Nightline yet, but they were just covering it. And Ted Koppel was covering it on ABC News. And I got so obsessed with it. I was like, Mom, can I stay up and watch this? And she was like, okay, it's news, so you can do it. And I would sit up every night. I would watch the 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock news, and I would stay up and watch Nightline. And Ted Koppel was like my entry into fascination with news. It's how I knew who Bibi Netanyahu was and how I got really interested in Middle East issues, is that I would watch Bibi Netanyahu and Hanan Ashrawi, who was the leader of the Palestinian, right? Hanan Ashrawi. And I've actually now gotten to like text with Hanan Ashrawi, and I was like bugging out because I'm such a fan. But like, I would, and so Bibi Netanyahu to me was this guy who'd be on nightly, on ABC. I'd see him with Ted Koppel debating Hanan Ashrawi, and so it's like it's one of those things where if you're a news nerd, like these are your celebrities, you know what I mean? So when I finally met Ted Koppel, I go up to him. He was inside 30 Rock. I see him standing there. This was ahead of the 2012 election. And I'm at the Griot. I was managing editor of the Griot. And I go up to him and I said, oh my God, Mr. Koppel, I'm such a huge fan. I tell him the story of how he got me interested in news. And he said, well, thank you so much, young lady. And look at your dimples. Those are priceless.
You're like, oh my God.
He complimented my dimples. I'm like, I feel kind of seen.
We all have little stories like that. I remember I grew up idolizing Brian Gumbel, right? Brian's going to be mad at me, but because he's going to say, you make me seem old. I grew up idolizing and wanted to be him. I would watch the Today Show with him and Jane Pauley, and then him later with Katie.
Too.
And I would record the opens to their show, and I would mimic them back, whatever, blah, 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 blah. And those are the stories. This Monday, July 25th, 1991. And then they would go, dun, 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 and I was like, I'm going to do that one day. I'm going to be like Brian Gumbel. And now Brian is like a really good friend. I went to dinner with him the other night. It's amazing to just have had the experiences that we've had in this business and more to come. And when you're in this independent business, so tell us, when you're in this independent journalism business, what's up? What's next for you? Where can we find you?
So right now you can find me at joyannereid.com. That is my Substack. I'm writing a daily read, R-E-I-D. You see what I did there? It's like it's a read pun. I'm always got a read pun. I try to keep my husband's name out there. But yeah, I'm doing the Substack right now and writing that every day. And I'm obviously still doing all my social media, but I am planning to do something like what you're doing right here, sir. And one of the things that I love about what you're doing and I really enjoy, I am a Lemonhead with all of the rest of the Lemonheads out there. And because I think that this format is so smart and it is so accessible to people. And this is the future, right? Like this is where it's going. And all we got to do is get my godmother and the other seasoned citizens to figure out how to use YouTube. And we in there.
Oh my God. It's a learning curve. It really is a learning curve, but people will find you. Let me just tell you, you're going to do really well because you've got the personality, you've got the name recognition. You can do it. And you've got the gumption to be able to do this, right? As a young kid say, aura, you got aura. So I think you're going to do really well. If I can offer you some advice.
Please, I need it.
Don't think about it too much. I had to wait a little bit before I could even do something. And so don't like try to make it perfect, too perfect. Don't let perfect, be the enemy of the good. Just jump into it and do it. People like who you are. They like you like this in the t-shirt, no makeup or whatever. They love it. So just do it. I started off, I spent a ton of money on a studio and lights and cameras. And my audience was like, no, we like you. I'm in my dining room right now.
Yeah.
They're like, we like you at home. And then, you know, when it's cold in the winter or whatever, I do it in front of the fireplace in my living room. So just do what you want to do, but don't wait too long.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be perfect. And I would say to you, you've got to be fearless. You cannot give a fuck what people think about you, about what you're doing, because a lot of the folks who are, you know, in other places don't understand where this whole thing is going. And one day they're going to have to end up doing this. I feel late to the party already. And so, you know what I'm saying? And pretty soon,
I do too. Right. And
it's going to be like people coming out. They're like, oh, well, nobody coming out. Nobody cares anymore. But so do it. Get in now. The water is good. Get in.
Absolutely. And my husband is in a big I told you so on this, because he's been saying for years that this is like the future. This is the thing. But, you know, like I said, you and I both, we came from, you know, we both have done radio. I came from talk radio. I came from local news. You know, I come from this.
I used to do Tom Joyner, remember?
Yes, I used to listen to you on Tom. That's why I came up to you like a geek with David Wilson, because I used to listen to you. But it's like these experiences, I actually think are great preparation for this, because radio to me is the most equivalent to both cable and this, right? Yeah. Because talk radio, and what I used to love about talk radio, and shout out James T. Thomas, my mentor, James T., who I worked for, and I was his producer, and then I became his co-host, and he's just a huge and wonderful mentor to me. And the reality is, what I love the most about talk radio, and I think what you love the most about doing this, Don, is the interaction with the listeners. Because we used to take calls. Baby, I used to love to take a call, especially the crazy ones. Right. Like some people used to call us and we would just debate them back and forth, and it was just so interesting. But
you can do it now. Look at your screen. Do you see what's on your screen?
I can barely see it because my screen is small where I'm
looking. Well, the comments are right here. It's like, and you're right. This is it's like radio.
Yeah.
You have to, you're going to have to come up with things. People are like, oh, it's so easy when they come off of like, you know, traditional TV or whatever. They'll say, it's so easy. I used to do TV live 2 to 3 hours a day. I'm like, it's not that easy.
It's not the same.
It's not the same. Mm-hmm. You don't have 3 producers to do and hair and makeup and someone putting on your light. Right. And you walk into a studio that's already lit with camera equipment and production people. You know what I'm saying? It's not that easy.
Well, one thing I'm going to say, Don, and I'm just going to say there's a difference between the men's and the women. Baby, I'm going to have hair and makeup on, though. I'm not going to add hair because I took off my hair, but baby, we going to be made up. You know what I mean?
Sure.
I'm on my day off today. That's why
nothing. There's nothing. No,
and we
makeup.
Friends. So I'm like, we cool like that, but I'm going to have to probably get some hair and makeup.
Well, you look good. Don't overthink it. But I love you. You're going to be great. And congratulations. I'm sorry it had to happen this way. And, you know, I can relate. But you're good. You're going to be good, my friend.
Thank you, my friend. I appreciate you. And look, you and I think you feel the same way, because I feel like what you did at CNN paved the way for me. There haven't been too many Black folks who've been able to do it. We now do have, 2 sisters that are doing it at CNN. Abby Huntsman, my soror, is doing it as well. And so, but it's new, right? I remember the first time I met Gwen Ifill in 2015. I was in Selma covering the 50th anniversary of Bloody Sunday, and I saw her across the street. And just like how, I love Bryant Gumbel too. I can just picture you were in New Orleans and I was in Denver, and we were both at home watching the same Today Show episodes, right. And at the same time, I just didn't know we would ever be friends. But, Gwen Ifill was the only Black woman. She was one of only 2 Black women. Carol Simpson and Gwen Ifill were the only Black woman I really ever saw. And the only other person of color was Connie Chung. So I loved all 3 of them. And I remember Gwen Ifill was the one who looked the most like me. You just didn't really see a brown skinned Black woman with short hair. I was like, this woman is like me. And so when I saw her in person for the first time in 2015, when I tell you I ran across the street without seeing if a car was coming, I could have got licked down by a car, but I ran to Gwen Ifill with my arms open like, Gwen Ifill, oh my God, I'm such a fan. And she could have been like, get away from me, crazy ass, get away. But instead, she opened her arms, she wrapped me up in a big hug. She recognized me from having been a frequent guest on Melissa Harris Perry's show. So she knew I wasn't a stalker. And she gave me a hug and she gave me so many words of encouragement. She was so kind. She was so encouraging. And she was exactly what you would want Gwen Ifill to be. She was really an idol to me. Love her so much. And of course, her cousin, Sherilyn, is equally amazing. And it's like, that's the kind of affirmation that you get that tells you you're doing the right thing, that you're in this business for a reason. And I definitely feel like God put me on this earth to do this, to try to make it make sense for people, this horrible, complicated mess that is our country. And I think, and God put you on this earth for that reason too, Don. And so we got to do what God has instructed us to do.
Look, I borrow from folks, you know, so I borrowed from Bryant Gumbel, you know, I call it borrowing. I borrowed from Wendy Williams. Like, you know, Wendy would sit there and just like sit in her windiness and whatever. You can like
I love her. Yeah.
She's very talented. She's a very talented, and
one of the best to ever do it.
Because she was on radio.
Yes.
It was really good. And people don't give her credit because they think, oh, she was a gossip, whatever. And a lot of folks don't like her because she gossiped about them, but just her talent to be able to do what she did. I recognize that. You know, I stole Hot Topics from her. She stole it from borrowed. She borrowed it from Barbara Walters. Who else did? And then I remember Gwen Ifill. I went to, I think it was my first NABJ convention back in the day. And I had this little tape. And I went there to, you know, when you go into the job fair, right?
Yep.
And they review your tape. And she looked at me, she goes, oh my God, you're so good. She goes, how did you learn to read the teleprompter like that? And I was like, Gwen Ifill? She was gassing me up, but she made me feel good like I could do it.
Yeah.
And just the little things, amazing. We have so many people. Remember, we stand on the shoulders of people like her and our ancestors who've been here.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Max Robinson and the Bryant Gumbels of the world and the Gwen Ifills of the world.
Yes.
And let's not forget about Sue Simmons. I love
Sue Simmons.
I borrowed Live at 5 from Sue Simmons, by the way. You see what's on the screen, Live at 5. That was from Sue Simmons.
Sue Simmons, baby. And she did. Look, I love her. She's the most fearless DGAF sister in the media business ever. I love her.
Yeah.
Love her.
I love you too. Okay, so catch
you.
Joy.
It's a love fest.
JoyAnnReid.com, Substack, and then also her social media. And then make sure you stay tuned. She will be doing something in the digital space, streaming, whether it's YouTube or whatever it is that you're planning.
It's going to be YouTube. I can give you that little tea that it will be on YouTube because I want people to be able to watch the Don Lemon Show and then watch me. But we're going to make sure we stagger it because we don't want people to have to choose. So, you know, I'm going to avoid the times when you on. We're going to make sure that we stagger.
Yes, do what you do. Establish a relationship with your audience. At first, I was doing 3 episodes a week, canned interviews. And then I said, I want to talk to people. I'm going to do a show in my living room and I'm going to grow my community. And you will do it. It's different than TV, but you'll see.
Amen. I'm excited about it. I actually am really excited about it. And like I said, I'm keeping one hand out on my team. So if anybody is looking for great producers out there, if you know folks that are hiring, I'm sure they're probably hiring internally too. They'll all be fine. But yeah, I just miss my people. But other than that, I'm very excited about the future.
You can turn the world on with a smile. Who can turn the world on with a smile? Who can take a nothing day? Suddenly make it all seem worthwhile. And you should know. And then at the end, you're gonna make it after all. I love you.
We aged ourselves. The young people are like, what's that?
Just call me Ted Baxter. Okay.
Auntie and Uncle. Uncle Don and Auntie Joy.
Bye, Joy. I love you.
Love you. Thank you, Don.
Thank you. We'll see you soon.
Bye-bye.
The great Joy Reid joining us on the Don Lemon Show, live at 5 on the Lemon Nation. I told you we would get Joy on. How amazing was that? How amazing was that? So, wow. Yeah. Thank you so much for watching today. And let me just shout out some people. I appreciate you all joining us. I love all the engagement that we've had. Make sure you find Joy. Let me shout out some new members. Velma BG, welcome to the Lemon Nation. Sherry Turner, welcome to the Lemon Nation. Waski, thank you so much for your support. And then all the other folks that I can't see because I'm watching the live feed and I don't see it on the YouTube. So I want to welcome all of the new members. We have so many new members today. Make sure you subscribe as well. The subscribe button is at the bottom of the screen right next to the Don Lemon Show logo. And thank you for all the folks who, let's see, America Cruz, who gifted 10 memberships because of her generosity. 10 people get to become members of the Lemon Nation. Thank you, Angel. And I said Bella BG as well. We appreciate your love and your support as usual. Okay, so we'll be back here. It feels like a Friday today for some reason. Am I wrong about that, people? Does it feel like a Friday? Yeah. Let's take some comments because we've been waiting. You guys have been waiting to talk to Joy Reid. Now, by the way, look, I'm not hating on anybody. I love the folks at MSNBC. Of course, I love people from CNN. That's my home. That's my home and the best in the business. But and we love the folks at MSNBC. We needed to clear the air for some people, and I needed to support my sister. That's it. So no hate, no nothing for anybody anywhere. But I just I felt like I needed to speak for her a little bit because, hey, that's what I do. Okay, so let's take some, I wish it was Friday, says Monique. Anything you guys want to talk about before I get out of here? Because I sort of have been ignoring you in your comments for a little bit. No, well, don't turn the TV off yet. So anyways, put up some comments so I can respond to them, guys, because they're going by so fast. I cannot do it.
I'm having the same issue, but
You're going by too fast.
Yeah, I don't want to click the wrong one.
It's hard. You can't capture it, right? Because they're moving so fast and it's so many people in there. Yeah, Joy is knowledgeable, says Miss B. She is knowledgeable. Truth hurts sometimes, says Shalama. Don, if you sleep last night, you need weekend naps. Yes, I did not sleep last night. Did we make you proud? Yes. So I told you guys, I didn't tell Joy this. On the 10 a.m. live, I said, don't embarrass me in front of company. We have Joy Reid here this evening. Do not embarrass me. And you guys did not. You did the memberships. You did the thing. You supported us in the chats, in the comments, and you showed her what it was like to build a community and what support that she can get. And you were all here for her. And I appreciate it. So we had Sunny Hostin yesterday, who was amazing. Let's see. Sunny was here yesterday. It was amazing. Let me see if Sunny said if we want to do anything. No. Sunny talked about education and politics. We're good. We played that this morning. I just want to make sure that I got everything I needed to. Donald Trump, I love the poorly educated. Oh, Lord. And then, I wanted to talk to Joy about this, which was Democrats thinking it's 1999. Nah, but we're good. Okay. This is before I'm gonna give you something to laugh at before we get out of here. For those of you who are not on the 10 a.m. call, this is a guy. This is someone who put it on the internet about what a MAGA Jesus would be like. Don't roll it right now. All right, everybody, pay attention. Gather around the TV or gather around the laptop or gather around the phone. This is something that you can take into your evening that I think is really, really funny and cute. I hope you see the humor in it. This is MAGA Jesus. Make you play it from the beginning.
Welcomes one of these little ones in my name. Might be letting in a murderer or a drug. Let's get her to a detention center. So we can figure out what's going on. I was hungry and you gave me something to eat. I was thirsty and you gave me something to drink. And behold, now I'm all lazy and entitled. You shouldn't have done that. Do unto others as you suspect they might want to do unto you. What is a man profited if he gain the whole world but lose his soul? A lot. He has profited a lot. One soul for the whole world, that is an amazing deal. Why do you look at the speck of dust in your brother's eye but ignore the plank in your own? Because of her emails. Yes. If a man strikes you on the right cheek, turn to him and shoot him. That is the law. If you want to be perfect, go. Sell all the possessions that you have and give the money to a solid mutual fund. By this, they will know that you are my disciples. That you say, Merry Christmas! Christ! Christmas! That's my name in there, and I put it in there because I wanted it in there so we can all celebrate Big Boy Jesus' birthday time! Okay? Okay.
I'm glad I could do that for you. The luxury brand or someone, I forget the whole name. Happy birthday to you. Okay. So guys, thank you for all the support today. Appreciate it. And then we're going to see you live tomorrow at 10 a.m. And now, depending on what level of membership you have, we are going to have a private stream for our members who are Lemon. I think it's Lemon Nation and
Lemon Heads and
Lemon Legends. They get to join. All right. So that is the 2 highest levels of our membership. Private stream. We're going to chat. We'll talk about the Joy interview, other stuff. So I love you guys. Thank you. For those who are not members, we're going to see you at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning live. And if you're on the TikTok, this is for our subscribers only. We're about to go over there. So there we go. So as I say on every stream, before I leave, you guys know, I want to see it in the chat before I leave. What do I say? What do I say to everyone? What do I say to everyone? Let's see who says it first. There we go. You guys are right. Who said it first? Oh, the chat is going so fast. Yes. All right, guys, turn the TV off. Thanks, everyone, for watching. Your support means the world to us. So make sure you hit the like button and you subscribe to our channel to make sure that you never, ever miss a video. We're live every day, 10 a.m. Eastern Time. We drop even more content at 2 p.m. Eastern and 5 p.m. Eastern. And if you want more Don Lemon Show content, we'd love for you to become a member of the Lemon community, where you will receive access to special community posts. You'll get exclusive content and members-only live shows. So head over to our channel page or click the join button on this video. Again, thank you for watching. We appreciate it. I'm sure you guys probably heard that. Look at that face. There's my Sonny. I only started with like the guest on the screen. Like I did it with DL yesterday, and I do it with you. Sonny, thanks for joining us. How are you?
I'm well. I'm always better when I'm with you. You know that. Yes,
thank you, Sonny. I feel the same way. And Sonny, I just tell you, your voice, I'm so proud of how your voice has grown over the last decade. From our adjoining or neighboring offices to now. Isn't it amazing how what life does, what it brings?
It's been a wild ride from the times when we would argue on set.
And then go have a drink afterwards.
And then go have a drink across the street.
What was the name of that place? Not the Coliseum. It was the Coliseum.
And was the Coliseum?
That was a Coliseum.
Yeah. Sometimes we go all over the place, but our offices were right across the street, right across the hall from each other, and everybody thought we hated each other, which made it more fun, actually.
No, because Sonny, look, I think that we agree on some things, and I think we
disagree on some things, like most friends.
Yeah, but it's a basic respect, and I mean, look, our core values are very similar. We just disagree sometimes on the process, right?
Right.
On the mechanics of how something works. But in the end, I think we both want the same thing.
I agree.
I don't know if you're used to this. We're used to people coming on this show and stating their view. So I don't know if you're. So everybody, welcome to Lemon Live at 5. Sonny Hostin of The View is joining us, a New York Times best-selling author. 5-time Emmy-winning legal journalist, and of course, a beloved co-host on The View, and one of my dearest and most loyal friends. I love her and her entire family. So, Sonny, let's talk about the newest news of the day. Okay, so I want to show you something that happened. The White House, those briefings are so frustrating.
I didn't check out the latest one, so I guess I'll see it for the first time with you.
Why aren't we? Make sure you click and become a member. Also, like and subscribe. It's up on your screen, right? The subscribe button is right below the Don Lemon Show logo, and click that thumbs up. Okay, like and subscribe. Okay, so listen, I get frustrated. Why aren't we in the briefing room?
That's a great question.
Nobody challenges them.
I'm pretty sure he does not want anybody from The View in the briefing room. That's pretty clear.
But you're a journalist. You can be allowed access.
I go to the White House Correspondents' dinners, and I am a legal journalist. I have my 5 Emmys to show it, and my DuPont Award, I might add. But I think that this is an unprecedented attack on the freedom of the press. The Fourth Estate is there for a reason. We've got 3 co-equal branches of government. You've got the executive branch, legislative branch, the judicial branch, and really the Fourth Estate is you've got the press. And most dictators and fascists and autocrats, they don't like it. And I think that's what we're seeing. It's
had
pretty simple. Yeah, it's pretty simple when you just step back and take a look at history, I know we're trying to erase history in this country right now, but when you just take a real hard look at history, the playbook was written way before Project 2025, and one of the plays is attack the press, control the press, have state sanctioned press, and then the people only know what you want them to know. And so when there are voices like mine and voices like yours, it makes someone like a President Trump extremely uncomfortable.
Yeah, it does. And so what gets me is that the press secretary just kind of runs all over people and goes to the next person. And I think many times they forget that they work for us. They work for the American people, not the other way around.
Absolutely. Not the other way around.
This was a plot twist to me today. Now, I don't know if I can bank on it, and I don't know if you'll bank on it, but it's certainly a plot twist to me. It gave me a little bit of hope. Maybe I'm naive. Here's Caroline Levitt. And listen to this question, because it's about pardoning Derek Chauvin.
Oh. Some prominent Trump supporters have been making the case that Derek Chauvin deserves a pardon. They argue that he did not receive a fair trial. Joe Biden and other Democrats actually implied that he was guilty while the trial was going on. BLM rioters had these jurors under immense threat and pressure. Mainstream media, frankly, many news outlets here today are complicit here. They chose to ignore the autopsy report. They chose to ignore the full body camera footage. They decided to slander Derek Chauvin as a racist cop instead. Does the administration believe Derek Chauvin received a fair trial, and will they consider a pardon moving forward?
The president has been asked and answered this question. He said it's not something he's considering at this time. Philip.
Now, Derek Chauvin is a police officer who's convicted of the killing of George Floyd. And so
you mean the murder that happened on tape that we all saw with our own eyes?
What are your thoughts on that? First, what a question. What a loaded question. And then that answer, she didn't say no. She said not at this time, but
not at this time. Well, let me put my legal hat on, since I've been a lawyer for over 30 years. There are two sentences that Chauvin is serving. One is a federal sentence and one is a state sentence.
Mm-hmm.
A president can only pardon a federal sentence. Mm-hmm. And so regardless of whether or not he's considering it now or may consider it in the future, he can only pardon, and he should not, of course, he can't pardon him on the federal charges. The state charges, he can't pardon him. And so Derek Chauvin will not see, in my view, the daylight and will not be outside for the rest of his life. And so it's almost a non-question, but what I think we need to look at is sort of what's going on behind the curtain. You're hearing all of this like really, interesting things, these diversionary tactics. Oh, why don't we pardon, a Derek Chauvin? This is a culture war that they're continuing to play so that we're not looking and being clear-eyed about what is really happening, which is veterans are losing their, every bit of services that they have. Seniors will likely follow and losing their services. The stock market is down. Unemployment is up. All of these things are happening. The billionaires are going to get tax breaks. The everyday person is not. We are going to be hurt. Our standing in the world is at an all-time low. The Supreme Court approval rating is at an all-time low. So while people want to talk about Derek Chauvin is not getting out of prison, at least not out of state prison ever. What we need to do is be very clear-eyed about what is happening now, as opposed to this ethereal stuff that is someone like Ben Shapiro, who's just a chaos agent. Let's be honest. I mean, what are his qualifications to be talking about anything? So I prefer not to speak about chaos agents, and I'd rather speak facts and truth to power.
Oh, wow. Okay. Because I was going to say, well, I'm going to play it. And you can say, Don, get the hell out of here. I don't want to do it. This is what Ben Shapiro said that sort of got this all moving. Here it is.
Sure.
They are issuing pardons, however. There is one person that President Trump should pardon from federal charges forthwith. It would be incredibly controversial, but I think that it's absolutely necessary. That person is Derek Chauvin. President Trump should, in fact, pardon Derek Chauvin. He should. He should pardon him his federal charges. If we are talking about reversing the evils of the last several years in American life, Obviously, COVID and its handling was a massive evil. Destroyed the economy, set us on a path to fiscal insanity, destroyed children, led to massive health-related cover-ups. Just horrifying all the way around. And President Trump has taken on a lot of those things. But when it came to BLM, the inciting event for the BLM riots that caused $2 billion in property damage in the United States and set America's race relations on their worst footing in my lifetime, was in fact the railroading of Derek Chauvin in the death of George Floyd. The evidence demonstrates that Derek Chauvin did not in fact commit murder of George Floyd. George Floyd was high on fentanyl. He had a significant pre-existing heart condition. George Floyd was saying he could not breathe before he was even out of the car. He was in the car saying he could not breathe. Derek Chauvin, for large segments of even the tape that was shown, had his knee on George Floyd's shoulder or back, not on his neck. The autopsy of George Floyd showed that he had no damage to his trachea, that probably George Floyd died of excited delirium. There were no accusations, even at trial, that Derek Chauvin had committed a hate crime against George Floyd or that he targeted George Floyd because of his race. Nonetheless, on the basis of extraordinarily scanty evidence, and despite the fact that there was massive pressure on the jury,
oh my gosh,
that the mayor of Minneapolis paid a settlement to the George Floyd family immediately, that the president of the United States suggested that Derek Chauvin was guilty right off the bat, that the jurors were being openly threatened and admitted as much. Despite all of that, Derek Chauvin was convicted.
Yeah, I have. I have just a couple of responses. And again, I hate to give this air just because I think he's a chaos agent that isn't qualified to say the things that he's saying. First, am I mistaken? Where did he get his law degree from?
Or
And
his
how many-
medical degree.
And how many cases has he tried?
Right.
Okay, so I think that's zero. I've been a practicing attorney for 30 years and a decorated attorney for over 30 years, having been a former federal prosecutor and receiving one of the highest awards that the Department of Justice gives out. And I got that from then acting Attorney General Janet Reno. So let's put expertise against expertise, right? So there's expertise here and there's no expertise there. The other thing that I will say in terms of what Ben Shapiro said, let's fact check him. It's all incorrect. A medical examiner who performed George Floyd's autopsy testified in the 2021 murder trial that law enforcement's restraint and the compression of George Floyd's neck was just more than he could take, given his heart's condition. That's a quote. The Hennepin County medical examiner, named Andrew Baker, ruled Floyd's death a homicide and listed the cause as, quote, cardiopulmonary arrest complicating law enforcement subdual, restraint, and neck compression, end quote. He also said that Floyd died due to loss or deprivation of oxygen caused by the neck restraint placed on him by the police. And then finally, he concluded, this is a medical professional, that Mr. Floyd's use of fentanyl did not cause the subdual or neck restraint. His heart disease did not cause the subdual or the neck restraint. This is testimony that was put into the record. So, with that being said, this excited delirium argument that we hear many times from the right, that we hear many times from conservatives, so-called conservatives like Ben Shapiro, has its basis in white supremacy. Oftentimes in the 1700s, 1800s, and even well into the 60s, anyone that studies history knows that Black men in particular were thought to have superhuman strength, excited delirium, if they took things like marijuana, which of course medically is a depressant, doesn't provide you superhuman power. So the notion of excited delirium has been tossed out in courts across the country, both state and federal courts. And so that is just not factual. And so at his very basis is misinformation, disinformation, and that is why someone like a Ben Shapiro, I generally don't bother rebutting but for you, my friend,
You
because I do believe that disinformation and a lack of knowledge of history, especially when it comes to legal history, um, uh, uh, is important to note.
Yeah. Sonny, thank you for doing that, because I know some things, you're like me. It's not worth talking about. And I don't want to insult people's intelligence by bringing it up, but I think it's important to know where it came from. Now, let me just say this. Look, thank you for joining and becoming a member.
Oh, can I
Welcome
say
to
one
all of
more
our new
thing?
members. Yeah, go on. We're not going to change the subject.
The federal charges that Chauvin has been sentenced to, and that time that he's serving, the state time far exceeds the federal time. So even if this president decided to pardon him, which would be a huge misuse of the vast presidential pardon power, he would still spend the rest of his life in prison. And I think that's a very important fact that unfortunately Ben Shapiro leaves out because of, or at least left out of that clip from what I saw, leaves out because he is a chaos agent and unfortunately enjoys misleading people and giving that sort of misinformation.
Yeah. So here's the thing. He only got there. I believe, and others believe, that he got there because he spoke out against the Tate brothers coming back to the United States, which was completely against the MAGA folks and what they wanted, because they love Andrew Tate. They love his brother, Tristan Tate. And so
weren't they accused of, weren't they charged and accused of
trafficking
and rape?
Yeah. So when they came,
I'm not sure about that. I don't want to get sued, but wasn't something about trafficking and sexual assault or rape?
Yeah. So
Okay.
I think that, and then he realized what he did, so he had to come up with something. And I think he came up with this. He pulled this out of the, you know what, because, and my producer,
the chaos cap. Yes.
My producer, Peter, did the research. Peter, am I right about that? He was not down with the MAGA folks sort of praising and fawning over Andrew Tate, and he spoke out about it, and they came for him, right, Peter?
Correct. He faced an audience backlash after calling on conservatives to reject this budding embrace we're seeing by the MAGA movement of the Tate brothers. His audience was pissed off, and in response, a day or two later, he comes out with this.
Okay. Well, that makes sense.
That makes complete
Again, you know, distraction. There are books on it. I would suggest people read them. I'm trying to look at my bookshelf across from me without my glasses on because I'm too vain, so I can't see exactly what books I have. But there is an interesting book about chaos and distraction and how it's used in dictatorships and autocratic governments to take our eyes off of what is really happening in front of us.
Yeah. Well, I believe, that was what the show was about this morning. Is it my live feed at 10 o'clock? The live show was about the distraction. These are distraction tactics. That's why he's going on doing all of these shows. He's going on to Laura Ingraham. He's going on to Maria Bartiromo. He's going to Sean Hannity.
Not The View, though.
Yeah, right. Exactly. That's the point. And then going on to the conservative person, I believe, on CNBC or Fox Business. But he's doing that because he's trying to change the narrative because he has such bad headlines. And so he's also throwing out all of these things that really don't affect people's lives in a way that they voted for him for. As you mentioned, they want the price of eggs to come down. They want the stock market to soar. They want their 401ks to get better. And he is not doing any of that. So he's a chaos agent that just distracts by throwing all of this shit out there to and his base. They eat it up, but they're going to be the ones that's most affected by it.
I think that's what's so disturbing. Look at both of us. We voted against our self-interest. If we're being honest, if we want to be honest,
Talking about taxes,
my taxes would have gone down.
Same.
But I didn't vote for my taxes to go down. I voted for the collective because I don't want to see my neighbor. I don't want to see my neighbor hurt. I don't want to see my aunt, a former teacher who lives on Social Security, $1,000 a month. Without my help, what does $1,000 a month do for a lifelong teacher living in New York City? Not much, right? So when I look at these kinds of the discussions that we're having, you know, people like us who try to warn everyone, this is Project 2025. We're going to be okay. You are not. I am voting against my own self-interest. I'm voting for the collective. I'm voting for Social Security. I'm voting for Medicaid. I'm voting for Medicare, things that I won't need. I'm voting for health care. I'm voting for education, public education. I sent my kids to private school, but I'm voting and paying taxes for public education. I don't want vouchers because all that vouchers do is rich people are going to take those vouchers and put their kids in private school and use their vouchers for that. I'm voting for trans right. I'm not trans. I'm voting for people. I'm voting for LGBTQ plus rights. I'm not gay, but I want my loved ones to be able to love who they love and marry who they love. I am voting for everyone else. And what people seem to have, I'm voting for veterans. I didn't serve. I have family members that served, but I voted for veterans because I want them to get the services that they deserve for defending our liberties. What is happening? You have a co-president who is an unelected, uh, uh, uncertified cabinet member, basically, Elon Musk running an agency, an agency that is not a congressionally appointed agency, taking not a scalpel but a hammer to our federal government and piece by piece and bit by bit dismantling all the things that we have worked for. We're talking about Social Security. That this is from LBJ. This is from Johnson. We're talking about, you know, the Voting Rights Act of 65. We're talking about civil rights from 64. This goes way, way back. This is very, very deep. This is the privatization of government. And when you look at history, because if you don't know the past becomes prologue. I'm telling your viewers, and you and I, Don, we've had this conversation. When you don't understand history, your past is going to become prologue. The privatization of government never works. You know who has millions and millions and millions and now billions of dollars of government contracts? Elon Musk does. Elon Musk has that. So our government is paying the billionaires, and the billionaires, the trickle-down theory does not work. The billionaires are not going to start employing other people. They're going to put more money into their pockets, more money into their businesses. That's the grift here. That is the grift. And so why do they want to gut education? Because a less educated America is a permanent working underclass. You can pay those people a lot less. You can make a lot more that way.
And control them.
And you can control them. And that's why when you look at the stats, and I got some flack for saying college educated people voted in vast numbers for Democrats, whereas non-college educated people voted for Republicans. Well, we're seeing that come to pass, right? Those that are non-college educated are parts, it's the reason why Trump said, I like the highly uneducated. I'm loosely quoting that, but he wants
the poorly educated.
I like the poorly educated because the more educated you are, the more critical thinking skills you may have. I'm not talking about self-educated people who read. I'm just talking about people that our public school system is failing them. Those are the people that are going to be harmed the most. Most. If Democrats were really, really smart, they would really figure out a way to provide free college education for everyone. That's what Joe Biden was trying to do. That's why he wanted to get rid of that student debt, because the more educated your country is, the more you understand what is at stake in terms of your vote.
Well,
that's the bottom line.
Look at the countries that really place a premium on education. They don't make it harder. They don't put hurdles for people to get education. They get education free or whatever that are subsidized. They have free healthcare, universal healthcare.
Absolutely.
And they are among they don't work their butts off so they can.
Top 10 in happiness. Top 10 in the world.
Go off, Sonny.
Top 10 in the world. Autocrats, dictators do not like the educated.
Yeah.
I would say What is the most, I've been asked this often on The View, I've been asked this off of The View. What are you most concerned about? I'm most concerned about our failing education system, the fact that we don't pay our teachers enough, the fact that we're erasing our history, and the fact that people now will not know any better than to vote for these lies, because they are lies. You can't discern the lies if you don't know how to work the computer, if you don't know how to do your research, if you don't know your history. That is just the truth. Look at me. I am a proud recipient of an educational opportunity program grant. That's how I went to college. Yes. Did I get skipped a grade? Yes. Did I start high school at 12? Yes. Did I start college at 16? Yes. Was I the top of my class? Yes, I was. But guess what? I grew up in the Bronx projects with no money. I had no money to go to college. You know who stepped in? The federal government. And I am sitting here today educating other people because I was educated because the federal government paid my way. Law school, same thing. Couldn't go. Federal government paid my way. And the smarter you are, the more outspoken you are, the more education you have, the better you can speak truth to power. And that's what I choose to do every single day. And do I get my death threats? Yes, I do. Keep them freaking coming, because I'm going to tell the truth. I'm trying to save this country.
Yeah, same
and
here.
I'm not going anywhere. So stop sending me letters about how I need to go back to Africa and how I need to go to Puerto Rico. By the way, Puerto Rico is part of the United States. Stop telling me to get out of here, because I'm here to stay.
If you don't like it, get out. Well, there are things that they don't like about I'm talking about the MAGA, and they don't get out. But Sonny, I got to ask you something, because according to what I hear and what I read about you and me, especially you, well, I'm not going to speak for myself, but you're a DEI hire.
Yes, I am. Apparently I am. And you know what? One thing I want to say about DEI, which is diversity, equity, and inclusion, I believe in diversity. I believe in equity. I believe in inclusion. And if you don't believe in diversity, and you don't believe that people should be treated the same, equally, equity, and if you don't believe that people should be included, I question you. I don't question me. I don't question my qualifications.
Yeah.
What diversity, equity, inclusion means is that it gives people opportunity where opportunity didn't exist.
Right.
Not people with less qualifications. Oftentimes, it's people with more qualifications.
Yeah.
One of the programs that the Trump administration has decided to get rid of is the honors program at the Department of Justice. I can tell you, I was an honors program person at the Department of Justice. I got into the Department of Justice working at the Antitrust Division, which is actually the highest level at the Department of Justice. It was a full meritocracy. Isn't that what we want?
Yeah.
We want a meritocracy. Race blind. I got in. So, hello. Did my diversity help me? I don't think so. Was it equitable? Yeah, it was. Was it inclusive? Not so much. I was one of the only people that looked like that, that looked the way that I looked, but I had the grades and the experience to get in. That program, for some reason, is now gone. That program is now gone. And when you look at Trump's cabinet, I want to know, why is Pete Hegseth more qualified than his predecessor? Why is Trump more qualified than, let's say, a Kamala Harris or a Barack Obama? Why is Marco Rubio, who they say is so qualified, why is he more qualified than Hillary Clinton as Secretary of State? What I'm seeing is a vast amount of mediocrity. Do we want mediocrity running our country? I don't, because when mediocrity runs the country, veterans lose their benefits. I think we can all agree on one thing.
Right.
You fight for this country like my family has since the beginning of time, you deserve to be taken care of the way you took care of us, the way you took care of our liberties. That's going to be taken away.
Amen, sister. Amen, sister. Let me ask you this, then, since you're talking about that, because you were on The View and with Chuck Schumer, and I just want to play
that little interview.
Yeah, I want to play some of it, because look, you, Sonny, you're a pro. You know how to do an interview and smile and ask the right questions, right? and get answers out of people, even people you disagree with. You disagree with Senator Schumer, and here's part of the conversation. Here it is.
Pritzker's chief of staff, Ann Caprara, has said the following: the fight going on in the Democratic Party right now is not between hard left, right, and moderate. It's between those who want to fight and those who want to cave. And it gives me no pleasure to say this to you because we are friends, but I think you caved. I think you and 9 other Democrats caved. I don't think you showed the fight that this party needs right now because you're playing with by a rule book where the other party has thrown that rule book away.
True.
And so in my view, what you did really was, in supporting that GOP partisan bill that Democrats had no input in, you cleared the way for Donald Trump and Elon Musk to gut Social Security, to gut Medicare, to gut Medicaid. Why did you lead Democratic senators to play by that book that the Republicans are not playing by?
Okay, first, I'd say, Sonny, no one wants to fight more than me, and no one fights more than me. You got to fight smart. It is not true. That bill had far less it was bad. I hated it. But it does far less damage to Social Security. Medicare, Medicaid are far more susceptible to being eliminated, which is what that horrible Musk. Can you imagine this guy Musk, a billionaire, saying $1,100 for a senior citizen is not necessary,
but aren't
or
there
a Ponzi
cuts
scheme?
in that bill?
There are many fewer cuts in that bill than that would be in a shutdown.
But they
it was
still
a bad
exist.
choice. So we got to. Yes, they exist. But
You
if
have
you
to
have
work with
two,
the cards
if
you
you
have.
have 2 choices, one bad, the other devastating. One
Okay.
chops off one of your fingers, the other chops off your arm.
Okay,
So
stop.
I want to
Okay,
fight.
so here we go. So look, 2 things there. You still disagree with him, but see how you guys did that? And the reason I'm asking you this because
Well, he's wrong.
I know where I'm going. So tell me what you think. I admire how you disagreed with him. You stood up to him. That's what they should be doing in the briefing room every day and whenever they get into a room with Donald Trump. But also, you disagree. Why?
Listen, I try to do my research. I speak to sources in the House and sources in the Senate. And I think Nancy Pelosi said it really well. You don't negotiate and get nothing on the other side. And that's what Chuck Schumer did. He caved. And yes, the partisan bill that and when I say partisan, I say that because they refused any Democratic input. The partisan bill is bad. It cuts Social Security, it cuts Medicare, it cuts Medicaid, it cuts veterans benefits. All the things the Democrats stand for, it cuts. Education, it cuts. Healthcare, cuts. His position is, well, but if there's a shutdown, they get to choose what's being cut, and it's going to be so much worse. The Republican Party run the House, they run the Senate, they run the executive office. Some would argue they run the judicial branch. And so they're going to do it anyway. What Democrats want, what Americans want, what working people want is they want to know that someone is willing to fight for them. Someone is willing to get in the fight. So this was not a vote about whether or not you would vote for the GOP partisan bill. This was a vote about whether or not you were willing to fight and take that fight to the American people and let the Republicans be responsible for the government shutdown. They would have been responsible for it. But what Chuck Schumer did was he played by an old playbook that doesn't exist. This is not the Republican Party of John McCain. This is not the Republican Party of Mitt Romney. This is not the Republican Party of the Bushes. This is the Trumplican Party. This is the Tea Party on steroids. This is something that we have never seen before. And so when someone throws out the playbook, then you don't play by those rules. You make your own rules. You fight your own fight. We sent those people to Congress to fight. And I think that he caved. And I maintain that. And again, you looked at someone like Leader Jeffries. I will, in full disclosure, I went to college with Hakeem Jeffries. He is a friend. We're texting buddies. I know his wife. He married his college sweetheart. He got his group in line. Only one person in the House did not vote against that bill. Why couldn't Schumer do the same? Why couldn't he do the same? I do question his leadership, and it gives me no pleasure to do so, because when I gave the commencement speech at my alma mater, he was sitting right next to me. And we had a long and wonderful talk. And we talked after that interview. And I know that he's unhappy. And I know he's received terrible press. And I know his leadership is being questioned. But a leader does not cave the way he did.
And you love him, but you still disagree with him. Like I have to disagree
I
with you.
more than disagree with him. I think that we are at DEFCON 3. I think this is a 5-alarm fire.
I think we're at DEFCON 4.
The house is on fire.
Yeah.
And we are yelling fire because the house is on fire. And so for you to sit there and tell me, well, it would have been worse. We're already there. And so don't piss on my foot and tell me that it's raining. I don't like that. And I think that's what he did.
So I'm going to disagree a little bit with you. I like.
Of course you are, my friend.
I know. No. I think if we're at DEFCON 5, that's why I'll disagree with that. But I also think that Hakeem Jeffries is a great strategist. I don't believe he is the best messenger in these times. I think he should be maybe behind the scenes doing what Nancy Pelosi did and with Chuck Schumer. But I don't
disagree with that.
But he's not strong enough. We need someone.
I disagree with that.
And hold on. But why would he tell the Democrats that they needed to have some decorum and not push back and not stand up for folks like Al Green during that fake State of the Union? I didn't like that, Sonny. I think they all needed to support him.
Let me tell you, and I'm not going to speak on behalf of Minority Leader Jeffries. He can do that very well for himself. I've seen him do it. He stood up to me, and that's not always the easiest thing to do, as you know.
Like right now, me.
Leader Jeffries knows how to fight a fight. He knows how to get people in line. A lot of times people say Democrats get in line, don't get in line. Republicans get in line,
Democrats
but Democrats fall in love. Hakeem Jeffries knows how to make sure that Democrats get in line. He's not only a strategist.
He should be the strategist. I just don't think
he's not only a strategist. Have you ever heard him rap?
No.
Have you ever heard his bars?
Yes, I have.
This is a kid from Brooklyn. He knows, he has his finger on the pulse of the American people. I promise you that. I promise you that.
I get it, but I want him to, Sonny. I want him
Chuck
to
Schumer
say,
is much less of a leader than a Hakeem Jeffries.
To say, stand up with your brother, with Al Green. He's fighting for the people he came to Congress to serve. I may not do what he did, but his heart is in the right place. And the holding up of the sign saying, Donald Trump is bad. It's like
that was performative. But what I will say
but
this
he silenced
Hakeem,
them. He told them not to do stuff.
What I will say about Hakeem's leadership, which is much in line with what I have to do every day on The View. You can imagine when I am faced with some of the things that I am faced with on the show.
Yeah.
I'd like to say certain things in a certain way.
But you can't.
But there's a decorum that I must abide by because I am on network television. I'm a #1 talk show in the country, and I'm also a member of ABC News, and I'm also a lawyer and a journalist. So I may want to say things a certain way. Doesn't mean I'm not feeling it. Doesn't mean I can't lead. Doesn't mean I can't strategize. Hakeem is the leader of the minority party of the Democrats. He's damned if he does, and he's damned if he doesn't. Think about Barack Obama. Do you really think that Barack Obama, when Joe Wilson yelled, "You lie," do you think that he could have then yelled back at him and said, "You're the liar"? The story would have been the president of the United States fought with a member of Congress. Yeah. And that is the position that Hakeem Jeffries finds himself in. So you want to talk about Hakeem Jeffries. He is one of the strongest, most powerful leaders I have met in my lifetime. And I've met a lot of them because I don't know why, but I've had this incredible career and I've had that perch. He is the person that can lead us. But the Democrats have many leaders. We have Jasmine Crockett. We have Al Green.
They put her to the side. They put AOC to the side. Sonny, I want to table this because I just don't think he's the front man. I don't think he's the front man.
I think you're wrong, and I think you're going to see something different.
Yeah, but I agree with you that he knows how to do all of those things. But maybe we need a Jasmine Crockett. out front. I mean, too young. I mean, that type.
I
I don't
adore
think she's-
her. We speak as much as we can. Hakeem Jeffries, Leader Jeffries, knows how to take us, knows how to unify us and lead an opposition. And I'm using the term opposition intentionally. I'm tired of people talking about resistance. Resistance is very passive.
Right.
You're coming at me, I'm resisting you. Opposition is active. We need an active opposition party. Hakeem knows how to do that.
Okay, we'll see. I still don't agree with you though. Okay, so look. So this is me and Sonny. I mean, we do this all the time. Okay, Sonny, I'm buying the next glass of wine. Okay,
right,
you're wrong.
you owe me.
But that's what we'll do when we go out. Okay, you're wrong. You get that buy. Okay, I want a tequila. You're buying this one. Okay, so look, I just want to real quickly. Let's see. Where should I go? All right, let's go to, speaking of teaching people how to disagree and call people out on their BS. There is an art to it, okay?
Yes, there is.
Okay, and I think that when you're in that moment, you have to read the room and know who you're speaking to. I think that you were the way that you were with Senator Schumer is because you know what his heart is. You know what he's done before. You know his actions. You know all of that.
He's a sitting senator of the United States
Right.
Senate, and he's also the minority leader. That deserves respect. There's a hierarchy, and I think in our world and in our country, we fail to realize that you respect those that you disagree with.
Okay, and so this is why I'm playing this now. I'm glad you said that, because you didn't feel that way about this person, and I don't either. This is something where we will agree. Roll it. This is Sonny on The View.
Oh no.
Talking about Gavin Newsom. Here it is.
A poor strategy for Gavin Newsom. I actually did think that he was one of the leaders that would come out in terms of 2028. I remember watching his annual State of the Union address in California, and he criticized Republicans, and he promoted California as an antidote to the poisonous populism of the right. Now he has a Steve Bannon on the show who's saying, you know, you're going to get to populism. There's a long road. He gives zero pushback there. He gives zero pushback, as Sarah pointed out, to really what is a slur against Senator Warren, a sitting senator. He gives a platform and normalizes, in my view, an election denier and someone who is the person who is behind Project 2025. And I believe that, you know, if you are going to be a public servant, you better be unapologetically authentic, because voters can sniff out inauthenticity in a second. And I thought that was one of the most inauthentic things I have seen Gavin Newsom do.
Wow.
I'm terribly,
so you don't believe in the let them hang themselves theory?
No, I'm terribly disappointed. I think you meet energy with energy, and what he did was he showed his pretty white teeth and his cute face and did nothing other than that, and I think it's despicable.
Thank you, Sonny. Sonny, I'm not that far off of you.
I said all that.
Oh, I know, but first of all, I got to say you look amazing. Like you're already a gorgeous woman, but the lighting and the makeup and hair, you look amazing.
I
But
didn't wake up like this.
no, you look at you. Come on, you don't need it. You don't have the studio lighting now, and you look gorgeous. So, but I got to say, I agree with you. I thought you can interview those people. You interview people every day on The View you disagree with. But you tell people who they are and you hold them accountable for their own words and their own actions. And you don't sort of bend the knee or acquiesce or smile in their face like, when you know that they're terrible people.
It's not the job of a journalist, but Gavin Newsom is not a journalist. And we learned that very quickly, didn't we? He's a politician. It's clear that Gavin Newsom is going to run in 2028. At least it's clear to me. He's run out of time in terms of running for the governorship, and he's decided to sort of metamorphosize into this oddity that I don't recognize. I've known Gavin Newsom for a good 10 years or more. And what I will say is he's got such a great story. He's dyslexic. He's overcome incredible learning disabilities. He's always been a straight shooter with me. That's my personal experience. And I was floored at not the fact that he was willing to have the conversation, because
Right.
one thing you know about me, Don, is I'm willing to have the conversation. I had the conversation with Donald Trump Jr. when people
Yeah.
said you should never sit at the table with Donald Trump Jr. I had that conversation. I'd be willing to sit. At one point, I said, I'm not going to ever sit with Trump. I'd be willing to sit with Trump. He won't sit with me, but I'm willing to do that. But when you hear misinformation, when you hear disinformation, you must meet that energy and you must fact check in real time. It's one of the problems that I've had with some of the debates that we see. Not with my friend Lindsay Davis, because you're not going to do it on her watch.
Nope.
Lindsay Davis is going to make sure that she's going to meet facts with facts. And she's one of the most underrated journalists that we have of our time. So I was disappointed that this misinformation is just flying around when you're talking about someone who not only probably is behind Project 2025, probably co-authored it, but also someone who served time, was imprisoned for the shenanigans and the illegalities that he committed. So for me, to see Gavin Newsom smile with his pretty teeth and with his thick head of hair and just chuckle and give no pushback, by the way, that I know he's capable of, because I've had those private discussions with him back and forth. So I know that he knows how to do it.
Okay.
I don't know which constituency he's trying to reach, this mythical working middle class that he thinks that he's trying to reach, or this
You talking about
mythical
Gavin?
MAGA voter. Yeah, I don't
He's
know
trying
who
to reach. He's trying to
I don't know.
reach
He's trying
MAGA
to reach.
bros, the Joe Rogan crowd, the people who voted for Donald Trump because they watch podcasts.
Well, then he's
and the people
losing
that
his base.
the
He's
people who
losing his base.
yeah, and these sort of dinos. You know what a dino is, right? The
Yes,
Democrats in name
Democrat
only.
only in name only. He's losing his base because no Democratic candidate can win this without the black vote.
Yeah.
He lost me on that one.
Yeah, I like him. I texted him about it, and we went back and forth, and finally he had enough of me, and he said, "Look, call my press person."
I was gonna say I didn't even text him.
I texted
didn't even
him. I was
bother.
like, Gavin, I said, I love what you're doing. I just don't like the way you're doing it, and I think it's going to hurt him. I really
It is going to
do.
hurt him.
But
It
don't you
already
think?
has.
But don't you think if he does it now, if he pivots and said, you know what, I wanted to engage with people I disagree with, and maybe I went a little bit too far, and so now, and then you see him on his platform pivot,
That could work. I think the art of the pivot, which my friend Will Packer writes about really well in his new New York Times best-selling book, The Art of the Pivot. Yeah. Maybe it's time to pivot, because you've got to desperate measure, but desperate times require desperate measures. And I can't remember who said that. I think it's probably Grecian. It probably was Plato who probably said that. I'm not sure.
Look it up, Peter.
Look that up. It's Plato, but it goes way back, and it's probably
Nietzsche. I forget. Anyways, look.
It's Nietzsche. So, bottom line is, we are in desperate times, and I'm told on a daily basis. I love my co-hosts, but many of them are saying, you're sounding the alarm too soon. We just need to wait and sit back. No, it's not too soon. Look at what has been done in 100 days. I mean, if you listen to Governor Pritzker, I'm a fan of his. He explained that Germany did so much in under 300 days.
Yeah.
We're talking 100 days. Germany.
Not even. I think it was like 60 some days.
I think it was under 100 days. I don't have my facts in front of me, so I'm pulling from my brain, and I've been up since 5 a.m. But what I will say again is these are desperate times requiring desperate measures, and I'm very disappointed when I think we have these messengers and we have these griots and we have these leaders that are failing us.
Yeah.
And I refuse to be one of them. I'm not saying that I'm a leader. I'm a talk show host and a lawyer, and I'm a journalist. But these are desperate times. Please heed the warning.
I thought it was Nietzsche when I was like, but it's Hippocratus is
Yes, that's what
and
I
you're
thought.
right, it's
It
Greek.
was
It's
Greek.
Greek in origin. You're right. See how smart you are. Okay, so I agree with you on the Gavin Newsom, and I think that I think there are a lot of, and I'm just going to be honest, there are a lot of white guys who I think are kind of dinos who actually like it. They've told me, oh, I love what Gavin Newsom is doing. I'm like, I don't know, and so
Well,
I call it
then
like.
his political gamble is paying off.
Yeah, but maybe I think he's appealing to the sort of, hey, buddy, let's go golf, on Sunday crowd and the bros that are, you know what I'm talking about?
It's not the golf crowd, it's the bros.
It's the bros. Okay. All right,
I
Sonny.
hope he's not courting the billionaires because we know where that goes.
Okay, Sonny, I'm going to do two things I want to get to before we get out of here, okay? I just want to play this just to talk about how you think the media should push back. And then I have one more thing that I want to talk to you about that I think is really important. So this is Caroline Levitt talking about the Venezuelan deportations. And then I'm wondering why she is using part of this, what she's saying, and she thinks it's like an own or something they should be proud of. And nobody called her out and said, well, should you be proud of that? Because maybe that means that your guy is doing something actually worse than everybody else. Here it is.
Okay.
Mass deportation campaign would continue, but she asked about the flights specifically. Will those flights to El Salvador continue while this case is being appealed?
We don't have any flights planned specifically, but we will continue with the mass deportations. And I would just like to point out that the judge in this case is essentially trying to say that the president doesn't have the executive authority to deport foreign terrorists from our American soil. That is an egregious abuse of the bench. This judge does not have that authority. It is the opinion of this White House and of this administration, and that's why we're fighting this in court. And it's very, very clear that this is an activist judge who is trying to usurp the president's authority. Under the Alien Enemies Act, the president has this power, and that's why this deportation campaign has continued. And this judge, Judge Boasberg, is a Democrat activist. He was appointed by Barack Obama. His wife has donated more than $10,000 to Democrats, and he has consistently shown his disdain for this president and his policies, and it's unacceptable.
Right where I wanted to go about the idea that these people are all foreign terrorists, but Judge Boasberg was originally appointed by George W. Bush and then elevated by Barack Obama.
Watch this, Sonny.
Clear that up.
Well, let me just say something to that effect, Garrett. 67% of all of the injunctions in this century have come against which president? Donald J. Trump. Let me say that again. 60% of the injunctions by partisan activists in the judicial branch have come against President Donald Trump, and 92% of those have been from Democrat-appointed judges. This is a clear, concerted effort by leftists who don't like this president and are trying to impose or slow down his agenda.
Okay, so here's what I said. So 67% of injunctions, and then she said 60%, but maybe doesn't that mean like he's doing something that's absolutely wrong and he is not obeying the Constitution? And then Democrat, always it's to be Democratic judges, but go on.
Well, I guess I have a couple of responses. I'd like to know where she got her law degree from. I also would say that we've never had a president who was convicted of 34 criminal felonies. And so perhaps some of those injunctions came across litigation that he was part of, because he was also found civilly liable for sexual abuse. So perhaps some of those injunctions were there, and perhaps some of the injunctions are also, as you intimate, are part of some of the things that he is doing that are unconstitutional. Now, to answer your question that I think you're asking about immigration. And
well, no, it's not about immigration. I was just wondering, considering that is not what she said, should not be something like if you said that, I would not use that as a response or an excuse to something to justify what I'm doing, because that points out to me that you're doing something wrong. And the other thing is like, why aren't the reporters like, whoa, and why don't they understand that? What is going on?
Well, I think that, again, this is that distraction method that you can read about. But the question really is about immigration. The question is about power. The question really is about whether or not there are three separate co-equal branches of government. It's unfortunate that many of our public schools have stopped teaching civics. So you have the executive branch, which the President of the United States is the head of, and then you have the legislative branch, which, you have the House and the Senate, and then, of course, you have the judicial branch. And when you're talking about immigration and who has the right to send someone out of this country, especially, let's say, someone who holds a green card or a U.S. citizen, that would be the purview of the judicial branch. So that would be an immigration judge, unless we are in wartime. And so, yes, she is correct when she cites this Alien Act from the 1800s. That hasn't been used for a long time. And the last time that it was used, as far as I can recall, I mean, I did graduate from law school in 1994, so it's been a long time since I've studied the Alien Act. But as I recall, we used that act during wartime, during World War II, to intern Japanese Americans, citizens, and that remains a stain on this country. So the fact that the president would attempt to invoke that act, the Alien Act, to without due process in front of an immigration judge, because that is the process that should be used, to then defy a judicial order and send people that are here in the United States. And by the way, once you reach the United States, you too are protected by the U.S. Constitution, whether or not you have a visa, a green card, or are undocumented. The Constitution still applies to you because you are on U.S. soil. You cannot defy a judicial order. And so the real question is not whether or not this press secretary, the youngest one in history who does not have a law degree, is saying 67 or 60. The real question is, does the executive branch have the right to disregard a federal judicial order? They do not. And what I would like people to start thinking about, Don, is the fact that for a long time, the Supreme Court, and I hate to become a legal nerd here, but the Supreme Court has the lowest approval rating that it's had for a long time. So we finally heard from the Chief Justice, who said, you can't just impeach, you just can't impeach federal judges. That's not the way to do it. What we need to be listening more to is what he did not say. What he did not say is you cannot thwart a judicial order, a federal judicial order. That judge told the executive branch, turn the plane around. This is not your jurisdiction. This is the jurisdiction of the judicial branch. Bring them back. The Trump administration refused to do so. Second point, there was a woman, a doctor, who specializes in kidney transplants. She was on a plane being deported. We're not sure why. Apparently because she attended a funeral in her home country. And before the plane left, the judge ordered that the plane remain on the tarmac, that the plane not leave. Our Homeland Security head said, we don't care what the what the orders are. We're going to do it anyway. That plane took off after a federal judge ordered otherwise. I'll tell you what would have happened to me, Don, when I was a federal prosecutor. If the judge told me, put your cup of tea down, and I decided to not only not put it down, but yum yum, let me take a sip, I'd be sitting in contempt in jail looking for my husband to bail me out. That's how it works. You're found in contempt of court. And so what I'm looking to is whether or not these cabinet members, these Homeland Security folks are going to be held in contempt by this federal judge. Look at what Justice Roberts didn't do. He didn't say the executive branch must heed a federal judicial order. And you know why he didn't do that? Because that is the true constitutional crisis. Because you know what? And I'll take you out for a drink on this one. Donald Trump and his administration is going to do whatever they want to do. They are not going to heed a federal judge's order. And that is the true constitutional crisis that we will be confronted with. And Justice Roberts is the Chief Justice who wrote the opinion giving President Trump full, basically, in my opinion, blanket criminal immunity to do exactly what he is doing. And so when he says, I'm not turning the plane around, I'm letting the plane go, and Justice Roberts is not saying you can't do that, that is telling me that when it gets to the Supreme Court, which it will, the Supreme Court is going to tell the Trump administration, go on with your bad self. Do what you want to do. You hear that from me. That's what I believe. I hope I'm wrong.
And
I don't think I am.
You think Roberts just felt that he had to say that it was performative in nature and sort of a CYA?
It's a CYA. He knows that the court is under attack. He knows that the approval rating of the Supreme Court is in the toilet. And he knows that that's what is going to happen because he gave this president immunity from criminal prosecution. So if this president's administration does not follow a federal or a judicial order, you can't send him back with his cup of tea into the courtroom. And that's what leads to chaos, autocracy, a dictatorship, authoritarianism, fascism. And that's why I say I'm yelling fire because the house is on fire.
Well, let me ask you this just real quickly, because I want to do, if you have time for one more thing, but just quickly, we're in a constitutional crisis now, don't you believe? Or no?
Yes.
Okay, good.
We are in it right now.
All right, one more thing. This is you, and I want to know what you think about this, because you and I have talked about this as friends, and this is you on The View interviewing someone I interviewed recently. Here it is.
Wendy, this is Sunny.
But excuse me, I must admit to you that when I got from Connecticut to New York, it was my birthday, July 18th. And yes, I celebrated. You know what I'm saying? But no more alcohol. Thank you.
All right. Yeah. Well, Wendy, this is Sunny again. Wendy watchers need to know, where is that famous purple chair? Where is it?
Okay, it's in storage. And the Guardian, by the way, the last time I wanted to go to storage, she told me, no, I won't be going to storage. So, yeah, all of my clothing, all of my sneakers, all of my handbags, everything in storage. And yes, the fabulous purple chair, it's in storage, but when it comes out of storage, I'm keeping it with me for my life. It'll definitely be in my new apartment.
Thank you for that. Look, I want to know from you, by the way, there's more than one purple. They changed the purple chair. There are a couple.
I know.
And if you've been on the show, you would see there's one in storage. There was one on the shelf that they stored. There's a couple of purple chairs. But what do you think? Bree, Wendy, what? Sound okay to you?
We both know Wendy well. I was her legal eagle when she was on the radio. And I kept in touch with her. I've gone to her birthday parties, yada, 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 yada. I think that she definitely had an addiction problem. And once an addict, always an addict. It's one day at a time. I've had many addicts in my family. But I do not think that the conditions within which she is being kept are appropriate. I think that having her locked up without a phone, without a computer, without access to the outside freely is inappropriate for her state. She didn't sound that different from the Wendy that I worked with 20 years ago. I will also say this, once an addict, always an addict. So alcohol was a problem for her. Maybe there were some other drugs of choice. She has a son who she adores. Does she need supervision? Perhaps. So do you want to get her a sober coach? Fine. Do you want to get her a financial advisor? We can all use one. I have one. I'm sure you have one as well. But does she need to be locked up in a place that restricts her freedom to this level? I don't think so. But what I can also tell you that my legal research tells me is that between 98 and 99% of these conservatorships or guardianships and whatever you want to call them generally remain.
Yeah.
I do not think that would be appropriate for our friend at this time. I think let's have her. I think the judge on March 4th agreed at the guardian's request that she would be reevaluated with a much more robust evaluation. Let's see what that evaluation shows. And I think she needs to be in a much less restrictive guardianship.
Say less. I have nothing. I can't disagree with you. We feel the same way about
Do we
this.
finally agree on something?
No, Sonny, we agreed on everything. It's funny, as you were speaking, and I was like, Sonny, it sounds like me. I mean, tell them, Lemonheads, you guys have been Lemonation. You were saying the same thing that I say every single day on this show. And I think that people are afraid to say it because they can't, but in independent media, and you're right, you have to be, you have to read the room. You have to be cognizant and aware of where you are and if you're in the appropriate setting to be able to say things. And I think I have more leeway, and you do as you're appearing on independent media to state your case and to say certain things that you can't. A little bit, yeah, that you can't when you're up there. But I always,
a lot of other things I'd love to say.
I know, but I appreciate you coming on. And can you please tell them how important it is to support independent media?
It's so important. It's so important. I mean, we're seeing again an attack on our media, an attack on the fourth estate, and I just love your bravery, Don. I love your courage. I always have, even though I fought you every step of the way. You truly speak what you believe, and there are far too few of us willing to do it because we know that with that bravery and courage can come great pain and sacrifice.
It's a risk.
And it's very risky. And I applaud you.
Thank you,
my friend.
Thank you, Sonny Hostin. Say hi to Manny. Say hi to Gabriel. Say hi to Paloma.
I will.
And Mom.
I will.
Everyone.
And people, don't believe everything you read about me and my family.
Sonny, oh my God.
Talk about that another time.
Talk about that another time, about you and your family and about everything. And look, they have to remember
Don't believe everything you read.
Everything you read. The people who write about us are, they're coming from that Murdoch conservative media.
But
they write.
You'll hear from us soon.
Oh yes, they write the first draft, and everybody just sort of goes along with what they say, right? They just they copy and paste. But yes, don't believe everything you read, especially about Sonny and her family. They're an amazing family.
Actually, don't believe anything you read about my family.
I love you.
Love you too.
Talk to you soon, my friend. Bye. That is the Sonny Hostin, my friend. Amazing, right? Did you guys love that, Lemon Nation? I'm sure you loved it. You better love it. She speaks truth to power all the time, and she's brave too, and smart and unapologetic, and so I love that. So, and as she said, thank you all for supporting independent media. Make sure you like and subscribe. Hit that subscribe button. It's right there. See the Don Lemon Show? It's right there. The subscriptions are free. Our membership link is at the top of the chat. You can become a member. It is reasonable, more reasonable, I believe, than most of the platforms here. And you too can become part of the Lemonation. You get your comments highlighted here. Excellent show, Don. You appreciate it. I love Lemonation. Thank you, Peace for Lisa. And I want to welcome all of our new members. You saw we set up there. I wanted to make sure because I didn't want as much disruption. So I didn't say a lot about, supporting us and subscribing and all that stuff. But great episode, 2 days in a row, says Mari. Oh, and I forgot, it's our 1 year anniversary. Sonny was on to help us with that. Belinda Hester, yes. So welcome to all the new members. Thank you, everyone, for your support. Thank you, Linda Furker, for being a part of the Elimination. Okay, so, and thanks, Sonny. Appreciate it. Make sure you watch Sonny on The View. Follow her on social media. And again, click join to become a member of the Elimination. So tomorrow, who knows what tomorrow is going to bring? Who knows? Who knows who the special guest is going to be tomorrow? Maybe we'll do all hot topics as they do on The View and as Wendy used to do as well, where we just talk to you guys, okay? So as I say to you every single time when I get ready to log off, we'll see you at 10 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow live, and then again at 5 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. So turn the TV off. Thanks, everyone, for watching. Your support means the world to us. So make sure you hit the like button and you subscribe to our channel to make sure that you never, ever miss a video. We're live every day, 10 a.m. Eastern time. We drop even more content at 2 p.m. Eastern and 5 p.m. Eastern. And if you want more Don Lemon Show content, we'd love for you to become a member of the Lemon community, where you will receive access to special community posts. You'll get exclusive content and members-only live shows. So head over to our channel page or click the join button on this video. Again, thank you for watching. We appreciate you guys ready. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Don Lemon Show. I'm so glad that you are here. As you said, you see, this is Hot Topics, and how interesting that we're doing this on Hot Topics here in New York. Hot Topics. Wendy ran in New York at 10 a.m. She did Hot Topics. She's now the hot topic on this show. The reason I called this Hot Topics is because of Wendy was the Hot Topics person, and she was no longer doing it. And when I spoke to Sherry, who has Wendy's time slot now, Sherry said, I'm not doing Hot Topics, Don, go for it. So Wendy is our Hot Topics this morning. Okay. And yeah. So I want to talk about this interview that we did with Wendy. Okay. And I just want to sort of give you a behind the scenes. I don't really want to say too much, but I want to give you a behind the scenes of why someone reached out to me. So let me give you the story. So Wendy's niece, backstory. There's a lot going on here. I'd been in touch with Wendy's niece and Wendy's sister the entire time because Wendy used to call me and talk to me randomly, and then it all stopped. And I would try to call her old numbers, nothing, the numbers changed. And so she stopped responding. And so her sister and her niece, who is a news reporter in Florida, reached out to me. And then so we started communicating. But Wendy and I go back. I would appear on Wendy's show. She would ask me to do the Hot Topics or Hot Talk panel with her. And so we would do it. And I would go on. And then when Wendy became sick in the beginning, her team, her production team and the production company asked me to fill in for Wendy while she was out sick. And they asked me to do it once. CNN approved. Then they asked me to do it again. CNN said, it's not part of your deal, but we'll let you do it. And then they wanted me to do it on a more permanent basis until she came back, but I was under contract with CNN and I couldn't. And so, when Wendy and I became friendly through her show, and then she and her husband thanked me for filling in. When my sister died, they were very kind to me. Wendy would come on her show when she had a book or a project. And so during COVID, there you see the picture of Wendy and I, and that was my fiance, but husband now. So during COVID, Wendy, and I'm just being honest, Wendy was called me up randomly out of the blue. And she's like, hi, Don, it's Wendy Williams. I'm like, Wendy, why are you calling me? And she opened up to me. She said, I'm by myself. I'm feeling lonely. Her mom had died and she hadn't told the world. No one knew. She said, my mom actually died a few months ago. I can't really recall. And I haven't told anybody. I haven't been able to see her. I've been here alone in New York. She had just gone through a separation. I don't know if the divorce was final yet. And so she was feeling a certain kind of way about it. And I said, this was during COVID. I felt bad for her. I was like, well, Wendy, I'm out here. I have a house in Long Island. There's plenty of room. If you would like to come out, come out. So Wendy came out. So my husband and I, fiance at the time, treated her with kindness. We took her out on our boat. We went for dinner and we went for lunches and we took her around town and she had a great time. That was in 2020. And then in the picture you're looking at now, that's her. We were in a restaurant and she looked Wendy like the Wendy, her old self. There she is with Luann de Lesseps, Countess Luann. We all went on the boat and went to lunch. So she came back a year later for 2021 And again, sort of the same thing. She had gone through a divorce. It was big news. Everything about her husband and all of this, you know, had come out about her husband and the baby and all of this. Okay. But we noticed that Wendy was different, not quite, you know, the way she looked in the documentary that was on television that eventually came out on, I think it was Lifetime, not quite like, it wasn't that Wendy, but she looked different. It was weighing heavy on her. So the first time she came out, she opened up to me. She was in the guest room and she called me to come upstairs with her. She's like, Don, come here. I said, okay. So I went upstairs and she laid on the bed. Excuse me. I sat in the chair next to the bed and Wendy opened up to me about her entire life, her entire divorce, how she got out of her marriage, how she orchestrated the separation with her husband and the divorce papers and all that. Nothing like too personal about business, so nothing like that. But she said, Don, I had to, when finding out about all these things, I had to come up with a way to separate myself from, you know, what was going on in her marriage and her husband. And she said that, you know, I thought it was interesting to me. She said she was in this facility in Queens, I believe, and that she went to this place for alcoholism or whatever. So that's beyond the point. But she went to this place and she said she didn't feel that she was an alcoholic. She didn't think that she had an issue, and that I think she did it for to be able to. I think she thinks that her husband, pressured her into doing it. And then she said, I realized that I had to get out of this. And she said, so I came up with a plan to separate myself. She said, I put a team together of attorneys or whatever and financial people. And they were waiting for her at this office building in Midtown. Sorry if I'm rambling. I'm just trying to recall all of it. She said, I was driven back and forth to this sort of halfway house or whatever it was, this facility. And I had someone with me the entire time, always with me. They drove me to work and they drove me back. So she would get out of this place, go to work, do her show. She talked about it on her show. When she said, I'm living in this sort of halfway facility. So she said someone was with her the entire time. So one of the days she said she was planning her escape or planning her exit. She said they were bringing her home from the show, I believe. And they stopped at a red light. And Wendy said she jumped out of the car. And she ran in Midtown through traffic. And I guess that they couldn't get out. The person couldn't stop her because they couldn't get out of the car. Maybe it was a driver. I'm not sure. And it was a weird thing she said. And Don, the weirdest thing is when I was crossing the street, I ran into Al Roker and he said, Wendy, what's going on? You're frantic. What's up? And she said she had a small conversation with him. And then she went to her, either her lawyer or her financial people's, whatever. And they came up with a plan. And she said she couldn't serve her husband, blah, 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 blah. He liked gifts. The interesting story that she told me is that she served him because he liked getting gifts. The server put the divorce thing in a Balenciaga box. And her husband finally one day came down to the end of the driveway because he wasn't thinking that was a process server. And that's how she served him with the divorce papers. And then she said, and after that, she was on her own. And it was tough. And she just sat there on the bed. And she shared, the only reason I'm sharing this is because she talked about some of these things in the doc. And so that's how she started sharing with me about how she felt and that she really didn't have a lot of people to talk to. So that's why I sort of befriended Wendy. I didn't know her that well, but befriended her. And my heart went out to her because under all the makeup and the wig and the drag, as she calls it, that was a really kind person under that. There was a real human being under that. There are other personal things that I will not share. I will not break her trust, but these are things that that have been discussed mainly in public. And I'll tell you about how I learned a lot from Wendy being on her show. She was a very, very, very gifted talk show host and personality, and no one else could sit in a chair and just talk to herself. And I realized that I had that same quality, and she opened that up to me, and I learned a lot of things that helped me professionally on my show. Okay, we'll get to that after the interview. So I've been wondering, where's my friend Wendy? Where's Wendy? She would call me randomly, didn't hear from her, didn't know, reached out to her family. Her family, would finally I got in touch, and they would keep me abreast of some of the things that were happening, but not sharing too much. And so I saw her family, her sister and her niece. I was going down to Florida. I went down to Florida a couple of months ago to do a book interview, to do a book fair with the Miami Book Fair. And I met Wanda and Alex in person, her sister and her niece in person. And we talked about Wendy and, when she gets okay, Don, you'll be able to do an interview with her. Okay. So her niece called me last night. I'm in DC on business, on assignment, speaking at the National Press Club. And her niece called me and said, Don, Wendy wants to speak to you tomorrow morning. Can you do it at 7:30 in the morning? And I said, sure. Okay, how do we do this? And he said, she's speaking to Charlemagne. She wants Charlemagne to go first. I said, that's no problem. I love Charlemagne. It's all great, all good. And so we arranged it for her to call me this morning. And when she didn't call at that time, her niece became really, really nervous about it and thought that maybe they had taken her phone away. And so now I'm going to play the interview. I'll come back on the other side. It's about, I think, 15 minutes long. We're going to come back on the other side and we're going to talk. Here is my interview. Now, I want to know if you think she sounds incapacitated, if you think she sounds like she has dementia, if you think she sounds lucid or together, I'm going to let you assess that. But here is my conversation with Wendy Williams. Hi, Wendy.
Hi, Dawn.
Wendy, I miss you.
Dawn, look, my phone is with the Guardian person. You know what I'm saying? This phone that I'm talking on is a phone where I can call you, but you can't call me. I've never heard of a phone like this in my life. Anyway, it's good to talk to you.
It's good to talk to you. They didn't take your phone after this interview you did with Charlemagne, did they?
Listen. Look, my life is ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? I've been with this Guardian person for 3 years. For 3 years of my life, look, I'm isolated. I feel like I'm in prison. You understand? I can't go out. All I can do is look at the window, and anytime I go out, it's because I'm going out with the person that the Guardian has assigned to me. So if I want to go out, for lunch, you know what I'm saying, then I have got to go with this woman. You know what I'm saying? If I want to go out, like my dad turned 94,
And you can't go. Wendy, let me ask you this. I heard the interview, and I want to cover some things that didn't happen in the interview. Now, do you remember the last time that you were at the house, and I'm just going to be honest, you took your wig off, and we had a real heart-to-heart, and I was like, here's the real Wendy. And I said, Wendy, would you ever go on without your wig and do a thing with me? You said, no, because this is how people know me. So, Wendy, I want to know what is going on with you? Why do you feel, do you feel desperate now that you're in a desperate situation? What's up?
Well, first of all, about my actual hair, is longer, but it's thin, and that's why I wear wigs, people.
It looks fine. Wendy, I said to you that you were beautiful, and I was like, this is the Wendy that people need to know with your hair down. So talk to me. What's up?
Okay. Well, what's going on is I've been in this system, like I said, for 3 years. You know what I'm saying? I'm presently right now, I'm in New York at this place, and it's not to say horrible things about older people. It's just that the people that live here are in their 90s and their 80s and their 70s. And I don't know, maybe they're 60 like me. I can't tell. People are in wheelchairs. Some people aren't in wheelchairs, but they walk very. Listen, clearly they are not of my sound mind and body. You understand what I'm saying?
Wendy, are you incapacitated?
Hell fucking no. Look, Alex, please address what has been going on with me. Alex, by the way, has actually been here, right here. She flew from Miami to New York, and she's been right here, and she sees the people. She sees the look.
Okay, Wendy, I'm going to ask you. Slow down. Okay, slow down. You don't believe you're incapacitated. The Guardian has said you're incapacitated permanently and that you have dementia.
Yes, and
frontal aphasia.
You want to know what? listen. And I don't know how much I can talk without being punished. You know what I'm saying? And I won't be able to see my dad, and I won't be able to, do anything, and I'll be stuck in this prison I'm in for the rest of my life. You understand what I'm saying?
You feel like you're in a prison in an apartment in New York City.
This is not an apartment. I don't even know what you call this place. Like, I don't even know what you call this place. This is an old age home in New York. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Where people, bring you your pills, where people, the door is always, just knock on the door, I tell them. Don't just come in here. You understand what I'm saying? And all I have are the things that I have from storage, while my apartment has been sold, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So all my clothing, I have a little bit of clothing, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There's a drawer, there's a small closet, there's a big TV that through my money, the Guardian person got me the TV that I wanted. You know what I'm saying?
Wendy, let me ask you.
What?
People want to know, how did you end up in this situation? How did the Sabrina Morrissey gain control of you, and how did she become your guardian?
Well, first of all, she's making money from me, you know what I'm saying? And she's supposed to be here to protect me. And this has been going on now for 3 years of my life. Alex, are you listening?
I'm here.
Okay, Alex, please talk, because Don Lemon doesn't understand what I've been going through for the last 3 years of my life. Alex, this is my niece. Please talk.
I know, Alex.
Here's the thing. Yeah, and here's the thing, Don. And I know the question that you asked, and I know that the reason, Wendy, one reason she can't really go in and answer fully is because everything is still so tied up in legal.
Okay.
And so she has to be really careful about what she says. And I get that. We talked about that. She knows that. So there are just certain details because of the legalities of it that she just can't get into. But Wendy, what's going on with you? We've been talking about this as a family. We've been sitting in this for a while. And, I was worried even coming into this interview. I was just on the phone with you, Don, before, because I didn't hear from you at the minute, the time that, we said exactly. And it's like that feeling of, was her phone taken away? Where is she? What's going on?
Yeah.
And if we feel that fear for her as family, I can only imagine what she's going through as she sits in this room day in, day out. She doesn't go out unless it's for an assigned appointment. Doesn't get the proper sunlight, doesn't socialize with friends. She doesn't have the communications that make sense to live in a world that we're in terms of 2025. A landline phone that can only call out, no one can call her, and a TV. I mean, that has been my aunt's life for the last year and a half.
And by the way, Don, I order a breakfast or a lunch or a dinner, and I always eat right here in the bed watching TV. I don't eat with these people on this floor. They are elderly people. You understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. I mean, the people who live here, they're nice people. We always say hi to each other as I order lunch. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But then I always have it brought back to me, and I eat right here in the bed. You understand what I'm saying?
I do, Wendy.
You, Alex.
You feel trapped, and you said you feel like you're being imprisoned in this facility. I understand that, Wendy. People are concerned about you. They're worried. They haven't seen you, and the times that they do see you publicly, they worry that you're not the same as you were. This is not the Wendy that we're used to seeing.
Listen. And not only that, I only have like $15. This Guardian person is keeping my money trapped, so to speak. She has all of my money. You understand what I'm saying? But all of the freedom that I want. You know what I'm saying? And through my money, for instance, I would like to go to Sephora. You know what I'm saying? So what the Guardian person does is she will call up Sephora, because that's where I want to go. And then, I'll be able to buy stuff, through my money that this girl, it's a woman, this Guardian person. You understand what I'm saying? Do you know my Guardian?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Wendy, so where your money is being held, do you still have money in an account somewhere?
Excuse me. No. Look, my money is, I have good money. I worked all of my goddamn life. My thing about being in New York is I want to work in New York until I have enough money and enough of what I've done in New York that it's now time to fly and live in Miami for the rest of my life. And that's always what I wanted to do, right, Alex? And it worked out perfectly, you know. I stopped doing my show on TV, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I was like, oh, it's now time to stop because my money is great money, you know what I mean?
I understand that. But people are going to say, well, why does this woman want to, you know, have Wendy in a guardianship? And is she protecting you in some way? Do you believe?
First of all, she's making money off me.
How
Alex,
so?
can you please talk?
How wait,
about,
Wendy? How is she making money off of you?
Well, you know, you're my guardian, so you're making money off of me. You know, like for instance, when I was in Miami there's some legality things that I am not confident
I understand.
to talk so much about. But Alex,
I understand. I've spoken to Alex about this. I want to know,
Yeah.
Wendy, you went to little Kevin's graduation, right?
yes, and yes, and we had a great time. Although the guardian person, you know what I'm saying? Look, I want to see my dad, you know, for his birthday. And we had a great 9 days in Miami. You know, the family is just, oh my God, we had such a good time. I mean, you know, we went to this party place where the entire family was there, including my dad, you know what I'm saying, where the music was great, you know what I'm saying, where the food was excellent.
How did that come about, Wendy? How did they let you go to see little Kevin and your family?
Why? Because I'm the mother, you know, and I gave him a car for graduation, you know what I'm saying? And I saw him, you know, walk across the stage and I stood up and cheered. What are you talking about?
No, but I mean, how would they let you out if you're on a guardianship and you said that you feel like you're in prison?
You know what? Because I don't even know what the goddamn guardianship is in terms of stuff like that crap. You understand what I'm saying? I've been in this system for 3 years of my fucking life. 3 years of my life. You realize that at any given moment, I guess they will steal my TV, you know what I'm saying? So I can't watch TV, you know what I'm saying? And watch TMZ and see what's going on and watch you, Don Lemon, while you talk to Rosanna Scotto. You know, this is my friend Rosanna Scotto, who also named in storage. Not in storage, but with the guardian person. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Alex,
listen, Wendy, Alex, I understand. Alex and I have spoken, and I just want to make sure that I get this. Go ahead.
No, listen. But I want to speak to my niece, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So the three of us, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, this is my life, Don. This is my life.
Alex has your back. I mean, Alex is 100%, and we have spoken about how to get help and get people to understand what is going on with you. And that, correct, you want to be with your family. You feel that that's the best place for you to be in Florida, right?
Excuse me, when you want to be, all right, I'm not going to even ask. Yes, please.
Yeah.
Like I said, I worked in New York all of my life. From the time I was 26, I was 26, and I started WBLS New York, right? I was doing WBLS like a beast. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And yeah, you know what I'm saying? And then all of a sudden, you know, TV came along. I was like, oh, TV, all right. Well, radio is my God. You know what I'm saying? I love radio, but TV made more money for me, so I stayed on TV.
Do you want to go back to work, Wendy?
Why not? You know what I'm saying? Why not? But I don't want to work I don't want to work like 5 days a week. You know what I'm saying? I want to pick and choose what kind of work I want to do because that's the type of person I am now. You know what I'm saying? I want to pick, and I want to do it. I want to do it in Miami. You know what I'm saying? And I want to pick and choose because that's the type of person I've become, and that's the type of person I always wanted to be, living in Miami with my family.
What do you want people to know, Wendy, about this? Because I remember I had you on the show, and you started tearing up when I said, "Who is Wendy Williams? Who is Wendy Williams right now?"
Yeah, well, the things that I actually want, I've talked to Alex about. You know what I'm saying? I can't talk to you about that because what we're doing is we're doing something for the world to you know, I'm talking back and forth with you, Don. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But But Alex, if you can do a little bit more talking, Alex.
Yeah, Alex. Well, hang on 1 second. Let me just ask another thing. Wendy, are you taking medication for anything? Because if you have dementia, as they say, or if you are incapacitated, they would be giving you some type of medication.
And I think, Alex,
well, I just want to say, and I think the medication part, that is very sensitive. And so,
right.
We've talked about that in terms of, having conversations about that. But, just here's where we're at. My aunt clearly wants to talk. She wants to get her messaging out there, but it has become extremely difficult. And she's so careful with what she says because there is this worry, there is this fear that A, she's going to say the wrong thing. B, there might be some sort of retaliation as a result of that. I mean, Don, the tears that I shared with you before this, prior to my aunt calling me, those were real in terms of
I know
what happened just by her moving the line slightly.
Yeah.
And so a lot of, people are hearing in terms of, my aunt talking about her life, talking about what she wants, but kind of doing her best with that delicate dance is literally because there are things that she just can't talk about. There are things that she's concerned about talking about because she doesn't know
I totally understand
where that line is,
I totally understand that. And Wendy, look, as I said, Alex has your back. We were on the phone. She was crying before this because she thought that they had taken your phone and she wasn't going to have a chance, wasn't going to have any way to be able to get in touch with you. And that's how, go on. What do you say to that?
I mean, that is a fact. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, you know what I'm saying? If they take my phone, yes, I could probably make a call, from somebody. But then, suddenly, like if I call you, Don, then now these people will have a telephone number to call you back, Don. You don't understand what I'm saying? And I'm not in a good position because this guardian person will make sure that look, my life is screwed up. This guardian mess is, please, look, I am isolated. I feel like I'm in prison. I feel like, they're trying to control me, you know what I'm saying? And everything that I do, you know what I'm saying? If I chew, they don't even, look, my life is screwed up, you know what I'm saying? And the only thing that I can do for myself is I can keep myself a sound mind and body. You know what I'm saying? Regardless of what, like I love lipstick. You know what I'm saying? So I have lipstick on right now. Why? Because I always have lipstick. It's not a big deal. You understand what I'm saying? Because I all of my clothing is here. Not all of it. Most is in storage. You understand what I'm saying? Like what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do, Alex? What am I supposed to do?
And you're doing what you can do right now, and that's why we're here.
Yeah.
I have to run.
Yeah, you got to get to work, Alex. Wendy,
Yeah.
you can reach out to me anytime. I'm sorry that we're supposed to talk for longer. You're supposed to call earlier, but we were worried when you didn't call. So Wendy, feel free to call back anytime. I've been trying to reach out to you through your family. I spoke to Wanda and Alex, and they love you and they care about you. What final words, Wendy, before we let you go?
I want to talk to you privately behind by myself to talk to you. Okay.
Okay, I'm here.
I'm serious. I do.
Okay, well we're here to help, and I want you to talk privately, and I'm here to help, Wendy.
Yeah.
I'm only here to help, just so you know. Okay.
Yes. Thank you very much.
You take care. You take care of yourself, Wendy. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I love you all. Bye bye.
You too. Bye bye. Bye bye. There you have it. That's my conversation with Wendy. It was supposed to be a lot longer, but she is in a place where she can't always call. The reason that it was also cut short is that her niece is at work and she had to go on live herself on television. And so there it is. Yeah. So again, and I'll show you as we're going to roll some pictures and I'll again explain. So after Wendy visited me, I think the last time it was in 2021, as I've been telling you guys, she came over during the pandemic and and she came over and we had just the very personal discussion and we sat, as I said, she took her wig off I didn't tell you guys this. So the second time she came over, she sat not on the couch, at the edge of the couch on the floor, and talked to me about her issues and what she wanted to do. And at that time, she was still not back on television. She was not back on television at that time. And she said she wanted her show back and she wanted to go back on TV. She called me the second time. We told her she could come again. We went out to dinner and for drinks and not for drinks. We went to dinner and we went to this restaurant. There's a restaurant in Bridgehampton that is, it's a funny thing, Friday night, there's a gay night. And she said, I want to go. Those are my people. And so we went, we had a good time. We sat and then we went to lunch and then we took her out on the boat. That was her in the restaurant that you see right there. That we took her out to lunch. And then we went out on the boat. And I wanted her to have a good time because quite honestly, my heart did go out to her because she seemed lonely. She was going through some things. She was trying to date, all of these things. And then there are some photographs I'm not sure if we have of, how I came to know Wendy by filling in on her show, by doing the hot talk panel on her show and then filling in for her. This is me filling in for her when she got sick. I think this was back in 2019. And so it was weird, like hosting for the Wendy show and then them asking me to do it for a longer period of time because I didn't know how long she was going to be on. So I spoke to Howie Mandel. And this funny thing is I was speaking to Howie Mandel then. I was like, can I shake his hand? I know he's a germaphobe. Look how far away he's sitting. And, we had a fantastic discussion. But that was during the 10th anniversary, whatever. So you can figure out the year of the Wendy Williams show. So I believe that was in 2019. And then again, I usually sat on the panel in the hot talk thing. And then I ended up hosting the hot talk panel. And then, so after that, we know, Wendy came back for a while and then she ended up going away. And so I did this because I wanted her, and I told, my company did not want me to do this, did not want me to fill in for her. They said, this is not in your contract. This is a completely different network. We're only allowing you to do this because you're friends with Wendy and you want to help her out. So we're going to give you this dispensation to fill in for her on the show. And I did it as much as I could until my company said no, because I wanted to make sure that Wendy kept her spot and that because she had a voice, she was great at what she did. Yes, she was tough. She had said some things, a lot of things about people that they were mad. And look, and when I first came on her show, I did want to go on her show for the first time. And Wendy told her producers to tell me, I know that when I was on the radio, I said a lot of things about people that I didn't mean. That was me with Allie Wentworth and some other folks who were on the show. Oh, the Fox 5 lady. I said a lot of things about people on the radio that, I don't feel that way now. And I mouthed off and I had to fill time and whatever. And I was doing whatever. So she apologizes if she ever, hurt you or whatever, and come on the show. You'll have a good experience. And I did. I went on the show. I came out on Wendy's show. I wrote a book. I came out in the book. Wendy invited me on her show. And then after that, she kept inviting me back time after time after time to make amends for some of the things that she had done or said. Because when I was in Philadelphia, I'm just going to be honest about this whole thing. I was in Philadelphia. I was in the closet. Wendy was in Philadelphia. She had left her position on, I think it's WBLS in New York, I think, reportedly because she had tried to out Puffy, Diddy. And so she lost that job and she was in Philadelphia and we were there at the same time. I was the anchor reporter at the NBC station in Philadelphia. And someone said, Wendy Williams is talking about you on the radio and she's telling people that someone spotted you at a gay bar and I forget what it was called, Boys Town or something, I forget. And it was like, yeah, I had gone out. Okay, no big deal. But then I wasn't out then. And so that's when she was saying the things about Don Lemon. That's how she even got to know who I was because we were both in Philadelphia at the same time. And then we both were in New York, I believe, at the same time. So anyway, that's when she said all the things about me. And then she apologized. I was on her show. But so let me just say, I would sit there on Wendy's show and kind of study her. Because she was a force. Wendy's a very, very talented person. And when you do radio and when you do what I'm doing now, when you do radio or podcast or streamer, there is no teleprompter. There is no one in your ear saying, do this, do that, say this. There's no one producing a show with elements that you must go to at this point or things that you can rely on if you aren't quite up to it. It's just you. And so she learned that in radio, and I learned that skill now, but I had it before and I didn't realize it. Now that I'm doing this, I realized it even more. But I would sit there and I would study Wendy, and I would say, how can she just sit in that chair and with nothing and just talk? And I realized that it's because she was vulnerable and she was just herself in that chair. And she would sit there, ask herself a question, take a sip of tea, and that would lead her to something else. And the most important parts on the Wendy Williams show that grabbed your attention is when she took that pause, not necessarily when she was speaking. And I learned that. And I took that back to my show. And if you watched me on CNN at night, you knew I would just pause and say, when instead of like people are afraid of when on air, people are afraid of dead air. Wendy wasn't afraid of dead air. She was a radio person. They're afraid of like silence. And so what I realized was that every moment did not have to be filled with something, noise, talking, video, whatever. Sometimes you just take a breath. And I learned that from Wendy Williams. I also learned it too from a little bit earlier when Michael Jackson died and his dad came on live. And I stuck a mic in his face and he wouldn't talk. And I just held the mic there, I shut up. And then he started to talk after a long, awkward period of time. But those moments of silence, especially on my show at night, or when I would take a breath or just go, oh my God. And I would think about what I wanted to say next, or if I wanted to follow the teleprompter or I wanted to go my own way, I had to make my decision in that moment. And not everybody can do that. People are afraid to do that. They have to follow what the producers are saying or what the script is saying, or what the prompter is saying or whatever. But if you're a real anchor, or a real person, you don't follow the teleprompter or the producers. You have the producers and the teleprompter follow you. And that's how you know that you're in rhythm and that you're actually the anchor of the show. And you don't need a bunch of guests, a bunch of people around you. That's when people tune in for you, when you're at your most authentic self. And that's why people love to watch Wendy, because Wendy was Wendy on the show. Same thing on the show as she was off of the show. So when she would take that sip of tea and say the tea is hot, or how you doing, and walk out and accept the applause, that's what people loved. They may not have agreed with her. A lot of people hated her because she talked about them. Some of it was true, some of it was not, some of it was rumors, but guess what? You watched her. You watched her. And there is a void now in daytime television. There's no one like Wendy. There's no one, everybody's their own thing. The women of The View, excellent, amazing. Sherry Shepherd, excellent, amazing. These are great talk show hosts. What's her name? Jennifer Hudson, excellent, amazing. Kelly Clarkson, they're great. They're all great. But there's a lane for everybody. Everybody can chart their own way, but there's in daytime talk, Wendy is missing. Wendy is missed. There's a hole. There's no one like her. There's no one that can do the hot topics like her. No one. And with this whole Diddy era that we're in now, can you imagine what Wendy would be like? Can you imagine the folks who would be watching the hot topics? And she would say, I told you so. You may not have liked it. I got fired for it, but I told you so. So look, I just want to give Wendy her flowers, because none of us is perfect. Nobody's perfect. Everybody makes mistakes. I hate it when people say, What happened to Wendy is karma. Karma doesn't work that way. And Wendy said some things that were not so good to me, but I was big enough to say, people do things that are not always right, and you have to forgive them. And I did. And she made it up to me. And I think she did that with a lot of people. But underneath all of that makeup and the boobs and the hair was a real, vulnerable human being that was just trying to lead her life and make a way for her family. She loved her son to pieces. She loved him to death and still does. And so, look, stop saying this is karma for Wendy and that she was a bad person, whatever. Now, I have more personal things about Wendy that happened and that I know about, but I'm not going to share those things with you. I'm just not, because I don't want to give her confidence. I'll share things that I feel that that are appropriate. But I want to give her flowers. Whatever this moment is, I want to give Wendy her flowers because I think she was just a real human being and she's a talent and she is missed. Just as I believe there's only one Oprah. Right? There's a lot of folks tried. There's only one Oprah. There's only one Wendy. One. And if you did not recognize her talent, you don't know what talent is. She's a self-made woman. I know that she had issues in her marriage. I know that she had issues with the staff at her show and there were problems and all that. Everyone knows that. That's all public now. Everybody knows that. But I think that I'll tell you, Wendy said, I think she wouldn't mind if she said that. She played the dumb blonde, but she wasn't dumb. She's not dumb. And I'm speaking to her. I'm talking about her and the way that she was. I know Wendy's not gone, so don't get me wrong. She played the dumb blonde, but she's smart as a fox. And so she realized in order for her to do the best for that show personality-wise and to drive that show and editorial, she had to play and she handed the business part off to her husband. And then so that she could do what she did in front of the camera, which was all consuming. That was all consuming. When you're in front of the camera and you walk out in public, it is all consuming. Like I'm in a hotel. I went down last night to grab my dinner at the hotel restaurant and bar. And half of the restaurant is like, "Hey, Don Lemon." It's just like it's a weird thing, because you're just like, I just want to have dinner. I'm exhausted. I love you guys. I'm not even on TV anymore. Like but it's a weird. Fame is a weird thing, and it's all encompassing and it's all consuming, and it can really fuck with your head if you don't know who you are. And that's why I believe people who are famous isolate themselves many times. And I believe that's why Wendy did, because Wendy was so recognizable, she couldn't go anywhere. And I think that she sort of isolated herself, number one, because she was famous, and number two, because of just what she did. So my last conversation with Wendy was actually not at my house, but the last conversation at my house, when she sat on the floor, she took her wig off and she told me about her life and what she wanted to do, and that she wanted to date. And that how she wanted things to change. I just remember the last moments she had her. I said, "My God, Wendy, you're so regal. You're beautiful. You look like you could be, a politician, a congresswoman, whatever." And I said, "You should just. Why don't you go on TV like that?" She goes, "I would never do that because this is a Wendy that people usually see. That's what they're used to. So I can't do that." And I just remember her walking down the hall to go up the stairs at my house with her hair in her hand. And I was just like, wow, she's a beautiful person and she's really troubled. And then she left either that day or I think it was that day or the next morning. The next morning she left. And I just remember waving bye to her. And that was the last time I saw her in person. But she would call me randomly just out of the blue. And then I think she asked me to facilitate an interview for her for Interview magazine. And she was dating someone, and then it fell off. Didn't hear from her until today. So I want to know what you think. I'm so glad that you guys are watching. I want to know what everyone thinks, because I know people are interested in in this, and I want to know what you guys have to say. We had someone on, and producers, do we have Jason? I know that she's going to do an interview.
Not at the moment. We do not. He's
okay. So we had a guest, and a little bit later, I'm going to talk to Charlemagne to see how she feels, how he feels about this, and I want to know how you feel. Do you think Wendy should be in this guardianship? Do you think that she sounds lucid, coherent, like she has dementia? That she's? What do you think? And what do you think? Is this the beginning of the Free Wendy movement? And what do you think we should do for Wendy at this moment? That's look, I don't know what to say. Again, I'm being very vulnerable here. I'm trying to share, and that she needs an advocate. And I don't know, my thing is, why isn't she with her family? And the other thing is, the guardian has not spoken. Is the guardian protecting her from something that we don't know? I don't know. Nobody knows. My glasses are kind of teared up now. I'm going to change because I have like eight pairs of glasses right here so that I can read. I'm going to read some of the comments. So those of you who are watching, if you're not used to watching the Don Lemon Show, everyone is a part of the show. We read the comments of our folks, our members, and our subscribers. You can subscribe. It's free. We're on Don Lemon, the Don Lemon Show on YouTube, and you can become a member of the Don Lemon Show. It's at the top of the chat if you want to, and make sure you hit the thumbs up, please, because it does affect the algorithm. More people get to see us. Now I'm going to read some of the comments, and I want to know if this is part of the new Free Wendy movement, a la Britney Spears. Okay, so let's hear what folks have to say. I will go back. I'm watching the YouTube feed. Any guardianship should be family first, says Michelle Turner. Let her live, share her money with the family, pay them, not strangers. She qualifies for home health aid nurse, once a week check, bank, auto transfer, all of that to pay her bills. Thank you, Nana Pants. I appreciate that. Hashtag Free Wendy, says Jay Brigham. That's what folks are saying. Do you think she's free? She sounded normal to me, says Winky Campbell. How did she sound to you? How did she sound to you? Wendy is not all there, but she does not need to be caged away, says East. Okay. She should at least be able to be with her family. She should not be alone. I agree. Look, and I'm not saying that's how I feel. I want to know how you feel. This is what we do on the show every day, and people get to talk. She sounds lucid, says Linda Ferker. I do think she sounds lucid. They wouldn't talk about the medication part. There are things that she couldn't talk about legally. I understand that. She sounds good. She needs a good lawyer. Thank you for that comment. Free Wendy. But do you think in the interview with Charlemagne said that she could be on the radio right now. Someone says she sounds like herself. She should have released to live for herself. She should have be released to live for herself. Now, Charlemagne says it sounds like she should be on a radio. She could do a podcast now. I think maybe with a partner, perhaps. I don't know. Don, she needs help, says one person. She should be with her family. Now, let me just say this. In all honesty, you guys want my honest assessment. This is my assessment. Hold the comment that's up there, okay? This is my assessment. Does Wendy sound like the Wendy Williams back in the day when I was on her program? Does she? No, she doesn't. Does Wendy Williams sound like the Wendy Williams that visited me at my house and they would call me randomly? No. Does Wendy Williams sound lucid to me? Yes. Does Wendy Williams sound like she has dementia? No. Does she sound like she has aphasia or any of that stuff, or that she's incapacitated? No. Now, I'm not a medical professional. I'm not a mental health expert. I can carry on a conversation with Wendy. She can recall details from times that we spent together. She did it in the Charlemagne interview. I'm not as sharp as I was back in the day when I was on Wendy's show, or when during COVID or whatever. You know, we get to be, things happen, you age, whatever, that happens. That's a normal process of life. But do I think that she sounds incapacitated? No. I mean, can she be in control of her own funds and all of that? I think there are ways that you can work with her to make sure that she is being financially smart and savvy, and a way to take care of her, to make sure that she is a way to handle this, to make sure that she is taken care of financially for the rest of her life. I don't know if she needs to be in a facility. I don't know. I don't know what her issues are. I don't know about addiction issues, reportedly, allegedly. I don't know about those things now. I don't know about that now. I don't know about that. In this moment, I'm not there. I only spoke to her this morning, but she sounds lucid. And so, and the thing is that if you are isolated and you're not around people that you love or care about you, who have, you know, a personal affection or affinity for you, then it messes with your head. And I think everyone deserves to be with the people they love. So I think that they should be able to work that out, or at least to be near somehow. Unless there is, does the guardian think that her family's a bad influence? I don't know. I don't know. So that's it, everyone. Thank you, MZ Pepper, for supporting independent media. Thank you, Don, for giving Wendy a voice on your platform. I do. And the reason I wanted to, if it felt like I was leading Wendy along, I was. I thought that she was going off. She was rambling a little, but I did. And I knew that I only had a certain amount of time with her because her niece had to get to work. She had to do a live show. The world is here for you, Wendy. We love you and we want the best for you, says Kenneth Shernick. And Kenneth, thank you so much for supporting independent media. Thank you for your comment. Simi says, congratulations for the, that's a whole different thing about our subscribers. Thank you for that. I just finished watching her interview on The Breakfast Club and I was in tears. Her guardian is no good. Release Auntie Wendy. I don't want to say any disparaging things about the guardian because the guardian has not spoken, and we will reach out to the guardian, and I want to comment from the guardian. And so I don't want to disparage anyone without hearing their side. But Wendy has certainly spoken out. You heard it more so in the Charlemagne interview. She does not like this guardianship. She does not like it. She does not like it. The family doesn't like it. They have said as much. She sounds about 90% there. There has to be a balance between looking out for her best interests and also giving her some autonomy. Perfectly said, Kenneth. And again, thank you for your support of independent media. She sounds lucid and coherent with the support of her family. Even if she has early stage dementia, she can make business and health decisions for herself. Thank you, Ivy. Yeah, I think that there's a way that they can work this out where Wendy can be with her family. Guardianships are creepy in general. No one should be in one, in my opinion. There are better ways to help people in need. That's according to May Money. Thank you. She should be free to live her life with her family. Absolutely, Miss B. I agree with you. Don, this is so heartbreaking. We need to make some noise. No, this is not right. This is not fair. Okay, so you guys believe that, then free Wendy. This is going to be the free Wendy movement, the same as Britney Spears. Maybe Britney Spears' family and folks realize that let Britney dance if she so chooses. Hamilton, a lot of people feel the same. Hamilton says, I love Wendy with all my heart. She needs to be with her family, says Winky Campbell. And so maybe just let Wendy be Wendy. Because nobody's here forever. No day is promised. She says that she has money and she worked her entire life. That's what she said. You heard her in the interview when I asked her. So if Wendy has money and she has resources, then, let her live. Let her live. Free Wendy, according to folks. So anyway, everyone, that's what I have to say. I would love to talk to you guys more. We had some guests signed up, but one of the guests we had signed up, I believe, is doing I'll just be honest with you. Jason Lee was on the line a bit ago and was going to talk to us because he is, I believe, going to speak to Wendy as well. She's going to call him. The concern is, though, from her niece and from her family is that because she is speaking out, that they're going to take her phone away. And then she won't be able to... they won't have any contact with her. They won't have any way to be in contact with her. I reached out to Charlemagne this morning. I'm going to call Charlemagne after this, and we're going to speak to see if there's anything to do. I don't know. What do y'all think? This is, and if I can just say, it's interesting to me that in certain quarters, people are like, Wendy Williams, I have no idea who that is. Where have you been? Wendy is that is, it shows you, especially now in this moment of independent media, that there are niches and there are audiences that many people are not aware of and they're not taking advantage of. That they're not allowing, especially because Wendy was the urban voice. Everybody watched Wendy. New Jersey housewives watched Wendy. The urban voice. Many times folks who are, especially people of color, are sort of put into this niche, ghettoized, like they're the voices of color, urban voices, yada, yada, yada. And companies like, we want people that are middle of the road and not controversial, and we don't want to offend our advertisers and whatever. You guys need to get over that shit. Look at how many people care about Wendy. Watch this Free Wendy thing. Watch where it goes. And be honest. Tell me you don't miss Wendy Williams on television. Again, that's not to say anything bad or disparaging. I'm not giving shade to any talk show host. And don't think that I'm giving shade to Sherry, who's now in Wendy's spot. No. A former spot. It has her time slot in her studio. No, Sherry's doing a fantastic job. Sherry's also a dear friend. They are different people. But no one out of, I'm talking about out of everybody, there's only one Wendy Williams. There's only one Don Lemon. There's only one Oprah. I'm putting myself in that category. Yeah, because I think I'm unique in that aspect. Not that I'm Oprah. I'm not as famous as Oprah. Not at all. Oprah's the queen. Wendy is the queen in her own right. I'm not saying that. But certain people have certain talents and they are put in positions where they were meant to be. I think that I'm one of those people that this is what I was meant to be doing. I was meant to be doing television. That's what I meant to do. Some people are great attorneys. Some people are great football players, great athletes. Wendy's a talker. And I believe the epitome of a talk show host, and controversial and provocative. And the audience loved her. When you were in her studio, it was on fire. Energy. When they said, here's Wendy, and those double doors opened, people like the people in the audience, women and men, their heads would pop up like, oh my God, it's Wendy. And she'd calm them down. Let's get started. It's time for Hot Topics. No, so this is the Hot Topic show. I took that from Wendy. I'm in a hotel room because I'm on assignment. When I do my show from my studio and in, at the office or my studio in my home, I have a Wendy Williams mug because this Hot Topic show was born from Wendy Williams. Wendy Williams took Hot Topics from The View. There's nothing new under the sun, everyone. Nothing is new under the sun. So folks are saying, please help Wendy to the best of your abilities. how does this all start? What do people do? How you doing? Was Wendy Williams. How you doing? Was Wendy Williams. And folks were like, because I would, sometimes I would say, how you doing? And they'd go, Don, why are you doing that? It's not professional. It's not whatever. I'm like, come on, give me a break. Stop being so uptight. People are sick of the uptight. She's coming back in God's grace, says someone. What can we do, says someone. She was a queen tea maker. Wendy was the blueprint. Yes, she paved her own way. She did. Let us know what we can do. Everyone wants to know. Hashtag free Wendy. Look, I'm not on some of the social media sites. I wonder if it's trending. I wonder what's going on. Free Wendy. I think I have to get out of here. What time is my next appointment, Nikki? I still have a little bit, right?
Depends on how far you are from the studio.
Okay, so I'm going on the Jen Psaki show. She has a podcast, and I think they start taping in a bit, but I'm going to hang on just a little bit to talk to you guys. So that's my my Wendy story. And for those of you who are new to us, this is what we do every single day. We do the hot topics. And again, you guys think I'm just giving Wendy her flowers. Me doing the hot topics is also giving Wendy her flowers. Every single day, we talk about every single issue, from politics to Diddy to now Wendy to whatever. That's what we do on the Hot Topic show. I have a show every day at 5 p.m. East, 10 a.m. Eastern. We do it every single day. 5 p.m. Eastern, we were live. That was our original show, Lemon Live at 5. And then I realized, like, hey, guess what? No one is doing Hot Topics. I asked Sherry. Sherry says, I don't do Hot Topics. Don, go for it. Take it away. I do Hot Topics now because no one was doing Hot Topics, and I thought there was a void for it. And I thought, like, someone should do a Hot Topic show. People are afraid now. Too controversial. Someone should do a Hot Topic show on television. There should be a Hot Topics show. And I don't mean just like the women sitting around the view. They do their own thing. But I mean someone doing it in the way that Wendy did it, the way that we do it here on the Don Lemon Show, on our Hot Topics program. So I said, I want to do things that are lighter, more pop culture based, more in the zeitgeist, not just politics, not just covering Trump all the time. And the election, we were doing a lot of Kamala Harris, Trump, election, blah, blah, blah. And so we started Hot Topics. And guess what? That Hot Topic show that we do now that you're watching gets more engagement than almost anything that we do. Gets more engagement now than even the Lemon Live at 5. Because there is a vacuum, there's a void for people wanting to start their day with not such intense news, but also not that somebody selling a product. Oh, my movie opens on this, and then my book, and blah. They want, let's talk about some things. Wait, what? What happened with such and such? Where's the Diddy case going? You know what I'm working on next? I'm trying to get, I want to do ASAP Rocky. The trial starts next week. I want to get away from doing so much politics. People need a break. Black women are saying, I need a timeout. And I'm with y'all. So I want to know what is happening with this ASAP Rocky trial that is starting in Los Angeles next week. I want to know. I want to talk to the attorney. I want to talk to him. That's what I want to start doing, more things like that. And I think that we all need it. Okay. But listen, you can become a member. If you become a member, there are things that you get some preferences and some things, and private streams where we really talk about things. You get exclusive access to content and material that you don't get if you're just the random watcher who drops by, or even if you're just a free subscriber. Subscriptions are free. Memberships you can join. They're not that expensive, but you get exclusive content. And you get private streams, me at my home, where we talk about, and you get to be, if you become our highest tier member, you get to be on this program. Your face is on the screen, your comments, we interview you, you interview me, you challenge me, but that's only for our top tier members. Everybody else doesn't get those private streams. We did a private stream last Sunday or Saturday, I believe, and I did karaoke. And guess what? People loved it. So I got to get to my other thing. I'm sorry to leave so many people on the table who are watching us. But make sure you go to YouTube, The Don Lemon Show, subscribe to our channel. Check out my social. We're on every single platform. You're on YouTube. I'm live on TikTok now. I'm live on Instagram now. I'm live on Facebook now. Obviously live on YouTube. And the show airs on iHeart, Apple Podcasts, and Spotify. And our reach is growing. So thanks, everyone. So here's the deal. My schedule is crazy. I will try to do a live 5 o'clock show today, but my flight is scheduled to go back to New York. But I'll figure out a way. I'll figure out a way to do a live show for you today, because I think we need to talk about this, because there's going to be folks are going to want to know about this. So make sure you hit the thumbs up on your way out. It affects the algorithm. More people become aware of our conversation in our channel, and it's really important. Independent media right now, let me stress to you, it's really important, because we are free to say what we want without corporate influence. You also have a say. You get to discuss. You don't just get to sit around and watch people on television talk to you. You get to be a part of it. So support independent media. And I'll see you live at 5 p.m. today. Look out for clips of the show on social and on our YouTube channel as well. Bye, Wendy. Thanks for doing the interview. And we're all looking out for you. And folks want free Wendy right now. Thanks, everyone, for watching. Your support means the world to us. So make sure you hit the like button and you subscribe to our channel to make sure that you never, ever miss a video. We're live every day, 10 a.m. Eastern Time. We drop even more content at 2 p.m. Eastern and 5 p.m. Eastern. And if you want more Don Lemon Show content, we'd love for you to become a member of the Lemon community, where you will receive access to special community posts. You'll get exclusive content and members-only live shows. So head over to our channel page or click the join button on this video. Again, thank you for watching. We appreciate your love and your support, and we will see you next time. Where do we start? I said I wasn't going to start the show laughing, but where on earth do we start? I have a very good idea of where we should start. Okay, but first, let me just bring in the folks. I need a group of people, a host of people, just to give me some support during this so that I don't lose it. Let's bring in Reese Colbert, the host of the Reese Colbert Show. Reese Colbert, the host of the Reese Colbert Show. And George Hahn, the host of the George Hahn Everything. George, long time no see. Yo,
yeah, it's been a minute. It's been literally minutes.
Let me tell you where I think we should start. And you know where it is. Please.
I already know.
Roll the Azalea Banks. Roll it.
Wait! What is the tea? The girls are fighting! No! The girls are fighting! Why? Why? Why are the girls fighting?
Why are the girls fighting?
So
Guys,
delicious.
I mean, you could not, if someone had written this, I'd be like, that is never going to play. That's not going to break up this way. Don't be so dramatic. Reese,
Yeah.
what on earth is going on?
Listen, I know it's Pride Month, but we have the two biggest stunt queens going at it. Donald Trump and Elon Musk at war. Woo! If this ain't stunt queen behavior, I do not know. The girls are definitely fighting, and I am here for it. I thought it was a little fake beef, a little like, okay, Elon trying to rehabilitate his image, but now that Donald has weighed in, oh, it's all out mayhem. Okay.
No, when he said you wouldn't have won without me, but then when he dropped the Epstein bomb, George Hahn, that's when George Hahn's texted me saying, what on earth is happening?
Yeah, that, and also, the popcorn and the Diet Coke soda emoji. Like, there's not enough. I might already be out of popcorn. This is so much fun.
Yeah.
The mudslinging is glorious. You know,
look at what Celebrity Tarot reading says.
I almost broke a foot. Right?
Coming over here. I mean,
right?
Thank you. Right. To get and the folks in the chat. Oh my gosh, guys, I have so much to get to. A little bit later on, by the way, as well, we're going to have Joy Reid is going to join us a little bit because Joy, this is too delicious for Joy not to hear from Joy Reid. Where we would be hearing her up on that anchor desk, we're going to hear her up in her perch wherever she is right now, just a little bit later on. Shall we get to it though? So the girls are fighting. So Trump on Friday. Now this was just. Remember when I said to you guys yesterday, or maybe it was the day before, I said, Musk couldn't wait to leave the White House before he started talking shit about the folks in the White House, the big, beautiful bill and what was happening and stuff in the White House. And I said, and you, the lemon heads know, I said, this is going to get worse. This isn't over. It's going to get worse. And this was just 6 days ago. Watch.
A special something we have here.
Thank you.
A very special that I give to very special people. I have given it to some, but it goes to very special people, and I thought I'd give it to Elon as a presentation from our country.
Thank you.
Thank you, Elon.
Thank you.
Take care of yourself.
Thank you. This is a lot. The luck on this is amazing.
A large lot.
Like Trump, first of all, he's got like a 3-word vocabulary. Like special, like he can't, like he's reaching for a word he thinks he might have in his arsenal of words, and he just can't find it. He knows like 3 words, number one. Number two, I am still stuck on the black eye that was allegedly, hold on, from Scott Bessent. Allegedly.
Well, the girls are really fighting. Oh my gosh. Look, okay, so that was what was that on Friday?
Yeah.
Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday,
Yeah, that was Friday.
That was 6 days ago. And then this is, so that was Donald Trump 6 days ago. This is Donald Trump today. Roll it.
I'm very disappointed in Elon. I've helped Elon a lot.
Mr. President, did he, I just want to clarify, did he raise any of these concerns with you privately before he raised them publicly? And this is the guy you put in charge of cutting spending. Should people not take him seriously about spending now? Are you saying this is all sour grapes?
No, he worked hard and he did a good job. And I'll be honest, I think he misses the place. I think he got out there and all of a sudden he wasn't in this beautiful Oval Office, and he was, and he's got nice offices too. But there's something about this one. I was telling the Chancellor, this is where it is. People come in here, even from Germany. They come in and they walk into the Oval Office, and it's just a special place. It's, you know, World War I, it started and it ended here, and World War II, and so many other things.
God,
everything
he sucks.
big comes right from this beautiful space. It's now much more beautiful than it was 6 months ago.
Because we want to look gold in it.
Things are happening in this room, and I'll tell you, it's not. He's not the first. People leave my administration, and they love us, and then at some point they miss it so badly, and some of them embrace it, and some of them actually become hostile. I don't know what it is. It's sort of Trump derangement syndrome, I guess they call it, but we have it with others too. They leave, and they wake up in the morning, and the glamour's gone, the whole world is different, and they become hostile. I don't know what it is. Someday you'll write a book about it and you'll let us know.
You don't know what it is, Don.
There is a real derangement syndrome because, like, in the Trump time, like, it goes, like, all the gold leaf, like the gold radiator paint, like little flourishes that they've put all over the Oval Office, which are just, like, tacky Larry Flint's Hustler Club flourishes, like, pump the brakes, Caligula, with the frickin' gold. And then you've got like the Mar-a-Lago aesthetic with the blown up lips and all of that. Like everyone's notion of what's hot and what's glamorous is so skewed and twisted and broken. And so there's that. And also, who is he talking about who left his administration undamaged and like not singed within an inch of their lives? Everything he touches dies. Rick Wilson was right.
You can't get too close to him.
Well, they all do this Elon Musk shtick, right? All of them leave the White House after sucking Trump's ass for however long they were there. And then they pretend like they were appalled by the decisions that they were cheerleading the entire time. Elon Musk cheerleaded cutting Medicaid, kicking people off of food stamps. He cheerleaded most of the stuff in this bill. The only thing he doesn't like is that it doesn't, on paper, cut the deficit. So other than that, there's really nothing in this bill that Elon Musk isn't for, except for, of course, the cuts to the EV mandates. And so what Elon Musk is doing is what all of these ex-Trumpers do, is they try to create distance so that people don't hate them as much as they hate Trump. So the real Trump derangement syndrome is being in Trump's orbit. And then they suddenly find the cure once they leave.
Yeah, that's true. All right. And also, so he is saying, don't you think he's saying that Elon Musk has Trump derangement syndrome because he left the Oval Office? That's what he's implying.
Well, he's saying that he misses Trump. He's saying that, we don't get to get ice cream and McDonald's cheeseburgers at 11 o'clock at night anymore.
That was earlier. Okay, that was her. I'm going to take you through the day. Okay, everyone who's watching, I'm taking you through the day, and you're going to hear. You're going to F around and find out right now what happened. So this was just moments later. What did they say? A few minutes later. Here it is.
Remember, he was here for a long time. You saw a man who was very happy when he stood behind the Oval desk. And even with the black eye, I said, "Do you want a little makeup? We'll get you a little makeup." But he said, "No, I don't think so," which is interesting.
Dumbest. The
and
dumbest.
Very nice. He wants to be who he is, so you could
This
make
is
that
so
statement
dumb.
too, I guess. Look, Elon and I had a great relationship. I don't know if we're well anymore. I was surprised because you were here. Everybody in this room practically was here as we had a wonderful send-off. He said wonderful things about me. You couldn't have nicer. Said the best things. He's worn the hat. Trump was right about everything. And I am right about the great, big, beautiful bill. We call it a great, big, beautiful bill because that's what it is. And again, biggest tax cuts in history, biggest economic development moves anywhere. We've never done anything like it.
You've never seen a living room like this before. Look at that view. It's the best in the city. He is such a real estate, like a cheesy real estate person, right? A developer.
Everything's a product and a rating, and yeah.
Can we admit that Trump is right? Elon Musk is full of shit. Elon Musk was on the Trump train, choo-choo, wearing the hats, having the chainsaw, having his way with all of our data, doing God knows what with it, enriching himself. And he was all on board. And so I'm not buying that he is legitimately feeling this, that this bill is so abominable. I think that this is a marketing stunt. Like I said, it's a stunt queen. But once Donald Trump got in it and once he started getting in his feelings, now it's real. Now it's on, because Trump don't fake play about not liking people. Like when he on you, when he's against you, you have a real problem. And I think Elon Musk might have a real problem. I'm just trying to figure out, is he going to be sent to CCOT, South Sudan, or Libya? Which country is Donald Trump going to deport
Tunisia.
Elon Musk
They're
to?
sending people to Tunisia. Sadly, I heard from someone today saying that their husband was being deported to Tunisia. Who was it? Carla in the chat. I think it was Carla saying this is the big beautiful brawl. That's a good one.
Ooh, that's
that's
great.
We had thought about that one, Carla. You're good. I think it was Carla. There's one before Bibra. So listen, guys. I posited this morning after, I heard about what this was before the big, the thing in the Oval Office and all of this came out today. Did Elon Musk play Donald Trump? Was he playing the long game here to get everything out of it that he wanted? And then now he's trying to revive do some career, what do you call it? Rehabilitation.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's like, oh, I'm against all of this. Charlie Kirk is like, he's unfollowing Charlie Kirk. He's unfollowing Stephen Miller.
Is he?
Oh yeah. Do we have it? Do we have that? I think we have him unfollowing Stephen Miller and maybe Charlie Kirk as well. So yeah, go ahead. He did. So what is this rehab? Is this reputation rehab? This is him, Stephen Miller. Unfollowed.
Well, it's definitely go ahead.
Well, these are butthurt, resentful. Seriously, there's a lot of butthurtness and there's a lot of resentment.
Mm-hmm.
And let's not forget, Elon was a Democrat until Biden didn't invite him to the car people the electric car people thing that
Yeah.
he should have brought him to, but didn't. So Elon felt like butthurt, and he has a resentment. All right. This is all about resentment. Why is Trump in politics at all? Because Obama effectively made him look like the asshole that he is at the White House Correspondents' Dinner in whatever year that was, 2012,
True.
2013. This is all like, they are working out resentments.
Yeah.
Like in real time.
Can we
But
go
I
through
don't-
the tweets now? Can we go through the tweets? Go ahead. What did
Well,
you
I
want
was
to say?
just gonna say, I don't think that this was like the long game of like this is some big con that he pulled. I think that Elon Musk goes whichever way the wind blows, and if his favorables weren't plummeting, if people didn't stop buying Teslas or burning them, if he was still doing great at his businesses, he would still be on the Trump train. But he knows a sinking ship, and he doesn't want to be anywhere near it. So that's all that this is. I just think that he has no real moral fabric, no convictions. It's money and it's power, and he's gotten both, and now he's bored with Trump.
I have to, I would refer people to that. It's going around the internet virally today. The great comment from my friend Scott Galloway about Musk's moral character.
Oh, we
And the
played
moral
that this
character.
morning on our 10 a.m. live show. We did. Yeah. And he said that this is something he would want to teach he doesn't teach his boys this. Yeah. His sons.
Right.
Yeah.
And it was like, he really kind of nailed it on the head, and how people worship money, wealth. And Elon thought that, I don't know, I think Elon bit off more than he could chew.
Yep.
And he's really pissed off that we don't think he's hilarious and no one's laughing at his jokes.
Yep.
And he's learning that he's not hilarious. Look, we are living in a time where we are getting blowback from people who are so mad that they suck in bed, they have no rhythm, they're not funny, they're not interesting, they're not sexy, but they've got money. That's what the money is for, because otherwise these guys cannot get game. They could never go anywhere near the premium pussy unless they had the money. And that is what the money is for. And when you've got all the money, that's what we worship. You know what I mean?
Well, none of that applies to me because I've got rhythm and I've got game, and I'm not.
I know
looking
that's
for the
right,
thing
Don.
Don, you've got game.
I know.
I've seen you on a dance floor. Like you've got style. Like
I know, but you're talking about. Don't be calling out the you know what, boys. I'm just saying. Look.
Well, look,
Don't be
Elon Musk can buy the president, but he cannot buy the public. And that's what he really wants. He thought that being close to the president would make him more beloved, and it actually made him more hated. And so he hates that. He hates being public enemy number one. I mean, even Donald Trump isn't public enemy number one. It's Elon Musk.
I honestly think that Trump in Trump 1.0 in that first administration, I think Trump was legitimately surprised that so many people didn't like him.
True. He was.
You know, he's coming off the Apprentice high and the Twitter audience. I'm not sure, and even now, I think I get the impression that he is very guarded from bad news about him. But when he gets the gist that people don't think he's all that, he has to spit back because he just can't, he can't believe it. Like, you're not into me? Everyone's into me.
Yeah.
It's like that great line from Mercedes Rule in Married to the Mob. Everyone is interested in Tony. Yeah. No.
Let's put up the tweets, shall we? We got a lot to get to. Okay.
Okay.
We're gonna put up the tweets. Have you guys seen these tweets? Now look,
this so good.
This one has people talking because you know what people were saying. Wait a minute, something went on with that election. I don't know what happened. Elon did something that reportedly, allegedly, right? That's what people are saying. And then this one, I knew the shit was real when he said, Elon Musk tweeted, "Without me, Trump would have lost the election. Dems would control the House and the Republicans would be 51-49 in the Senate." And then he says, "Such ingratitude." Now, here's the thing. Elon Musk was sitting there when Volodymyr Zelensky came to the Oval Office, and he said, and they asked him, "Why aren't you more grateful? Why aren't you more humble?" Now, Elon Musk is giving Donald Trump the what? Zelensky treatment. This is how I knew that it was real. And also, someone said they're gonna mess around. And Elon Musk is gonna reveal the real reason Donald Trump won the election. What say you?
These are my confessions. This is giving a confession, okay? Where is Fonnie Willis, Alvin Bragg, Tish James? One of these people who've been willing to prosecute his ass. Like, come on, we need an investigation. The DOJ is not going to do it. Cash Patel is in Vegas on the slot machine. We need a Democratic AG in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, somebody somewhere look into this and do an investigation, please.
Is he insinuating something here?
Is he insinuating that his thumb was on the scale? Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. But it's also a flex. Like, this is small dick energy shit. Like, this is like, you know, you couldn't have done this without me. He could be easily just talking about how much money did he dump into the election, by the way? $250
million. 200
$250 million.
$70 million. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Money
That's
well
a lot of
spent,
money.
was it?
Yeah.
So
I tell you elsewhere, I tell you guys, look, this is shameless, okay? I tell you where else money is well spent.
Where?
And this is Reese Colbert's idea. Let's go to the Don Lemon merch store. The Don Lemon merch store is open, everyone.
Yes.
And Reese Colbert, you can buy what Reese Colbert suggested on the Don. Look, it's there. It's not. Oh, wait a minute. Where's Reese Colbert? So it's there. Look, it's in the link should be in the top of the chat. And also, you guys asked for it. I didn't want to do it. You guys made me do it. They asked me to do it, and I did. Reese said, you need a fan. Where them fans?
Yes.
The number one seller.
Oh, Reese
I
don't have a Don Lemon's fan yet, Don. You have to send it to me, but I do have a fan. I can clap.
Oh,
do it again. Show them how to do it, Reese.
You did it, girl.
Yes. We're gonna get a black
fans that hit me one time.
Where the fans that I got my boots on the ground. All right. So check out the Don Lemon merch store. If you go to the Don Lemon show page, it's there. And I'm going to try to get it up on donlemon.com. So we're working on that. But anyway, go and you guys, I have been pleasantly surprised that you guys have been buying this merch. You asked for it, you got it. Okay, stand by, guys. Okay, because I got to pay some bills right now. Okay, for a minute. The support for the Don Lemon show today comes from BetterHelp. BetterHelp, you know how I feel about mental health and taking the stigma off. I don't need to tell you guys this, but I will tell you that we're going through so much. This is Mental Health Awareness Month, June, for men. Men today face immense pressure to perform, to provide, and to keep it all together. So it's no wonder that 6 million men in the United States suffer from depression every year, and it is often undiagnosed. There is no shame in getting help and speaking and talking to someone, and you should do it. Men, women, everyone, no stigma in it. If you have an issue, go speak to someone. It is often very difficult to seek help. Finding the time and the money for therapy can be a barrier, but with BetterHelp, they're here to work with you. They can help you. They can match you with 35,000. They have 35,000 licensed professionals that can help you. Very diverse licensed professionals. They've been doing it for over 10 years. They've been helping millions and millions of people. They have a 4.9 out of 5 on the app rating store. So as the largest online therapy provider in the world, BetterHelp can provide access to mental health professionals with a diverse variety of expertise. Talk it out with BetterHelp. Our listeners get 10% off with their first month at betterhelp.com/Don Lemon. That's BetterHelp. HELP.com/Don Lemon. Support for the Don Lemon Show today also comes from, I love this stuff. You guys know this is Beam. Okay. Summer's here. People are going to be telling lots of stories. They're going to be talking just like we're talking with our panel of groups. Everyone's going to be sharing their stories. But guess what? The news cycle is relentless right now. Every day we get served up outrage. That's designed to take us away from the fight. That's what the right is trying to do. They're trying to scare us. They're trying to get us burnt out. They're trying to get us to tune out what's happening and just roll over. But we can counteract that. You got to wake up refreshed and energized. You guys see how energized I am today? That's why I turned to Beam's Dream Powder. It's a natural sleep blend designed to help you get the deep restorative rest your body and mind need to stay in the fight. Okay? There's science behind this, behind the ingredients like reishi, magnesium, L-theanine, alginine, apigenin, excuse me, I always screw that up, and melatonin. Dream helps you fall asleep, stay asleep, and wake up ready to organize, okay? Without the fog or the crash. The results, since I started using Dream, my focus has come back. My energy has returned. I am ready to face the day, ready to stand up for the things that matter. And I'm not the only one. Being 17.5 million nights of sleep for people all across the country. So right now, Beam is offering up to 40% off their best-selling Dream Powder for my listeners. It's a limited time offer and the perfect way to overcome that exhaustion and stay in the fight every day. Go to shopbeam.com and use the code word lemon at checkout. That is shopbeam.com/lemon. And use the code word lemon for up to 40% off. Sleep well, wake up ready. The fight continues. I'm telling you, I love this stuff. You take it and you're asleep. I fall asleep with my cell phone in my hand sometimes. So anyways, thank you to our sponsors. Now back to the show. Y'all, so let's put up these tweets, okay? Another one of these tweets. Elon Musk reposted this. This is from Donald Trump 123:13. I cannot believe the Republicans are extending the debt ceiling. I am a Republican and I am embarrassed. Wise words, says Elon Musk. He's trolling him from his words in the past. Okay, that's a troll. Then Elon Musk says, it's time to start a new political party in America that actually represents the 80% in the middle. And he puts up a poll. Exactly my sentiments my reaction when I saw it, Reese.
When the hell is Musk in the middle? Musk is way, 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 way off the cliff. Like way. Now you in the middle, Musk? Go to hell. Go to hell. This is image rehabilitation. It is image rehabilitation because there ain't no way you can call Musk the middle.
But I think he is saying he wants to. He is challenging Donald Trump on taking at least being possibly a political opponent. And he can't run for president, but he can certainly back a lot of people. He can't run for president, and of course, you know, Trump makes.
Oh, like he backed the guy in Wisconsin after how many millions did he flush down the toilet to lose that race? Elon Musk is not the kingmaker he likes to believe that he is. Okay,
ICE is going to show up at his door.
You said what?
ICE is going to show up at his door.
Oh, I know. Look, I'm not for packing people up like how Donald Trump is doing, but I'll make an exception for Elon Musk.
I want you to stand by, everyone. I want to bring someone in. I want someone to take the floor, and that is Miss Joy Reid is joining us right now. Joy,
Hey.
we could not get through this without getting some joy from Joy Reid. Joy, is he saying like, hey, is he gonna take some money and give it to the political opposition? What is going on, and how juicy is this?
It's super juicy, but let me tell you something, Don. I'm going to be honest with you. Up until this morning, I was a non-believer. I was a Elon Musk hates Trump truther, okay? Because I didn't believe it. Because listen, I think we are on the same page, sis. Because look, Elon Musk is getting so much out of that big ugly bill. He is getting a gargantuan permanent tax cut. He is getting essentially barring all states from regulating AI. That is money in the bank. He's getting, Doge didn't save us any money, but he got all the defense contracts. He's getting all the space contracts for SpaceX. That man loves Donald Trump. He is getting paid from Donald Trump. So I didn't believe it. I'm like, I think he's faking fighting with Trump because Trump's unpopular now because of the tariffs and because he's just a screwball. And that he's now trying to get people to buy his Teslas again by being like, I'm against Trump. Come back and buy my Tesla. So I didn't believe it. I'm like, I think it's fake.
God, who just said that? Who just said this was reputation rehabilitation?
I think we all figured that part out.
Joy, I need you to respond to this as well, because you just mentioned getting a lot of things out of it. This is what he tweeted. He says Donald Trump had threatened to take put the tweet up, his government contracts away, okay? And he said the easiest way to save money in our budget, billions and billions of dollars, is to terminate Elon's governmental subsidies and contracts. I was always surprised that Biden didn't do it. So he did that. And then Elon tweeted, I'll get to the second one because that is amazing to me. Let me just read it now. He says, remember they said, Elon had to leave because it was a number of days, whatever. Elon was wearing thin. I asked him to leave. I took away his EV mandate that forced everyone to buy electric cars that nobody else wanted. He ended up selling them on the White House lawn, right? That turning into a used car thing that he knew for months I was going to do. And he just went crazy. And then Elon Musk tweeted this afterwards, basically saying, just gets better and better. Go ahead. Make my day. Joy.
This would be the end. Oh, wow.
Joy.
Can I quote the Godzilla movie? Let them fight.
Yeah.
I'm not on either of y'all side. I want you both to lose. How about that? I want you both to lose.
Yeah.
I want want you to beat each other up, and I'm gonna stand in the back and just watch it happen. Watch it, let it burn. Let it burn. So, look, the reality is Elon Musk's wealth, he is a billionaire because of government contracts. He is essentially a welfare queen. And so his billions come from the fact that the federal government pays him, pays SpaceX to do the work NASA should be doing, gives him, they made him a billionaire. He got to be a billionaire off of federal welfare, corporate welfare. So Donald Trump is right in the sense that he does have the power to take away his money, right? He definitely does have that power. Elon Musk, on the other hand, got power over Trump by buying him into the White House and by Doge. Do you think Elon Musk doesn't have Donald Trump's stuff too? Between him and Palantir, the other South African, Peter Thiel, they got all Donald Trump stuff too, because you didn't put up the other tweet, which is Elon Musk saying Trump's in the Epstein files.
Oh yeah. Oh, we're getting to that one. Let's put that one up. Thank you. Since you brought it up, let's go there, Joy. I was going to save that one until after the ad break, but we're going to go there. So
gloves off.
Elon Musk said, time to drop the really big bomb. At real Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That is the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day, DJT. That, woo! Woo!
Flag, I'm West Indian, so I want to wave a flag, jump up in, wheel.
Yeah.
Wait, get the fan out.
Do it.
Oh, there she goes. Look at hot.
That is quite an accusation. Basically, he is saying, we can't say the word here, but it rhymes with Redo. They're saying that he's basically saying he's a, ophile.
But Donald Trump we've known Donald Trump is a degenerate. He's already been civilly convicted of assault.
But Reese, the Epstein files in that whole Trump, Elon, bro, sycophant world. Oh, Elon didn't off himself. You know what I'm saying? That is bomb that
but
you
no
drop
one
when you're trying to give.
Do you think any of Trump world will they care? Do you know what I'm saying?
No. Donald Trump already said he could pardon the diddler. He already said, well, maybe if he was done wrong. He's already, y'all put this in your mind. He has already, remember they said that you can't, student loans could not be forgiven, that you can't, what's her name? The little baby that's his press, the little baby Barbie that's his press secretary was like, you can't get rid of
Caroline.
Right. He has already pardoned about $1 billion worth of wiped clean. These people started, it's more than a dozen people who owed massive fines for committing massive crimes. He wiped their debts clean, right? So Donald Trump has that sort of king-like power to do these kinds of things. So, I mean, to me, it's like this is, I don't know, you can't root for either of them. You almost have to, it is Godzilla versus Megalodon. Like, you want them both to lose, right? But they definitely have bad stuff on each other. And we have pictorial visual evidence that Donald Trump used to hang with Jeffrey Epstein. He used to call Jeffrey Epstein his friend. He's used Jeffrey Epstein's plane. He was president when Bill Barr was in charge of the federal prison where no one normally dies, but where this guy suddenly hung himself. And I remember when I was doing my weekend show, AM Joy, we had a gentleman on who was working on a book where he had interviewed Jeffrey Epstein's brother, he was the one raising the doubts about what happened with Jeffrey Epstein. That's not us that's doing that. And so, look, I don't have any theories or any thoughts or any opinions on any of those things. What I do know is that these men have dirt on each other. These men have dirt on one another. And if they want to use that to stand in the way of Donald Trump taking over as king of the United States, let it happen. I'm fine. If Elon kills that horrid bill, good. I'm glad. But that don't mean I'm gonna root for him, and I will never buy a Tesla. You couldn't give me a Tesla for free. I don't care if he does.
What's Trump gonna do with
have
this
a Tesla, but I'm upside down in my loan, honey. So unless somebody give me some coin, I'm driving around my little red Tesla of shame.
Let me click her off of here. I'm kidding. But is this my question is this assured mutual destruction?
We don't know.
What is destruction? I mean, Elon Musk, through his role as Doge, he's gotten out of all of these investigations. He was under investigation in multiple agencies. Poof, those are gone. His wealth has gone up. somebody is helping maintain Tesla stock prices despite the horrible sales news and all kinds of news that would normally tank it, even though it's gone down. So where is the destruction? I mean, yeah, this is very entertaining and I love to see them fight. The only thing, to Joy's point, that could possibly maybe come out of this is maybe it kind of makes some of the Republicans think twice about backing this bill. But I'm very skeptical that it will even have that impact, because some version of this big, beautiful bill, big, ugly ass bill, is going to pass. Even if it is just funding the wall, something is going to pass. And like I said earlier, Elon Musk is not against the destructive parts of this bill that, you know, the carnage is going to cost in terms of Medicaid and SNAP. He wants more of that. So I don't even know that as fun as it is to see them fight like children, I don't know that this is going to move the needle in terms of the policy and destruction of this administration.
100% agree with Tracy. 100% agree. Think about it though, Don. Starlink is getting contracts that are being forced on countries all around the world, including South Africa, which is where he and
is that going to continue though, Joy? Is this like the beginning of the end to that?
Maybe,
you know what
but
I mean? For the United States, yeah.
But the reason that Elon Musk opposes this bill, to his point, is he says he opposes the spending. Number one, that means he is for more cuts. He's angry that it's not cutting Medicaid enough. It's not cutting food stamps enough. It's not hurting poor people enough. He's fine with the tax cuts, clearly, right? Because he's getting those for himself. And then part two, wasn't it his job in Doge to do the cuts? Because they said they were going to cut $2 trillion. Apparently they failed. So now he's mad that the cuts that he and his hacker boys couldn't get done aren't getting done by who? The weakling Republicans in the House and Senate. They don't know how to do that. They don't do their job. They wait for him to do it for them. They weren't going to do it.
Is this a threat? Is this an implied or just an outright threat? Musk is saying Trump is gone in 3.5 years. I'm around for 40, right? I am around for 40. I think that's not the right one, is it? Am I reading that wrong? That's not it.
Not if he keeps blowing K like that.
Yeah.
He keeps getting those shiners.
Yeah.
He lays off the booty bumps, maybe.
He's going to be gone in 3.5 years, but you're going to have to deal with me on the other side of this. And I'm sure that scares a lot of Republicans.
For sure. Well, Trump doesn't have the money. The person who Trump has the ideological control of the base. The base worships Trump. The cult of personality is directed at Trump. It's Trump's feelings. They want Trump to be happy. They want Trump to have what he wants. They want Trump to be free from any prosecution or investigation. The base is in love with and worships Trump. They don't worship Elon Musk. But to Musk's point, he's the one who spends the actual coins that get Republicans elected. So now, the Republicans have two daddies. They're against, it's Pride Month, happy Pride. They're against the LGBTQ folks, but they got two daddies. And now they have to decide, do we serve daddy number one, who the base would kill for, or do we serve daddy number two, who's got the checks, who's writing the checks? They have to pick between their two daddies. And I relish this
checks, but if I had to make that choice, I think I would be with the checks. But I'm just saying, I'm not.
I don't even have one daddy, and it's Pride Month, and this is really unfair. That's some greedy shit. That is so greedy.
God. George, you can go out to dinner with me and my husband for Pride, and we'll show you some love. Not in that way, just in friendship.
I was going to say, Don, where is this going?
No. Okay, well, here's where it's going. Elon Musk doubled down on his, allegations against him, against Trump, because after he said that he was in the Epstein files, then he tweeted this, the emoji with the eye up. In 1992, Trump partied with Jeffrey Epstein, just going to leave this here. And then Musk retweeted this. What on earth? And there's video in it, right?
Yeah,
there's video in it. Can we see a little bit of the video? I don't even know. I don't even know if we need to hear it, but y'all, what do y'all think of that?
This is a feature, not a bug of Donald Trump. They like the womanizer, grab him by the pussy, Donald Trump. So this whole idea that this Epstein, this stuff is like old news.
I know, but recently they're all like Epstein. It was Clinton. It was this, and it was Epstein.
But this is Trump, and this is as far as Trump's image goes. This is not a bug; it's a feature.
Yeah,
And his
all right.
base likes it. His base has no. Remember, there are about 23 women who have accused Donald Trump in one way or another of sexual harassment or worse. The base didn't care after the video came out of him saying you can grab him by the. Donald Trump lost literally no support even among Republican women. He still won a majority of white women voters after they knew that he was saying that about a white woman. They didn't care. Evangelicals gave him 80% of their votes plus. After that, he got a majority of Mormon voters, a majority of Catholic voters. He got a majority of Protestant evangelicals who claimed to be Christian. The only Christian group who said absolutely no were Black Christians who were like, hell no. And also at that time, Latino Christians were like, hell no.
Yeah.
But he has managed to maintain and actually grow his support among white evangelicals, among Latino male evangelicals. They know he's a womanizer. They know that he was cheating on Melania while she was pregnant with Barron. They don't care. They don't care what he does to Melania. They don't care if he humiliates her.
He
They don't
cheated on
care.
Ivana, remember?
They don't care. E. Jean Carroll's a white woman.
All of them.
They're not defending white women. They don't care about what he did to E. Jean Carroll. They think she's the problem. There's nothing. This is Elon Musk's challenge, is that there's almost nothing Donald Trump could do or say or be accused of that would end that cult relationship. They worship him like he is God. How does
But he could at least be original. Like, you bringing up old shit. You was sitting up there sleeping a couple doors down. You were on Air Force One. You were at Mar-a-Lago. You were walking around allegedly with all kind of pills. You didn't get no dirt on Donald Trump. You didn't have no locker room talk. Like, come up with some new gossip that we could use, not this old recycled stuff that nobody cared about.
Okay, then what about this one? Donald Trump says, I don't know if this will do anything. Oh, wow. Alien versus Predator.
Ooh, I love that. Brilliant.
The internet is still undefeated. Wow.
Oh, the internet is undefeated on his own platform, right?
Alien versus Predator is kind of great.
Brilliant.
And then there's this where he says Trump should be impeached. Now,
Oh, no, that was good. I do like the Trump should be impeached thing.
President Elon Musk, who wins? Wait, President versus Elon, who wins? My money is on Elon. Trump should be impeached, and JD Vance should replace him. And then Elon Musk says yes.
Give me first of all, no. First of all, I don't want to hear about impeachment no more. If you can't convict, impeaching is a waste of time. He was impeached twice. It had no effect. It had no impact whatsoever. And who's going to impeach him? You need a 2/3 vote in the Senate to convict. And this House of Representatives is on its knees. They will never impeach him. You think Mike Johnson is going to impeach Donald Trump? Mike Johnson probably has a Buddha version of Donald Trump in his house that he worships every morning. There's no chance. He's getting shot. I want to hear that.
Okay. Here's a real threat. When you guys talked about, you mentioned all the government contracts or whatever, and the contracts that he has worldwide. I'm wondering if this is going to happen because Elon says, I think Donald Trump said, I'm going to take your government contracts away. And when he said the easiest way to save money and the budget of billions of dollars to terminate Elon's governmental subsidies, whatever. Elon Musk says, in light of the president's statement about cancellation of my government contracts at SpaceX, will begin decommissioning its Dragon spacecraft immediately. He is taking his toys and going home. Joy, why does this give you so much joy right now?
It makes me so happy that, and I was so tired on today. I was low energy. This is giving me all my energy back. I feel so good about this fight. I want them. I mean, literally, this is making my entire day. Even though, again, I was a truther. I didn't believe, I think it's fake. Part of me still thinks it's fake. But look, Donald Trump is right. I never say this. This is something I rarely say. Donald Trump is absolutely right. Elon Musk lives on the public welfare dime. Canceling his contracts and actually cutting the defense budget is the only real way to cut the debt, because most of the spending that we see in the country that the right objects to is in the Pentagon. The Pentagon is much more money than U.S. aid. U.S. aid is almost no money, but people easily go after that because that's the black and brown people money, and they're like, get rid of that. But if you really want to save money, you got to go into defense. Defense is where the money is, or you got to cut Social Security, which you're going to have, a riot of old people all over the country, and Florida will be gone. So he's right. Donald Trump is right that Elon could be hurt by cutting his government teat. And I wouldn't be against that. I would be for that. But show me the Republican senator that's got the cojones to do that. Show me the Republican House member that's got the balls to do that. I've never met one, but if they're there, I salute them if they do it.
Yeah, that's not going to happen because, as much as we hate Elon Musk, like these people are not going to give up jobs in their districts, these congressional people, and they're not going to be on the wrong side of him. The only person who might be unhinged enough to do this is Pete Hegseth, who's just unilaterally canceling all kind of contracts in DOD right now. But even Pete Hegseth wants to have a future doing something at some point because he's clearly not intelligent. So he's going to need something to fall back on. So I think this is all kabuki theater in terms of anything that involves dollars and cents. I don't think that Elon Musk is going to come out the worst for it. He's not going to cancel anything. He has a fiduciary duty to his company. They're not going to be on board with this shit. So it's just him blowing off steam. I'm with you, Joy. I mean, maybe a couple of weeks from now or a couple months from now, maybe they have a come to Jesus moment and a whatever moment. But I don't think it's going to go this far as contracts being canceled. I don't see that happening.
I got to tell you, Reese, my plan to get Trump to do it is tell Pete Hegseth that Elon is African. Am I?
Did you know? Did you really know? Well, he could end up in a North Carolina Roach Motel, like the other South African.
George, I know you have to go. I'll give you George. I'm gonna put one up for George and let you respond, and then George has to run. Trump's tariffs will cause a recession. That is another thing. Can I finally say that Trump's tariffs are super stupid? Someone, and then Elon Musk replies and says the Trump tariffs will cause a recession in the second half of this year. And this is the guy, George, let's remind people that he hired to root out waste, fraud, and abuse in the government. And now he is saying that Donald Trump's bill basically is that waste, fraud, and abuse.
Joy brought it up. The irony here for me is that Musk is the ultimate welfare queen. Everything that his army of flying monkeys worship him for, everything he is enabled from checks from the government. He has gotten, I think, somewhere in the neighborhood of $500 billion from the gov. For Tesla, for SpaceX, I don't know the specifics of what went where, but I know it's in the neighborhood of $500 billion. It's hilarious to me that this guy has any criticism of how the government spends its money. Like, bitch, really?
And on that note, George, we'll see you later.
Bye,
Thank you, George.
Bye, guys.
Hey, Reese and Joy, do you guys have time for me to pay some bills? A word from our sponsors in, and I'm going to tell you what Joy Reid is doing next and how you can catch her in our new show. Now we're going to do all of that, so stand by. Support for the Don Lemon Show today. Are you a yo-yo dieter? Are you a yo-yo dieter? And I'm not talking about Joy. Get her off the screen. Are you a yo-yo dieter? Do you lose weight and then gain it and then gain more weight back after that? That is a dangerous thing to do. Studies show that can increase your risk of heart attack, stroke, type 2 diabetes, and other health problems. So breaking free of that yo-yo diet pattern is the main reason that doctors created lean. Lean is a supplement, not an injection, and you don't need a prescription for it. The science behind it is impressive. It's studied natural ingredients, target weight loss in 3 powerful ways. Lean helps maintain healthy blood sugar. It helps control appetite and cravings, and it helps burn fat by converting the fat into energy. So listen, if you're tired of that, here's what you do, okay? Let me help you out. I'm going to help you get started here with 20% off when you enter lemon20 at takelean.com. That's code lemon20 at take lean.com. I have been taking it. Tim has been taking it. We love it. Everyone's like, Don, what are you doing? You look like you're aging in reverse. That's because I've lost about 10 pounds. You guys didn't even notice. My cheeks aren't like, I don't look like I'm storing up for the winter anymore. So take lean. Lemon20 at takelean.com. Support for the Don Lemon Show today also comes from the Freedom from Religion Foundation. It is summer. There are campfires, late night conversations. People are swapping stories like we're swapping here today on the show. And they're going to be talking about things. And you may find some of it appalling, especially when they're trying to mix the church and state, turn America into a theocracy, which it is not. Okay? They're trying to do that in our classrooms. They're trying to do it in the courtrooms. And they're trying to do it in the offices. even in doctors' offices. And that's where the Freedom from Religion Foundation comes in. They have been defending church-state separation since 1978 in the courts, in the schools, and wherever religion tries to take the wheel. So if you believe government should serve everyone, not just the religious right, join them. Go to ffrf.us/freedom or text my name, Don, to 511-511 and become a member today. Join us and go to ffrf.us/freedom or text Don to 511-511 and do it now, because the only story that should run this country is ours, not theirs. Text fees may apply. So thank you to our sponsors. All right, let's bring it back and let's talk about it, because I know Joy Reid has got, Reese already has sponsors. She's got her show, and you're going to follow her. Joy Reid has a new show coming up. She's going to have some sponsors. Joy, you know, I said, I got to read these ads. It takes me away. But that's a sign of success when you have sponsors and people on your show. So no shame in my game. I got to go away from the guests sometimes and pay the bills. How are you feeling?
Well, first of all, I want to get me some lean because I need to lose 20 pounds as well. I got to show
Try it.
Listening to that, like, really? I'm going to have to get me some.
Let me tell you something else you need to get when you get your show. You need to get you some merch. I don't know if people have been asking you about merch, but they have been asking us, and I have resisted for a year, but not anymore.
Yeah.
Our merch store is up live.
Yes, and I'm going to get me some lemon merch. Look at that. That is fabulous. Yes, we are going to have some merch as well. I 100% believe in the merch game because we used to do the best merch on the Readout. I'm going to be honest. We had the dopest merch.
On the last night of your show, you guys had the merch on. It was fabulous. Didn't you have on like a vest or this jacket that was just, it was amazing, right?
It's glorious. And so I believe in some merch, and I like it to be unique and different. I never used to go through the regular NBC people. We used to do our own. We had our own designers that did it and made it special. And so that throwback jersey is actually in our merch store right now. We took the logo of the company off of it and just the actual cute merch that I was wearing on that last show. And I have a few of the original OG ones. So yes, we have a little merch store happening. But I'm excited. I am an old radio person, as you know, Don, because we go back a long way. And so I think that the direct sponsor model is actually it's better in a way because you actually have a personal investment in the stuff that is sponsoring you. You're not just having random, ads for, what do you call it? What do you call it?
ED medicine or whatever, right?
Like ED medicine is not all that. And it's just jumping on your feed and everything. No, you're actually taking personal ownership over the things that you're asking people to support the companies that support you. So I dig it. And the Joy Reid Show with thejoyreidshow.com is where you can get on my YouTube channel. Hopefully everybody will subscribe. We have a whole lemon connection, and I love me some Reese. So it's like we are all connected. These are our friends. And so subscribe.
These are our people. These are our people. So the Joy Reid Show, I saw that your promo, and I think you guys, are you simulcasting on your channel right now? I think you guys are going to do that.
Hopefully we are. Our tech friends were in the background trying to make sure, but if not, we'll put this video up on thejoyreidshow.com later on after this is all done, because we're having so much fun here that I want everyone to experience it.
Let me just tell you that, everyone thinks that if you're in this business that it is a competition, that whatever. No, we want everybody. I want Reese to be as successful as she can. I want Joy to be as successful as we can, because it is in our nature, in our DNA. It comes from our ancestors. Each one teach one, right? Everybody gets a hand back and help. And so I want Reese and Joy to be more successful than I am. So go and watch Joy Reid's show on the Joy Reid channel. And I hope that you were able to simulcast. We couldn't figure it out. It was too close to showtime, Joy. So I apologize to figure all of that out.
It's all good. And let me tell you something. I have been trying to book Reese for years, but again, in the cable world, they're like, well, is she on what channel? What network is she from? Who does she write for? What is the thing? There's like this whole blocking process that keeps creators who are primarily in the digital and online space out of the way. In the end, I was booking folk that literally are TikTok famous. And I was like, I follow them on TikTok and I think they're brilliant. Remember the fight, Dawn, of getting you onto my show when I was on cable, because you were at CNN at the time. So or even when you had left CNN, they were still just like, whoa. So I think that what's beautiful about the digital space is we all can come together, because behind the scenes, we're all friends anyway. And we all admire each other anyway. And we all are rooting for each other anyway. And so now we can break those barriers down and all be in one space.
Are you guys saying that we agree with Kanye West, what he tweeted today? Because it sounds like that's what we're saying. Bros, please, no, we love you both so much.
Throw him in there too. All of y'all fight. Take each other down, all three.
Yeah.
Go. Take the diddler with you. Go, all of y'all, get out.
I do have to say one more I just want to put up, because Elon Musk's baby mama is tweeting at him to offer advice, which is interesting. I did not see
baby
this.
mama?
Hey, I don't know. I don't know about any of them. My producers are telling me this. Hey, at Real Donald Trump, let me know if you need any breakup advice. And when I saw this happening, if I was still on the Twitter, I would have tweeted over at Donald Trump, and I would have said, Donald Trump, you should have called me first. I could have told you. I tried to tell everybody a year ago. But nobody listened. Why do y'all never listen to me?
Why you don't listen to the black man? The black man know what he's talking about.
I tell you.
Didn't I try to tell them? Did they not see the interview? Did they not see the interview? But you know what? Seriously, on the interview, Joy, let's talk about this story in Reese. On that interview, I talked about DEI. That became a big thing in the campaign. I talked about campaign donations. That became a big thing. I talked about the great replacement theory. That became a big thing. The big thing just last week, in the beginning of this week, was the ketamine or whatever. That was a big thing. First person to ask had the nerve to ask him to his face about this. That became a big thing. Right. Yeah. And here the white genocide. That's not happening in South Africa. That became a thing as well. So, it was prescient. I just have to say, I tried to tell y'all. That's all I'm saying.
You did. And your man in the streets was trying to tell us Trump was going to win. And I didn't want to believe it because I was texting you at the time. God, don't tell me that's what's happening. But you were right about that.
Yeah. Crazy. Okay. This is the biggest. I mean, we have pride in, as someone said, Joy said, we got two daddies. Daddy and daddy are fighting.
I don't know if we wanted that imagery, Joy. I'm like, oh, let me get out of my head.
Right. You guys have the worst gay couple in the world. Neither of them has any style. They got terrible taste and they look a mess. So it's like the gay community don't even want them. They don't even want them in the community because they look a hot whole mess. Trump ties too long. He's belly big. They keep trying to make him look like Superman. It's like, we know what he looks like. We can see him with eyes. We see him. And Elon Musk is gray. How are you that color? I didn't know that was a color you could be. He's gray.
Oh my God.
How do you see mamas? But then it turns out he's just like sending them his stuff so he can like have babies with them. And they're like making babies.
Wait, what? Huh?
Don't worry. There's a story that he might not be having carnal relations with all of these women. Some of them may be just accepting his.
Oh,
see, I'm not sure.
I didn't hear that.
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, Joy. Okay. On that note, where does this go from here? Seriously, where does this go from here?
I don't know. I mean, look, I like to remind people that, people have just accepted the idea that Elon Musk is this genius because people think he invented Teslas. He did not. Let me say their names because the two men who invented Teslas are American. They are Martin Eberhard and Mark Tarpenning. They are the American tech geniuses who created Tesla. Elon Musk gets credit for being a genius because he bought out Tesla. He became an executive there and then took it over. He didn't create them. So I think giving him, Ava DuVernay has been posting over at her new Substack, which is awesome, by the way, about this idea of genius that gets ladled onto him. When in fact, he's a really smart investor, but that doesn't mean he invented it. I think he might have invented that ugly Tesla Cybertruck, and I think it's hideous, right? But the idea that these billionaires ought to be running our country is an abomination if you really believe in what America is supposed to be. It's supposed to be a democracy, not an oligarchy. But particularly these white South Africans, Peter Thiel, who has Palantir that can now spy on all of us. And even MAGA are upset about it. They're going to have all y'all guns on a database, okay? They're going to have all your information. The fact that Elon Musk has this inordinate power over the president of the United States to the point where a fight between a citizen and the president is a fight among equals.
Right.
That is a shocking and astonishing place for us to be. These billionaires have too much power. They have too much control. The tax cuts are too deep. They don't need them. And I think we need to break that entire power structure. And J.D. Vance ain't the answer. He answers to Peter Thiel. That's the only employer he's ever really had other than being a senator. And so the idea is these oligarchs want control of the United States. And what we have to think about is not which of these two we want to root for. Neither of them are worth rooting for. We need to root for us. We need to root for us to have our power back and to take all these oligarchs out of the top tier in terms of running our country. We're supposed to run our country. We're a democracy.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Reese. Final words.
Yeah.
Where do you think it goes?
Listen, both of them are the enemy of healthcare being a right. Both of them are the enemy of children not going hungry, of our environment not going to shit with a FEMA director who doesn't know that we have a hurricane season. And so both of them are villains. This is not a situation where we can root for anyone, like Joy says. But let's also be honest. Both of them have gotten what they wanted out of each other. Donald Trump got $200-something million out of Elon Musk. He got a little bit of gravitas. He got social media on his side, all the algorithms. And Elon Musk got all of these, like I said earlier, investigations halted. He got unprecedented access to power that a foreign-born person would never, ever, 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 under any other circumstance, been within a mile of. And so they both have already won for what they needed from each other. And so now this is just all entertainment. And hopefully, you know, something can be done where that we don't suffer more from this bill. But I'm not even, I'm hesitant to even say kill this bill, because what's on the other side of that could be even worse. So none of us are winning. It's just grab your popcorn and be happy that two of the biggest villains are at each other's throat for once.
Yeah. Reese, tell us about your show. Where do we see you?
Reese Colbert Show is on Sirius XM Urban View on Saturdays. Joy, you can always come on. And Dawn too. And Dawn, so soon my Am I Tripping game is going to be, it's in the port. Hopefully Donald Trump is not holding it up. Okay. This is my second edition. And so it's pre-orders right now, amitrippinggame.com. And yeah, Black Women Views is my YouTube channel. Thank you, Dawn, and good to be with you, Joy.
I love
Joy,
it.
when is your show premiere?
I love the game. We have game night in the family, so I'm gonna go get me.
Yes.
Yeah, I want both.
Am I tripping? Gotta count that.
Joy, when does the show premiere? How many days a week, and where can we find it?
The show premieres on June 9th, right here on YouTube. It is to be found at thejoyreidshow.com. Easy to find, or just go in the search thing and put The Joy Reid Show. You will go right to it. There's already content up. I'm doing stuff on Substack and posting it there. And so hopefully you guys will support. Amber Ruffin is our first guest. It's such a great interview. It's so much fun. So please tune in. And we're going to get both of y'all on too. Y'all going to be on my list as well. So please keep your phones open. Don't block me.
Lady, you're the best.
Come on.
Love you guys. It would be an honor. Thank you, Joy. Thank you for coming on. Reese, thank you. I appreciate it. You guys take that. How great was that to have Joy and Reese Colbert on today. Joy Reid and Reese Colbert. Fantastic show, everyone. This was crazy. It was a great show. We've had great shows this week. Look at what happened. I mean, just Jasmine Crockett popped in. Rick Wilson popped in. Joy Reid popped in. George Hahn popped in. Reese Colbert. I mean, just great shows this week. And on top of that, we got what you guys wanted. You got to be shameless. The merch is up. Okay? So go check it out. And let me show you the one that was Reese's idea is at the bottom here. Reese came on and said, Don, I see all that merch. You better get a fan. And you saw Reese on with her fan, and we got the fan. I believe the fan. Is the fan still the number one seller? Yes. What's number two? Don't know. The fan is the number one seller on the site. So if you're going to be out partying, you're going to be at the cookout, and you're going to be line dancing, and it's going to be hot out, you better get that fan. I'm just saying. And anyway, and the great t-shirts, great bags, carry bags, beach bags, all of that stuff. And on this Fridays, when we, have a little sip, we can use that glass that you saw up there on Fridays when you have a little sip with us. Okay. Thank you. I'm so glad you guys sent me that you're excited about the merch. Don's so excited to get the merch. I'm excited to get the merch. At first, remember, I'm like, merch, I don't want to do it. I want to do it. You guys made me do it. So thank you. I give the people what they want. All right, guys. So make sure you hit the thumbs up. Make sure you like, subscribe, follow, hit the subscribe button. It's at the bottom of the screen, bottom right here where my hand is. That's where it should be right there. Just go click right there. Boop, 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 boop. and also become a member. Okay, that's how we stay and streaming on these streets. So, and support independent media. I support my independent media friends. I try to have them on as often as possible to promote them in any way that I can, because we need to build an ecosystem here that rivals the crazy MAGA right people on that is just out in the crazy ethos atmosphere wherever. Okay, so yeah, great show. So I'm going to see you guys tomorrow. We're supposed to have our legends on today, but we had the breaking news. Isn't this shit crazy? I mean, seriously, did you guys ever think it would come to this? I thought it was going to get, I said, this is not, you remember, you listened to me this week. I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before, and I'm like, guys, this isn't the end. This is going to get worse. You watch, mark my words, old people be knowing. And look what happened today. I mean, saying that Donald Trump is in the Epstein files, right? Did you hear Tim? Tim went, whoo. I mean, that is just crazy. And it's not over yet. There are going to be things to come, because I'm telling you, and Azalea Banks is telling you this. Roll it.
Wait! What is the tea? The girls are fighting! No! The girls are fighting!
Okay, thank you, Azalea.
Why?
The girls are fighting. Why are the girls fighting? I think we needed a little laugh. Okay, thank you, guys. Thank you for your support. I appreciate it. Welcome to the new members. Let's see. Simi's always given. Susie Q, welcome to the Lemon Nation. Welcome to all of the new members that are out there. Thank you. Who gets JD in the divorce? Lucia Johnson, welcome to the Lemon Nation. Janice Piggy, welcome to the Lemon Nation. Luis Wheeler, welcome to the Lemon Nation. To all of our new members, welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you. And I will see you tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. sharp Eastern time. 10 a.m. sharp. I'm going to be at 10 a.m. tomorrow. What'd you say? Right. 10 a.m.
Don, do you have 1 minute to do some breaking news?
Oh, sure. Where is it? Is it in my phone?
Yeah, check the phone. Steve Bannon had two very interesting comments in the last hour that I think could be
can we
worth.
play Steve Bannon? Steve Bannon was on the Ryan Grimm show. Bannon first called to deport Musk. Now he formally calls on the government to nationalize SpaceX. See the current poll. Okay, there's a poll results. Okay, let's see. Let's hear from Steve Bannon.
Know anything. He's a know-it-all. He knows some engineering. Don't get me
Go
wrong.
back to the beginning.
Who's he
talking about?
that, but he doesn't know anything about.
He's talking about Musk.
He's a know-it-all. He knows some engineering. Don't get me wrong. I give a hat tip for that, but he doesn't know anything about the real world. Doge was, and for any fanboys that still exist, while you're wrapping up in your cape tonight, understand on Doge he didn't find any fraud. There's plenty of fraud out there. He didn't find. This is President Trump's first complaint. Was this all BS? Right with the with the Doge. The act that President Trump should be taking immediately, I think, when he threatens to take one of the big programs out of SpaceX, President Trump tonight should sign an executive order calling for the Defense Production Act to be called in SpaceX and seize SpaceX tonight before midnight. Know anything? He's a know-it-all. He knows.
Wow, to see an executive order. Where is this going? Where is this going? This is all-out war. I mean, seriously, this is all-out war. We have a poll up, and the poll in the chat is interesting. Go and vote if you. I'm interested to hear what you say. It hasn't changed. I've been looking at it for the last couple of minutes here since we're running the Steve Bannon thing, and it says who will win this MAGA civil war, and by 71%, the poll says you guys say Elon Musk will win the MAGA civil war. I'm interested to know why you think that. When Donald Trump is president of the United States and people say, well, Donald Trump, he always wins. He always finds a way to win. And you guys really believe that Elon Musk is going to win? Who's your money on? Steve K. Bannon. Let's see what this says. Steve K. Bannon, who has been one of the most vocal critics of Musk for months, said that he is advising the president to cancel all of Musk's contracts and launch several investigations into the world's richest man. They should initiate a formal investigation of his immigration status because I am of the strong belief that he is an illegal alien. And he should be deported from the country immediately, he said in the phone interview. Didn't I tell you guys that ICE was going to show up at Elon's house? Now, you guys think that, look, just because I'm not wearing a suit and tie and I'm not telling you like this, like, I'm not going, well, is it possible, Bob, that Donald Trump would possibly have Elon Musk deported? Because I'm just saying, you better watch out, ICE. And that could happen. You remember, how quickly can you guys find the clip? I don't know if you have enough time, of Elon Musk's brother saying that the family may be here illegally, or he and Elon. Do you guys remember that? That may take some time. But Kimball Musk said that they were of some sort. And I think Elon Musk tried to quickly brush him off. But put that back up. Steve Bannon is saying that they should initiate a formal investigation of his immigration status, because I am of the strong belief that he is an illegal alien and he should be deported from the country immediately, he said in a phone interview. Now, you guys think I'm nuts? It could get to that. Especially, Donald Trump does not like to be criticized. He doesn't like to be criticized from people he doesn't know, even people who don't have huge platforms. And the person who is one of the biggest social media platforms in the world is shit talking him, basically, in real time and winning. Donald Trump got owned today on social media. Elon Musk owned him, destroyed him on social media. And now Steve Bannon is saying, I have a strong belief that Elon Musk is an illegal alien, which means saying that he's undocumented, basically. Elon Musk and his brother, the interview or panel that they were on that I told you about, this happened years ago, but here, watch.
These numbers every day, but for us to hear, we'll give you $3 million.
Yeah, it sounded extremely, we thought they were crazy. Why would they do that?
It was literally like, these people are insane.
They obviously do not realize we're sleeping in the office.
In fact, when they did fund us, they realized that we were illegal immigrants.
Well, I mean,
yes, we were.
I'd say it was a gray area.
Yeah, yes, we were. We were illegal immigrants. We were sleeping in the office. We didn't have a car. We had one car, but the wheel kept falling off.
But, well, actually, yeah, the wheel.
This is going to get dirtier. Can you imagine if Donald Trump goes through all the records? Maybe, who knows? Look, the Doge folks probably could have erased some of that stuff. I don't know how that works. Maybe they got rid of something. Maybe they did something where they fixed it. I don't know. But can you imagine Donald Trump trying to deport Elon Musk? Stay tuned. See you at 10 a.m. Turn the TV off. Thanks everyone for watching. Your support means the world to us. So make sure you hit the like button and you subscribe to our channel to make sure that you never ever miss a video. We're live every day, 10 a.m. Eastern time. We drop even more content at 2 p.m. Eastern and 5 p.m. Eastern. And if you want more Don Lemon Show content, we'd love for you to become a member of the Lemon community, where you will receive access to special community posts. You'll get exclusive content and members-only live shows. So head over to our channel page or click the join button on this video. Again, thank you for watching. We appreciate your love and your support, and we will see you next time. Major breaking news as it involves ICE and the Office of Homeland Security, the Homeland Security Department here in the United States. There's been a major shakeup at ICE about who is going to lead, how they're going to lead, and what are the tactics of those agents who are rounding people up off of the streets. ICE leadership shakeup exposes growing DHS friction over deportation tactics and priorities. We will get to that. But first, here's part of the report from Fox News. And you know when Fox News is reporting it, this is serious. Here it is.
Get some reaction on this part of the story. Fox has learned of a big shakeup of Immigration and Customs leadership. DHS has reassigned chiefs in up to a dozen cities, including the ones you see right here on the map. They will likely be replaced with officials from Border Patrol and Customs and Border Protection. Look, with all of the success that you're seeing, why these changes?
Well, first of all, the numbers are accurate. I mean, by the end of this year, by the end of December, we'll have over 600,000 removals. I looked at the numbers this morning. We're at 554,000 deportation. If you extrapolate out for 12 months, this is historic, the biggest deportation operation that we've ever seen.
Pause.
And
here's the thing. So that's Tom Homan over on Fox News. Here's the thing. The reason that you are seeing, one of the main reasons that I believe, and I think others, look, it's just sheer logic, that they are being so heavy-handed and rounding up people without due process, without a signed warrant from a judge, without even showing any identification, is because they are having trouble meeting these numbers. They are way behind. That's what folks are actually saying behind the scenes. And so Tom Homan is saying, okay, this is great. But here's the real thing. If we go back to that report where we said that about the shakeup report from Fox News, here's the thing. They are fighting. Tom Homan and Kristi Noem are fighting over what tactics will be used. Tom Homan wants only the people, as they said and promised that they were going to do during the election and before they started all of this, he wants illegal people. On one side, this is according to the report, are border czar Tom Homan and ICE director Todd Lyons, who have advocated focusing on criminal aliens and those with final deportation orders. Here is the monkey wrench in all of this. On the other side of this are DHS Secretary Kristi Noem and then senior advisor Corey Lewandowski, who Rick Wilson calls her boyfriend, by the way, right? And Border Patrol Commander Greg Bovino. They have pushed for a broader and more aggressive approach, targeting anyone in the U.S. illegally to boost deportation numbers. The report says 2 senior officials described the mood inside DHS as tense and combative, with some ICE leaders warning the new approach could erode public support and blur the line between ICE and Border Patrol operations. There is trouble in paradise. ICE is melting right now. Continue with Tom Homan.
so the numbers speak for themselves. Most secure border in history of the nation. As you said, record deportation operation. And let's not forget, we have found over 23,000 children, rescued many from forced labor trafficking and sex trafficking that the last administration wasn't even looking for.
100%.
So great success. Yeah. So great success by this administration. You're exactly right. Look, personnel.
He's such a glazer. And then all of those numbers that they're talking about, they are quick to tout numbers. We've done this, we've done all that, but they never show the evidence. They never show how they are, or the metrics by which they are measuring these things. There's no evidence that the people that they are rounding up on the streets, if they're even undocumented citizens at all, they're not showing if they have a criminal history or criminal record. None of that. People don't know. So Tom Homan is sitting there on Fox News with the Fox News host just glazing him about things that they don't even know to be true. They have no idea. In the meantime, we are watching the most aggressive and unpatriotic and inhumane treatment by people who are being rounded up on the streets, or 2 people, I should say, who are being rounded up on the streets or off of the streets of America. Many of them are U.S. citizens caught up in this whole deportation. This is a 16-year-old citizen who was assaulted by an ICE agent and detained. Watch.
I'm going to school, bro. I was going to school. I was going to school. Get your hair! I'm trying, bro. I'm fine. You're done. I'm underage. You're done. I'm underage. We're from the United States, bro.
You better break his neck,
bro.
You can't look.
For all those people that are saying this does not happen to U.S. citizens, have the courage and the guts to tell that to Arnoldo in his face. Does it happen to him?
A 16-year-old. Is this what you voted for, MAGA? Maybe it is. Maybe you voted for this kind of cruelty. This kid, 16 years old, just going to school. There was a woman outside of a mall, was walking into the mall, getting out of the car, approached by ICE agents. When were you born in America? They said to her. Were you born in America? And she's looking at them like, what are you talking about? If you have to approach someone and ask them if they were born in America, that means you don't know who they are. That means you don't have a signed warrant. That means no due process. That means you're targeting people based on the way that they look, which for the longest, that has meant illegality, that was illegal. But it doesn't mean that right now, because the Supreme Court says, hey, look, you can round people up based on their ethnicity now, which is discriminatory by any legal measure. The reason that this is happening, things like this is happening on the streets to people, is because they don't even know who they're hiring. They don't know if they're hiring Proud Boys. They don't know if they're hiring people who have the experience and the knowledge to be able to do this, nor the temperament. There's an NBC report, exclusive report, on people who are being, I guess you can call it, dropped through the cracks, recruits showing up to train despite criminal backgrounds and failing drug tests and not even submitting fingerprints. Here it is.
One current and two former Homeland Security officials tell NBC News that some new ICE recruits have showed up to training without being fully vetted. The officials telling NBC News the recruits were placed in ICE's training program before the agency determined that they had either failed drug tests, had disqualifying criminal backgrounds, or had not met the physical or academic requirements to serve. Now, it comes as the agency rushes to hire officers to carry out President Trump's mass deportation policy. NBC News senior Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley helped break that story. She joins me now. Congratulations on this scoop, Julia. Thank you for breaking it here. So just how many ICE agents are we talking about who could fit into this unqualified category?
Well, according to some data that was compiled very recently internally at ICE, there were over 200 new recruits who showed up for training. That's supposed to be after they've gone through a security vetting, fingerprints, drug test, attested that they can do the physical portion of the training. They've showed up and they haven't been able to meet those requirements. In some cases, I'm told they show up and they volunteer the fact that, no, I never did submit fingerprints, or no, I never did do a drug test. And so trainers are having to pull people off the base there in Georgia and take them out to go get these things done. So the real concern is who might not be admitting that and who might be slipping through the cracks.
So Julia, why?
And the reason that this is happening is because they are afraid that they can't meet those numbers. The numbers that I guess the president has ordered, because he wants to set a record, a number of deportations. Maybe he's just, because Barack Obama deported so many people and he wants to break Barack Obama's record. I have no idea why he's doing all of this. In the meantime, the economy is tanking. Farmers are having trouble producing things because they don't have workers. The service industry is hurting, and he's rounding people up. People who have been here are productive citizens, and he's rounding them up because they want to meet these numbers. She'll tell it. Go.
Is this happening? Is it because there's a rush to get people through? Is it because they're not being careful enough? What's the best explanation?
When I talked to former officials who know the way this process used to work in the past, they said it was pretty slow going and really used to drive a lot of people crazy because it could take up to a year before they were fully vetted and put out into training and then out into the field. Now it can be as short as 2 weeks. Sometimes it's not exactly clear what needs to happen, but they report to a field office, and if they have no prior law enforcement experience, they're sent to this training. But before they even go to that field office, they're supposed to come in with HR having checked all these boxes. In a lot of cases, that's just not happening. Part of it is, I've told the HR office just hasn't gotten the resources that they need to be able to match this huge demand to hire 10,000 new officers by the end of the year. And I'm told, Kristen, they're less than halfway to fulfilling that.
Okay, so that's the problem. And wouldn't you think, instead of just rounding people up or putting people out there, putting agents out there who are not qualified, not vetted, who could actually caused the government, the Trump administration, the Department of Homeland Security, like a huge legal lawsuit. I am waiting for the class action lawsuits to start and all the people who will be joining them, because I know that will happen. Because as the Independent has reported, the Trump administration, this ICE shakeup, they are failing to meet 3,000 arrests target. They want to meet this 3,000 arrest target. I guess should that be 3 million? I guess it's 3 million arrests of undocumented migrants. Oh, 3,000 per day is what it is. They want 3,000 per day and they're not getting them. And that's why you're seeing them at pickup lines. That's why you're seeing them asking people, were you born in America? Because someone has been ordered. Which is interesting because Tom Homan, people look at him and say, well, you know, he's the worst. He's doing this. But according to the reporting, Tom Homan only wants the criminals and the really bad people out. It is Kristi Noem, who has no experience in being the head of Homeland Security, Corey Lewandowski, who is a political apparatchik, and then Dan Bavino, who is also an extreme conservative. And so that's where we are right now in America. Unqualified people, no due process, rounding up people, American citizens, many of them, and the folks who may be undocumented, we don't know if they are or not, getting no due process. When the Constitution actually 100% says that all persons in this country deserve due process. Not all citizens, all persons. How much longer are we going to stand for this? ICE is melting America. Thanks everyone for watching. Your support means the world to us. So make sure you hit the like button and you subscribe to our channel to make sure that you never ever miss a video. We're live every day, 10 a.m. Eastern time. We drop even more content at 2 p.m. Eastern and 5 p.m. Eastern. And if you want more Don Lemon Show content, we'd love for you to become a member of the Lemon community, where you will receive access to special community posts. You'll get exclusive content and members-only live shows. So head over to our channel page or click the join button on this video. Again, thank you for watching. We appreciate your love and your support, and we will see you next time. Let's discuss Vivek Ramaswamy. He's finding out that he's not white, and he's also finding the limits of white approval. Remember Vivek Ramaswamy, he arrived on the Republican scene without the ostensibly perfect sales pitch. A biotech millionaire, an anti-woke wonderkin, dead set on disturbing the status quo. He preached meritocracy. You know, they love that. Toughness and fierce patriotism. He was an avowed MAGA loyalist. Considering all that, we must ask, why does the GOP hate him? Why does the GOP hate Vivek Ramaswamy? Well, I mean, he's brown and he's Hindu. And so I may as well just end this right here. But I'll digress. We can talk about it more. So as the former Doge co-chief, who was pushed out, by the way, has campaigned to be Ohio's next governor, he has been plagued by vicious, cruel racism from the right. Surprise! The latest episode came earlier this month. It was at a Turning Point USA event. This one was in Montana. One student asked why Ramaswamy masquerades as a Christian. Another demanded, Jesus Christ is God and there is no other God. How can you represent the constituents of Ohio who are 64% Christian if you are not a part of that faith? That's what the student, or the young person asked. Well, even conservative Firebrand Ann Coulter said something similar, said that she would not vote for him because he's Indian. She said the quiet part out loud. Those exchanges and exchanges like that and the reactions to them, they're all very telling. They expose the contradiction at the heart of Ramaswamy's political persona. The man who insists America is colorblind, that identity politics is poison, that merit alone determines destiny, is confronted again and again by the brute fact of identity. Specifically, his own identity. Apparently, Vivek Ramaswamy needs a mirror. Ramaswamy has built his brand on telling white conservatives that they are not racist. He flatters their self-image. He absolves them of guilt and insists the only true oppression in America is wokeness. Yet the same people he has spent 2 years reassuring keep reminding him in subtle and not so subtle ways that he is not one of them. He will never be one of them. He continues to deny systemic racism in America. He insults Black people with a false and disingenuous interpretation of our history and seems completely oblivious to the fact that if it were not for Black people and the civil rights movement, he and his own brown Indian family might not even be here, or at least would not enjoy the rights and opportunities he now takes for granted. So I want you to check out this insulting and outrageous interview that he did with me on CNN, where he distorted the Civil War by claiming that Black Americans earned their freedom thanks to the NRA. That is not only historically false, it is obscene.
But say what you said again. Black people secured their freedoms after the Civil War. It is a historical fact, Don. Just study it. Only after their Second Amendment rights were secured.
They were not secured their freedoms after the Civil War. That is not, you are discounting Reconstruction. You're discounting a whole host of things that happened after the Civil War when it comes to African Americans, including the whole reason that the Civil Rights Movement happened is because Black people did not secure their freedoms after the Civil War, and that things turned around. People tried to change the freedoms that were supposed to happen.
And you know how they got it? They got their Second Amendment rights, and they actually got, the NRA played a big role in that. But today, Don, the NRA
did not play a big role in
they trained Black Americans how to use firearms.
That's a lie. That's not. The NRA did not play a big role in
this. Is just historical fact.
It's
but
not historical fact.
The part that I
just
find
because you say it's historical fact.
The part that I find insulting is when you say today Black Americans don't have those rights after we have gone through civil rights revolution in this country.
You are sitting here telling an African American about the rights and what you find insulting about the way I live, the skin I live in every day.
Here's where you and I have a different point of view.
Black and white that Black people don't have in this country, and that Black people do have.
Well, here's where you and I have a different point of view. I think we should be able to express our views regardless of the color of our skin. We should have this debate
I'm not saying you
without me regarding you as a Black man,
insulting that
but
you're
me regarding you as a fellow citizen.
That you're
That's what I
sitting
think
here,
we should
whatever ethnicity you are, explaining to me
whatever ethnicity
about
I'm,
what it's like to be Black.
Whatever
in America.
ethnicity I'm, I'll tell you what I am. I'm an Indian American. I'm proud of it. But I think we should have this debate. Black, white doesn't matter.
I think we should have this
on
debate.
The content of the
ideas. If you're going to do it, you should do it in an honest way and in a fair way. And what you're doing is not in an honest and fair way.
Okay, so do you want some facts on this? The NRA was founded in 1871 after the Civil War. It was founded by white Union officers seeking to improve marksmanship. It had nothing to do with emancipation, and it remained silent as the Ku Klux Klan unleashed terror across the South. So the idea that the NRA freed the slaves is an insult to every ancestor who bled for liberation. Vivek Ramaswamy's denial of racism is not brave. It is transactional. He has built a career telling white conservatives they are the true victims and that their guilt is unnecessary because racism is over. But the irony is that he has become exactly what Malcolm X once warned us about, a modern-day house Negro, defending the master's house as if it were his own, mistaking the invitation for ownership. This is the bargain that Ramaswamy struck when he chose to make himself the Republican Party's mirror rather than its conscience. He thought that he could transcend identity by rejecting it, that by loudly disavowing diversity, he could prove his own belonging. He confused proximity for acceptance, as they so often do. The folks who tried to cozy up to whiteness. He confused proximity for acceptance. That is the paradox at the heart of Ramaswamy. The harder he performs assimilation, the more glaringly he stands apart. He tries to convince the MAGA base that they can love a brown man who hates identity politics as much as they do. But to many of them, the only identity that truly matters is whiteness. And the only religion worth defending is their own. So his predicament is not new. The GOP has long celebrated model minorities, right? Model minorities, folks who scold liberals about race, so long as they remain ornamental, proof that the right is not racist. so long as their presence never threatens to redefine what the right is, what the party is. So Vivek Ramaswamy misunderstood the assignment, as the kids say here. I've seen this play before. I've seen this movie before. I've sat across from men like him on live television. Smart man, fast talker. Some will call him brilliant, ambitious, desperate to prove that they are the exception. They believe that if they run fast enough from who they are, the finish line will move closer. And it never does. Think about it. Ramaswamy wanted to be the figure who preaches, forget about victimhood, while standing inside a movement built on perpetual grievance, white grievance, that is. The GOP loved him when he was a novelty act, a brown man who made their bigotry feel enlightened. The moment he demanded real power, though, the applause curdled. He got pushed out. He has mistaken the master's invitation for a key to the house. He does not realize that he has been welcomed only so long as he keeps the porch swept and the curtains closed. That is the quiet rule of Republican diversity. You can serve as a shield, but never as a standard bearer. Ramaswamy does not seem to grasp that his usefulness was always contingent on his distance from himself. The party he worships will never let him be more than a guest in its house. And here's the sting, okay? The tragedy is not that they reject him. The tragedy is that he still craves their embrace. He has spent his career trying to convince them that he belongs, and they have spent just as long reminding him that he does not. Thanks everyone for watching. Your support means the world to us. So make sure you hit the like button and you subscribe to our channel to make sure that you never ever miss a video. We're live every day, 10 a.m. Eastern time. We drop even more content at 2 p.m. Eastern and 5 p.m. Eastern. And if you want more Don Lemon Show content, we'd love for you to become a member of the Lemon community, where you will receive access to special community posts. You'll get exclusive content and members-only live shows. So head over to our channel page or click the join button on this video. Again, thank you for watching. We appreciate your love and your support, and we will see you next time. I don't know if you've been paying attention to the news. It's kind of, maybe something that maybe people in the industry pays attention to, but you should be paying attention to it as well. And I'm going to explain why. These deals between Netflix and Paramount and all of that, and CBS and possibly CNN, why it's important and why it matters that you pay attention and perhaps make your voices heard over it. So Donald Trump has just been a vile, racist, bigot, sexist especially just over the last week. I don't know if he is, feeling the pressure, if there's something going on, some sort of cognitive decline, maybe the stress, but he has been insulting reporters and insulting sitting members of Congress. And I'm going to tell you how this affects the media. Because when Donald Trump made a disgusting comment to a reporter, no one said anything. What he said was shocking. He called her a piggy. Watch.
So he dictated a couple of memos to some degree break. You're going to find out what did he know with respect to Bill Clinton, with respect to the head of Harvard, with respect to all of those people that he knew, including J.P. Morgan chairs.
Sir,
Yeah,
if
Jennifer,
there's
go
nothing
ahead. Go ahead.
incriminating in the file,
Venezuela,
sir, why
Quiet,
not as a
quiet, McGee.
on Venezuela, sir? You've had a lot of meetings on Venezuela.
Quiet piggy is what he said. I'm sure you've heard about it. The thing for me is that no one in that moment, not one reporter said anything. The women there didn't say anything, which is shocking to me. I'm surprised that the women didn't come back and say, was that necessary? Why would you do that? And I'm also, no man in that press gaggle stood up or said anything in the moment. And so for Donald Trump, it's easy. It is okay. But here is, I would, if I had been there, I would have said, was that necessary? Sir, you're the president of the United States. You realize you just called someone a piggy, and this is going to go out to the world. Are you sure? I mean, why would you do that? Why would you call a professional woman out of her name that way? And I'm sure he would have yelled, but at least someone should say something, because when people do things like that, you have to stop them immediately, or they become emboldened by it. And that's, Donald Trump has become emboldened because no one is holding him to account on many different issues right now. But what surprises me the most is not just how brazen this administration is by, making excuses for it. I'll show you that in a second. But no news organization released a statement. I believe it was a Bloomberg reporter, but immediately I feel like Bloomberg should have released a statement, like immediately saying, this is unacceptable. Now, I don't know if it would have made a difference, but in the old days, which maybe 3 years ago, there would have been a statement by news organizations saying this is unacceptable for and beneath the dignity of the president and the White House and the office for Donald Trump to do this. And it is disqualifying as president of the United States. But no one said anything. MAGA didn't say anything. I didn't see anything on conservative news organizations. If Joe Biden had done that, all hell would have broken loose. He is a sexist. He's a this. And Donald Trump is just flat out. No morals. And when questioned about it the next day, a woman who is the White House press secretary, I mean, just to me, it is embarrassing and shocking that a woman would stand for this behavior. Caroline Leavitt made excuses for Donald Trump and justified his treatment of a working professional woman. Watch.
What did the president mean when he called a reporter piggy?
Look, the president is very frank and honest with everyone in this room. You've all seen it yourself. You've all experienced it yourselves, and I think it's one of the many reasons that the American people reelected this president, because of his frankness. And he calls out fake news when he sees it. He gets frustrated with reporters when you lie about.
That has nothing to do with the price of tea, and it has nothing to do with the comment. And this reporter, you can see it on her face. She knows. She's like, Caroline, what does that have to do with anything? She's not going to ask her. She should have stopped her there. It's like, no. I'm asking you, what does this have to do with calling someone a pig? You're saying it's okay for Donald Trump. That's what she's saying. It is okay for Donald Trump to do this. Keep going.
Him when you spread fake news about him and his administration, but he also is the most transparent president in history, and he gives all of you in this.
Turning it back on the media. She's calling them fake news. It's not like this is an unfortunate. This is an unfortunate comment. The president was under stress, or that he didn't mean to say this, or this is what he said. No, it was like, it is okay because you are fake news and he calls you out and you guys know it. Caroline Leavitt should be ashamed of herself. And I'm sure she has nerve to, she probably has the nerve to say, I stand up for women and I do all that. They all do this, and it's all bullshit. They don't care. They have no morals. There's no moral compass, no values, no nothing. Keep going.
As you all know, unprecedented access. You are in the Oval Office almost every day asking the president questions. And so I think the president being frank and open and honest to your faces rather than hiding behind your backs is frankly a lot more respectful than what you saw in the last administration, where you had a president who lied to your face and then didn't speak to you for weeks and hid upstairs and didn't take your questions. So I think everyone in this room
she's not going to take a thing, but keep going.
Should appreciate the frankness and the openness that you get from President Trump on a near daily basis.
And
go ahead.
As a follow-up,
yes.
The Washington Post just reported that the Coast Guard has.
I'm calling on Bloomberg. Go ahead.
So I'm not done. I have a follow-up. Quiet, piggy. That was enough of her. Quiet, piggy. See how that feels? Maybe someone will write about it. Maybe someone on the right will be upset and get all bent out of shape because I said to Caroline Levitt on this program, quiet piggy. How does that feel? And I'm doing that for a reason. I would never say that, but I'm saying that for a reason. Just like I would never call Donald Trump out of his name except for a reason, which I did recently, except for a reason. And that reason is to show just how harmful and how vulgar it can be to do that. But he's not just doing that as it relates to women. He's doing it to another woman, but he's also being racist about it. This is what Donald Trump said, not in the cabinet meeting, but after that. I'll show the cabinet meeting second. But this is what he said about Somalia in general. Watch.
Mr. President, thank you. The mayor of Minneapolis, Jacob Frey, is saying that he's actually proud to have the largest Somali community in the country, and his police chief.
Well, then he's a fool.
Well, his police chief is also
I
saying
wouldn't be proud to have the largest Somalian. Look at their nation. Look how bad their nation is. It's not even a nation. It's just people walking around killing each other. Look, these Somalians have taken billions of dollars out of our country. They've taken billions and billions of dollars. They have a representative, Ilhan Omar, who they say married her brother. It's a fraud. She tries to deny it now, but you can't really deny it because, it just happened. She shouldn't be allowed to be a congresswoman, and I'm sure people are looking at that. And she should be thrown the hell out of our country. And most of those people, they have destroyed Minnesota, okay?
So here's the thing. Number one, there's no evidence that she married her brother. That is a disgusting rumor that has no merit, that has been investigated. No one has found any evidence that has even happened. She's even responded saying it's not true. But the way that he talks about people, Donald Trump is a disgusting, vile human being. He oozes it. And I wouldn't be surprised as the reports and Anthony Scaramucci and others say that he smells. Because when you have that much hatred and putrid toxicity in your body, it probably oozes out of his pores. He is a disgusting, vile human being. There's no that's the reason he looks the way he does. Because he's so foul. That's why he looks the way he does, because there's just so much vile, just toxicity just in him. But then he goes on to make it even more personal. Now, I want you to listen to what he calls Ilhan Omar here. And imagine him saying this to Caroline Levitt. Or what if someone said this to Melania? Or what if someone says this to Ivanka? I wonder how he would feel if someone called his wife, his daughter, his granddaughter garbage. Watch.
Now I'm understanding, and you're going to look at that, Scott. I hear they ripped off Somalians, ripped off that state for billions of dollars, billions, every year, billions of dollars, and they contribute nothing. The welfare is like 88%. They contribute nothing. I don't want them in our country, I'll be honest with you, okay? Somebody would say, oh, that's not politically correct. I don't care. I don't want them in our country. Their country's no good for a reason. Their country stinks, and we don't want them in our country. I could say that about other countries, too. I can say it about other countries, too. We don't want them the hell. We have to rebuild our country. Our country's at a tipping point. We could go bad. We're at a tipping point. I don't know if people mind me saying that, but I'm saying it. We could go one way or the other, and we're going to go the wrong way if we keep taking in garbage into our country. Ilhan Omar is garbage. She's garbage. Her friends are garbage. These aren't people that work. These aren't people that say, let's go, come on, let's make this place great. These are people that do nothing but complain. They complain.
Who complains more than Donald Trump? He's complaining right there in that response. That response was a complaint. That entire response was a complaint. And he looks like the fucking Grinch when he's there. You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch. That's what he looks like. Except he's much fatter and saggier with the neck vagina and all of that. He's gross. I would never have thought, if you had asked me, 10 years ago, that if we'd ever hear a president of the United States speaking that way and with such vile and inconsiderate language, I'd say never going to happen. But yet Donald Trump is a new low in the history of America. Ilhan Omar had a few words for him.
So there are 80,000 people of Somali descent in your state, but the president has been very focused, not just on them, but on you. In this extraordinary cabinet meeting, he said Somalis, quote, come from hell. They complain and they do nothing but bitch. Take a listen.
These are people that do nothing but complain. They complain. And from where they came from, they got nothing. We don't want them in our country. Let them go back to where they came from and fix it. Thank you very much, everybody.
And they applauded. And they
agreement from his cabinet members there. I just wonder what the reaction is in your district to have that from the highest office in the land.
It's disgusting. It's completely disgusting. These are Americans that he is calling garbage. And we feel like there is an unhealthy obsession that he has on the Somali community and an unhealthy and creepy obsession that he has with me. I think it is also really important for us to remember that this kind of hateful rhetoric and this level of dehumanizing can lead to dangerous actions by people who listen to the president.
And 95% of the Somalis in your state are U.S. citizens.
Yes.
Just for clarity.
And Ilhan Omar is a U.S. citizen, and he's saying she should go back and they should go back. That was the point I was going to make as well, is that she's a citizen. We go back where? This is her country. When he says our country. And look, she's right. This can lead to violence. Look, Marjorie Taylor Greene is finding that out right now, but many of us have known that forever. If you've ever been the target of someone, some unhinged person in the MAGA movement, some Donald Trump supporter. And we saw it with, we know that there is political violence among the right. We saw it with January 6th. All of those people who were pardoned. But yet Donald Trump says he wants to stamp out crime. He wants to make the country better. He has the nerve to criticize Somalia and the Somalian community. What about his own MAGA community that defecated and urinated in the Capitol? What about that? And you said it was okay because they were what? Supporting you. So Donald Trump, Caroline Leavitt, all of this bullshit about you love the country and you're a patriot. Quiet, piggy. Thanks so much for watching, everybody. Your support means the world to us. Don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe so you never miss a show. We're live every weekday at 10 a.m. and 5 p.m. Eastern Time with new clips dropping at 2 p. and 8 p. And if you want even more Don Lemon Show content, join the Lemon community. Members get exclusive posts, behind-the-scenes videos, and live chats just for you. So hit the join button or visit our channel page to sign up. Thanks again for all your love and your support, and I'll see you next time. I want to discuss today with this fine panel that I have here how farmers are being affected by not only by the Trump tariffs, but also by the government shutdown. And they are really hurting right now. Joining me now is Will Westmoreland. He is a Missouri agroforestry farmer, a political consultant, and a good friend of this show. Today, he has brought me a panel of farmers to speak about how Trump's economic policies have affected them. Nick Lewandowski is here, Kansas farmer. James Bowden is a Kansas beef producer. Ann Schragle is a Minnesota row crop farmer. And Frank Barnitz is a Missouri beef producer. How did I do on the names?
Perfect. Pretty good.
Great. Great. I did okay. Thank you so much for joining. We've been hearing a lot. You know, we're going through a lot. All Americans are. Folks are about to lose some of their government benefits, and they're going to find out. Open enrollment is happening soon. So I'm going to start with you, Ann. What's going on? How are farmers feeling about the state of this administration, the state of the country, tariffs, and the government shutdown.
Yeah, our Department of Agriculture yesterday hosted a roundtable with all the ag groups about farm stress and what we're hearing in Minnesota about this. And the phrase came up over and over again about uncertainty fatigue. Farmers are facing uncertainty in all sorts of places, whether it be our markets due to the self-imposed, self-inflicted trade war that we're experiencing, whether it be from the government shutdown, whether or not we'll ever receive payments that are, congressionally mandated through our farm bill, whether we'll see a farm bill again if Congress has fully decided to abdicate its role. And like the loss of a social safety net, that does benefit farmers, right? SNAP dollars benefit farmers. Farmers disproportionately buy health insurance on the private market, and we're seeing our health insurance rates go up because the insurance companies don't know whether or not there will be tax credits for that. I mean, it's everything. There is uncertainty. We're used to uncertainty because we know that we can't control the weather, right, as producers, but it seems like there are some really self-imposed policies that are making that uncertainty even higher.
Well, and let's talk about that, Will, because Ann says self-imposed policies, and I want to talk about just how many people this affects. America's farming, dependent counties, what that means is dependent counties defined by USDA as counties where 25% or more of average annual earnings were derived from farming, overwhelmingly backed Donald Trump. They helped to elect Donald Trump in 2024 by an average of 77.7%. What has happened now, Will?
Well, so if I take off my farmer hat and I put on my political consultant hat, we've seen about a 9% degradation in Trump's support in rural America. So since he came into office, since the inauguration, we've seen about a 9% drop in the number of people that still support him. If you look at the primary issues that are driving that, obviously ag policy is one of those, but believe it or not, foreign policies had a big impact on that as well. He saw a big drop when he did what he did to the president of Ukraine, Zelensky, in the Oval Office. There was a huge backlash from rural America, especially farmers and ranchers on that. So this 9% drop, I think, is hopeful because we're seeing farmers react directly to these bad policies in the administration. And it's across the board. To Ann's point, we've got this beef dump happening from Argentina, and now it sounds like we're going to get the same dump from Brazil. Frank and James can speak to this in a little bit more detail, but what that's causing to happen is futures are dropping, and the prices that are set at the sale barn are driven by what the packers are going to be able to purchase that beef for and sell it to the grocery stores at later on down the road. So even though herd sizes aren't getting bigger and nothing's really changed in regard to demand, prices are going to drop at the auction house because the futures prices are dropping. And then you stack on top of that the healthcare challenges that Ann talked about. We've got, before these cuts were made in the OBBB, we had 700 rural hospitals and clinics that were going to close. And now the National Rural Health Association says that number could triple. So just imagine 2,100 rural hospitals and clinics across the country closing. So all of this together is leading to a degradation in his support in rural America. And Don, I just want to say one final thing. I always tell people, be careful not to paint with a broad brush, because that 75% number, that comes from a study where they just looked at the top 200 agricultural counties in the country and looked at what the vote returns were from there. That doesn't include rural Americans in New York and Massachusetts and all the other states out there. That number probably is it's still high. It's probably about 65%, but there are a lot of farmers and ranchers out there fighting these bad policies and not voting against their best interests.
So, Will, you're saying it's a misconception that farmers, most farmers supported Donald Trump. Do you guys agree? Do you think it was a misconception? Do you think most of the guys
did? It's just the number's not as high as what the data that's reflected shows. So I just tell people that because there are a lot of good people out in rural America fighting against these policies. And I think we all get a little bit frustrated when we hear people paint with that broad brush that everybody in rural America voted against their best interest, et cetera.
Who wants to weigh in on that?
I would say
I would be glad.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Ann.
I would say that, yeah, rural America is not a monolith, that there are plenty of rural progressives out here, and we don't govern just for the people who vote for us, right? That it needs to be reflective of everyone in America and everyone in the ag economy.
Nick?
Yeah, I'm pretty active in local Democratic politics as well. I'm the county chair. And I remember last year at our county fair, just right after Kamala Harris got into the race, we had a booth at the county fair, and I can't tell you how many people we had come up and say, thank goodness we have someone that we can get behind now. And this is in rural north central Kansas. There might be 500 Democrats registered in my county of roughly 5,000 people. I had conservatives, I had independents, I had folks that had never affiliated before in their life come up to our booth and say, thank goodness we have someone we can get behind now, because we can't support him again, or we will not support him ever. And so that gave me a little bit of hope for rural America.
So what do you say, James? Because I'm sure you guys have heard this. You've heard FAFO. You guys know what that means, right?
Mhm.
When they say, oh, well, the farmers voted for Trump. They effed around and they found out. James, what do you say?
Oh, it's so disappointing to see comments online saying, oh, they found out. Everyone found out. Thanks for doing your duty and voting against your interests. And I always push back and I say, look, we're out here. We're not all voting a certain direction. We're all trying to make a living. And just because they voted against their interests doesn't mean they didn't have a reason to vote that way to begin with. But we're all trying to move forward as a country and as a community and make things work for everyone. So I think we need to have a little grace when we see that people have voted against their interests and are currently finding out, because they're hurting just like everybody else.
Frank, I want to play something for you. Yeah. Oh, you want to weigh in on that? Go ahead. You can. Frank.
Sorry, Don. Yeah, just real quick.
It's Nick. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. I get a lot of fan mail from people all across the country. And I've had a lot of these appearances on media since February. And there's a lot of folks that are upset, obviously. Mm-hmm. I'm one of them. But the messages that I'm hearing from folks, especially in urban areas from the coasts, are, farmers voted for this, and I want to see them fail. I want to see them fail because this is how they voted. And I have a hard time with that, because there's only about 1.5% to 2% of us out here doing this anyway. And when we start losing farmers, that means we start losing farms to corporate entities. Mm-hmm. Bigger farmers buy out little farmers. Mm-hmm. We don't need fewer farmers on the land. We need more farmers on the land. And the other side of this is, when we start losing farmers to failure, that brings on a mental health crisis that we have seen and we are seeing. That happened back in the 80s. It happened in the 90s. It's happening now. And we don't have mental health resources in rural America like they do in so many urban areas. And you start to see cases of substance abuse and use go up. You start to see suicide cases go up. I don't want to wish ill on anybody for how they voted, and I certainly don't think most people in this country do either. But that's some serious stuff when we start talking about that. And it pains me when I hear that. And I try to follow up with these folks and talk to them about how serious this is. And most of the time, they get it after I have that conversation with them. But I understand people are upset, and they have every right to be. But wishing ill on someone for how they voted is not the way to handle that, because all that does is further the division that this administration wants. And I'm not going to play into that.
How do you think that they should respond to the folks who voted and then now are on the not so positive side of Donald Trump's policies?
I think the first thing that we could do is to start having conversations,
like
talking to each other. Yeah, like this one.
Yeah.
Getting to know each other better and understanding why people vote the way they vote and why people do what they do.
You took the words right out of my mouth, because I would want to. ask people like, well, why did you vote that way? And I want to know. And then and then the other thing is, then what did you expect? Is that a fair question?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I don't think we need to say that they were wrong, but I think it's important to say you might have been misled, or you were misled.
Yeah,
I think that's
my favorite slogan
important.
here. We're not
Yeah.
asking you to admit you were wrong. We're asking you to admit you were lied to.
I think that in understanding that, like, a lot of people were sold on the idea of bringing down prices and like that's a very real reality for folks who are working class. I think accepting though that the common enemy though is not necessarily new Americans or immigrants, but corporations who are squeezing us from all directions and making it harder to earn a living.
You're speaking my language right now, because the more the people, the average American, or the working class Americans, the poor people stick together, because there's a power there. There's more of us than there are of them, right? The rich folks who are making all the money and they're getting richer. They're getting tax cuts. In the meantime, the other folks are left to fight amongst each other, and that's exactly what they want, because then you don't pay attention to the important things. At least that's what they're hoping, Ann.
Yeah, I think that's start of those kinds of conversations of being like, yeah, it's a real bummer that corporations control so much of our lives and are making our lives more expensive, and getting a shared understanding there.
Well, and as an aspiring full-time farmer, I'm constantly thinking about, okay, how can my farming, what can I do to increase my profits on the farm? We're getting prices that are the same prices that the farmers were getting back in the 70s. Wheat was in the $4 range back in the 70s.
Are you kidding me?
It's still in the $4 a bushel range now. And you think about the equipment costs, where you could buy a brand new tractor for $12,000 to $14,000 back then, and that was the base level tractor that you needed to make things happen on the farm. Well, now we've got these new tractors with new technology, and it's really great, but the price per bushel hasn't increased, and those tractors go for $150,000 to $200,000 a piece.
Oh yeah,
and even more so.
And that's just one input that you're talking about. We're looking at the entire picture of all of the inputs that we have to deal with. It's not one simple thing. I mean, all of those inputs that have been put in and that we're trying to battle, still working against those prices that you're talking about from 1970. We can't keep up with the inflation of agriculture based on the prices that we're being given. And it's
Frank,
given because we get the price that they tell us we're going to get. We don't get to set the price.
Yeah. I'm glad you weighed in, Frank, because I want to put this up. This is from the president. He says the cattle ranchers, because you're a beef rancher, and farmers and ranchers, right? You get lumped into the same thing. Basically, you're doing the same thing. One is with animals, one is with the earth. The cattle ranchers, who I love, don't understand that the only reason they are doing so well for the first time in decades is because I put tariffs on cattle coming into the United States, including a 50% tariff on Brazil. If it weren't for me, they would be doing just as they've done for the past 20 years. Terrible. It would be nice if they would understand that, but they also have to get their prices down, because the consumer is a very big factor in my thinking also. What do you say to that? Because, they bailed out Argentina, and now there are even Republicans who are trying to fight the tariffs on Brazil.
Absolutely. So those tariffs.
Is he right about that?
I'm sorry?
Is he right of what he said?
No, it was so insulting, the statement that he made about that. Number one, he wasn't even in it whenever the prices started to increase. His tariff on that didn't do anything towards the improvement of the price of the livestock that we're selling. So that would be number one. Number two, the tariffs that he's put in place doesn't do anything towards the fact that we've got 4 big packers in this country that dictate what the price will be to us other producers, the ones that are providing to them. They like to take the cheaper products from South America and bringing up here, either Argentina or Brazil, either one, so that they can mix it because it's costs less. They can mix it with a byproduct of what we have, the fat off of our fat cattle, and cheapen up hamburger so that it is cheaper into the store and cheaper to the consumer. But there's still such a gap between what they're actually charging versus what the producer actually receives.
So you thought that that was insulting. Anybody else want to respond to that?
Well, yeah, I mean, we're finally getting paid a decent salary or wage or income from our agricultural commodities, and then he just throws a wrench into the whole thing. And granted, you know, there are a lot of factors that are creating these all-time highs in the cattle market, whether it's the 10-year cattle market cycle, or there is a ban on beef from Mexico from the New World screwworm, and then the tariffs on Brazil. But we're finally getting a wage that, you know, we can make some inputs into our own farm, afford things, and here we are just receiving the blunt end of the stick at the end of things. So
right after the president made that announcement, the Chicago Board of Trades went limit down. And immediately the prices just started plummeting. That's occurred since that he made that announcement on Thursday evening. Friday, it was limit down, and it continues to be down up until today. The market. What cattle were bought and sold at auction houses last week are from $30 to $50 a hundred less today than they were 5 days ago.
Hey Frank, can you explain what that means per pound? Because not everybody understands the auction market.
Okay, so the auction sells the livestock based on weight, and it's a price per pound that's given, or you just extrapolate it to a price per 100 pounds. So the $30 to $50 a hundred less is 30 to 50 cents a pound less than it was 5 days ago. And a movement in this market of anything over 5 cents is traumatic. So when you're talking about 30 to 50 cents, the effect is just horrendous.
Well, and these haphazard comments are constantly affecting the market. And I've said this over and over. Please do not, at least from the government side, do not say comments or do make actions that are going to affect our market. Every action that's taken on the government side will affect the markets in one way or another, whether it's up or down. And we are the recipients of that. And so having some caution when saying the things that you're saying, I think, is really important.
And that volatility is what makes that uncertainty for anyone to be able to make a plan. We're no different than any other large business, except we're at a lot smaller scale in most cases. But that volatility doesn't let us plan for our future, or in many cases now, not even into the next month. So you have to have some level of security with our markets. And just like James was saying, any of these offhanded comments have such a reflection on the market because the market is so shaken right now and unstable that it reacts just in seconds to those comments.
I want you. Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, sorry. I'll just chime in real quick. I think one thing that this has done, his comments, is it has helped to unify a lot of agriculture against this move.
That was my next question.
It's surprising to see. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I read
your mind. Go on. Go for
it. So what it has done is it has brought many organizations that might not see eye to eye on a lot of things together and saying, this is wrong. This is stupid. This is ridiculous. it's not going to lower prices at the grocery store for the consumer. All it's going to do is tank the prices that producers get for their cattle, for their livestock. So you've got groups like the National Cattlemen's Beef Association, the big, cattle beef checkoff group, saying this is ridiculous. This is nuts. You should have seen the comments on their Facebook post, opposing this. One that really stuck out to me was all red hat, no cattle. It's a play on the all hat, no cattle. And somebody making some comment about Donald Trump, the New York dandy, knows more about raising cattle than you do. That's the thing is, his comments about cattlemen, ranchers, farmers not understanding what's going on and how to raise cattle and how to do it right. Who is he to say anything about that? I mean, I guess he sold steaks at one time as a businessman.
It didn't work out.
Again, like most of his entities, it failed. It went bankrupt. But I'll tell you, it has been a unifying moment for us at Farmers Union, for NCBA, the Farm Bureau, many other organizations. And I think that's a good thing, because we're going to need to stick together when it comes to this, because it's obvious to me that he's wanting to take care of his buddy in Argentina and not necessarily take care of the folks that are right here at home.
So let me ask you, let me follow up on that for all of you. Have you heard any in the ag industry, if you're a rancher, or farmer, or whatever, are you hearing people coming around sort of to your side, to speak, or saying, you know what, I did not, this is not what I voted for. I know people say it is what you voted for, but, and are they turning against this president, or they seem like they are somehow different? Or
I could say that they're turning against the policies. I'd say that's been a pretty much of a pattern that's been going on, at least in the last few weeks. We as beef producers want to stick together with all of agriculture. So what was occurring with the grain producers and the hit that they were taking, we were coming on board with them and saying that these policies were poor and that they were going to affect all of agriculture. Now then, it's affected the beef producers. I mean, so all of us in agriculture now are all working against the same policies. And again, I think that's really been beneficial to unite the agricultural groups.
Yeah. And you wanted to weigh in?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a soybean grower, and in Minnesota, 1 in 3 rows of soybeans get exported to China, or they did. And as we're, struggling to find, to get the Chinese to purchase our soybeans at the rate that they used to, and then the president chooses to bail out Argentina to the rate of $40 billion, and then Argentina turns around and sells even more soybeans to China. It's a real slap in the face to the soybean producer. Yeah. And I'm hearing that too from growers in my area who are just like, well, we're going to hang on to the beans that we just finished harvest here in West Central Minnesota. And we're storing our beans, hoping that there is a market for them throughout the winter, and hoping one of these trade deals go through. But the challenge with that is that I have to explain to my banker, I can't bank on hope, right? I can't bank on the framework of a policy. I can't bank on tweet promises or Truth Social promises, right? I can't get operating loans based on what the president says on social media.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Don, can I make a couple of comments about, in their own defense of what they're doing, it shows their lack of understanding of agriculture. I think the biggest problem, there's nobody in charge at the Department of Agriculture that understands agriculture. Brooke Rollins, who is the ag secretary, her claim to fame is she grew up on a farm. And to me, and I'm not trying to be cute, well, maybe I am, it's like saying if you grow up next to a hospital, you're automatically a brain surgeon later on in life. I mean, a lot of people grew up on a farm and they don't know how to farm. And when they make the comment like, well, this is the quadrupling of Argentinian beef is just a drop in the bucket, And if we get rid of the tariffs on Brazil, it's just a drop in the bucket, or eliminating $2 billion in foreign beef sales to China is just a drop in the bucket. It tells me they don't understand how the pricing works in the market, that it's set by futures. And even the most basic cattleman or woman just starting out in the business understands at a very early age or earlier in their career that prices are set by the board. And that includes speculation. It includes, price differential, all these different things. And they just don't understand that. And the second thing I want to say about it is, if you go look at the data they have posted on the USDA website right now, it proves what Frank said. The majority of these increases in per pound beef cattle prices came under the previous administration. Now, you can argue all day long, can the president do anything to raise beef prices? A lot of people say no, but there's certainly a lot a president can do to lower beef prices and to lower commodities prices with row cropping. And this president has done all of those things. And that's why we're facing the current situation that we're in.
If anybody, I'm sure the Lemon Nation, all you lemon heads out there are saying, Don is awfully quiet on this, because I'm fascinated listening to you guys. And I think this is a really important conversation that you don't really hear about, right? We hear about all the salacious things and people put it in, this Democrat versus Republicans or whatever, but Americans are hurting regardless of their political stripes. And as has been mentioned here, Donald Trump's trade tariffs, the policies, have severely harmed U.S. agriculture, the U.S. agriculture sector, particularly soybeans and beef producers, right? The retaliatory tariffs from China and other countries have drastically reduced, as you heard what Ann said, our soybean exports, cutting into billions of dollars in revenue and threatening long-term market share. And in the meantime, beef and livestock farmers have faced higher feed costs and increased competition from foreign producers like Argentina, which you just mentioned, that he bailed out. Trump just gave $40 billion to. The combination of those rising costs, lower prices, trade instability has left many farmers and ranchers financially devastated. So my question is, how much longer can you sustain this?
Don, I think we're about to find out. I think the fact that, we are at a very high stress time with harvest. We are in the middle of wheat drilling here in Kansas. We plant winter wheat here. Everybody is on high alert to begin with. And as soon as harvest is over and you start doing your books and you figure out what's there and what's not, and what bills you can pay and what you cannot pay, I think people are going to realize real fast that the money's not going to be there.
I think, isn't the percentage, sitting at I think the ag economists and bankers that I met with in Washington, D.C. during a recent trip, they thought the bankruptcy numbers could be somewhere between 17 and 23% just for row crop farmers. And I think the other thing a lot of people don't understand is that even though beef is at an all-time high, with that comes more leveraging, because the market's been telling people, get big, get big, get big. So a cattleman doesn't, well, some do. They don't take all those profits and go buy an F-250 top of the line diesel pickup truck. The younger guys do. But a lot of the older guys that have been doing this for a while, they reinvest those dollars into getting additional bank loans to get more acreage and to produce more beef, because we've been saying herd sizes are going to be low for 3 or 4 years. So with those additional profits come additional leverage. Well, now if the president kicks the stool out from under pricing and you've leveraged yourself at $4 a pound beef, and that drops down into the low $3 or the high $2, now you've left them out on a limb with these operating loans, equipment loans, et cetera, that they need. And you're going to start to see beef bankruptcy numbers start to increase as well. So there is nothing positive happening right now. You guys keep me honest, but there's nothing positive happening right now. The other thing I want to say very quickly, and maybe Nick or Ann or Frank or James can, this new beef policy that just came out, Don, that was a result of a big MAGA beef farmer coming in from Colorado to meet with the president last week. And his name is Jack. I can't think of the lax name, but I'll send it to you guys. He was sued not long ago for fraud. And in the lawsuit that was settled in court, he had to pay some out for lying, and the people that were suing him had to pay some out for lying. Basically, he came into the Oval Office and said, we need more grazing rights. We need more of this. We need more of that. And the president was like, this is a great guy. This is MAGA encapsulated. And the next week, they announced a beef plan that absolutely mirrored everything this guy that just lost this lawsuit asked the president to do. That's how we set beef policy. Not by bringing in the experts from all over the country and getting the experts at the Department of Agriculture to create a policy good for producers. We did it because a MAGA chowderhead came into the Oval Office and said, this is what I want. And what he wanted became the national beef policy.
I'm
Frank,
surprised. I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
I wanted to go back real quick to how capital intense agriculture is. And the younger producers are even more capital oriented than anyone else. That being the case, then we're looking at what's going to occur with the banks. Banks are holding these dollars and they're shaken now, and the economy is shaken. And so what happens when they start asking for that money back or being protected more because the Federal Reserve is asking them to be more protected? They start to call those notes that can't be met. And so then we start losing those farmers due to bankruptcy. We lose them to suicide for the fact that they can't stand to work through this process. It's a lot like the 1980s, the early 1980s, and we're set up to do the very same thing again. And that was devastating to all of America, because this is food security that we're talking about.
Go ahead, Ann.
You asked how long can we hang on? And I just would like to answer that, like, in Minnesota, I heard from the Department of Agriculture yesterday that our farmer lender mediation rate is at the highest it's been in 10 years, right? We're hearing calls into our farm stress rural hotline at a all-time high since it was started, right? Farmers are seeing that stress and they're experiencing that stress right away. I will just tell a quick story on my operation. I met with my banker before harvest, and thankfully we have a good crop. Things look good. You don't have to go very far from me, though, where excessive moisture and lots of drown out, lots of disease pressure caused for a pretty nasty crop this year. And I made a comment to him. I was like, I bet you're starting to have some tough comments. And this guy, who's not the most exuberant character to begin with, because he's a farm banker, he really sobered up. He's like, yeah, but the really hard conversations are going to happen this winter. When folks when the time comes to repay your operating loan and you just don't have that cash, and you have to try and figure out what you're going to do to try and farm again next year, that's when the real rubber is going to hit the road. And you're going to see a lot of farmers either go out of business or consolidate or try and refinance or declare bankruptcy.
Let's talk solutions. What can the president do right now? What can lawmakers do? Before that, I just want to before I ask you that, I want to play this. This is from someone who is running, I think it's for Senate in Iowa. And Nick, you have political aspirations, right? Is it Nick who has political aspirations?
Frank.
No,
Frank.
That's Frank. Yeah.
Frank has political aspirations.
I'm running from office, Don, not for.
I'm just wondering how many people are, who feel this way, and if they're out at the town halls or they're going to these candidates, when they're doing their stomps. What's the sentiment? Let me play this. Here it is.
Are the Iowa farmers that $20 billion is going to their
$40 billion.
$40 billion is going to their competitors.
Oh, they're pissed. Oh yeah, and it's what's really interesting about it is the tariffs are the ones that create, like the trade war. The tariffs created the problem, got rid of the markets, and now we're going to pay them back with money from the tariffs that started the problem. Doesn't make any sense, right? They're more pissed. Farmers they want a bailout. Farmers want fair markets. That's what they want. They want good, fair markets, and they had that until Trump got there and started doing what he's doing, creating trade wars, creating chaos in the marketplace, and now they're trying to figure out what to do. And then, like you said, giving $40 billion to Argentina, it's a slap in the face. What I'm seeing is, it's condensing down Iowa to these major metropolitan areas, so they have more land to farm on, so more of those big ag corporations are making money hand over fist, and the small farmers are getting out of the way. That's what it seems like. So again, we need to fight for small farmers. We need to fight for working class people to prevent what's going on.
What do you guys say to that?
I'd jump in quick and just, the last comment from that candidate about fighting, about corporations making money hand over fist. I think it was incredibly tone deaf when Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said that he was feeling the pain of
He said he's a
trade war
soybean farmer.
because he's
Yeah.
a soybean farmer. That man is an investor. He's an investor owner in land. He does not work a day in his life on a farming operation. His hands are never dirtied from soil or grease or putting some actual work in. It was incredibly tone deaf to the people who farm the land of this country to say that he was hurt by it. It just is really representative of how people who don't actually understand agriculture are the ones who are driving these policies.
Oh my gosh. When you guys heard him say that, what did you think? Because I'm not a farmer, but I was like, well, that seems, because I know that he is a multi-billionaire, if not close to a millionaire, excuse me, if not close to being a billionaire. I'm just wondering how you guys felt when you heard.
I nearly spit out my coffee. I was watching the Sunday morning shows when he said it, and I'm just like, who does this guy think he is?
Hey, Nick, let me, so that everybody can hear it, and then I'll get you to weigh in.
The president has also said he does want our farmers to be taken care of. You did mention that China has been boycotting American soybeans, and American farmers have really suffered. Do you see a real light at the end of the tunnel there? They may allow soybeans again?
Well, Martha, in case you don't know it, I'm actually a soybean farmer, so I have felt this pain too. And there are a couple of things happening here. One, the Chinese have substantially dropped their purchases to almost zero, so they unfortunately have been using American farmers who are amongst President Trump's biggest supporters. I think he had more than 90% support. And then this was one of the biggest crops in 20 or 30 years, so it was a perfect storm. But I think we have addressed the farmers' concerns, and I'm not going to get ahead of the president, but I believe when the announcement of the deal with China is made public, that our soybean farmers will feel very good about what's going on, both for this season and the coming season.
Nick?
Yeah, boy, that's something.
Not a single thing he said right there was true. Not one single statement was true.
Well, I'm so glad you said that, because I listened to, look, and I said I did not want this to be political, but I listened to Donald Trump on Air Force One talk about the price of energy coming down. I'm like, well, that's not true. And then he said, job market has never been better. And I said, well, that's not true. And then he said, we've already tackled inflation. It's over. I said, well, that's not true. What else? He said something else. His poll numbers were the highest they've ever been, and we've had the best economy the world has ever seen. And I was like, none of that is true. And none of what Scott Bessent said, even the farmer numbers, it wasn't 90% of farmers, I believe, right? So anyways, go on. I'm glad you said that, Will. And I don't know why these people don't get fact checked and why people believe it.
That not anything he said there was true. And again, it shows a lack of understanding of farming and ranching, because the truth of the matter is, when he did this during his first administration, China was only buying 13% of their row crops from Brazil. And after this happened during the first term and these tariffs were put in place, they'd made 3 major investments in South America, especially in Brazil. They started putting dollars into tearing down and burning down the rainforest so that they could increase cropland there, number one. Number two, they dumped millions, hundreds of millions of dollars into helping improve the rail system to get those crops from where they burnt down the rainforest to the harbors. And then they spent hundreds of millions of dollars improving the harbors so that they could get more grain ships in there to haul these commodities back to China. The net result is they went from buying 13% of their row crops from Brazil to 33%. Now it's getting closer to 40%. And in addition to that, and I mean, I hate to just throw salt in the wounds, but to Ann's point, not only did Argentina sell these soybeans to China, they did it by waiving the taxes on there and making it more lucrative for the Chinese to buy. So America gives Argentina $40 billion. And I think you could make a valid case that the reason they were able to waive those taxes and give up that income is they didn't need those taxes on those soybeans to fund the government anymore, because we gave them $40 billion to do that. So yeah, we're not only getting hit hard here, but we're getting screwed with our own dollars in the process. Pardon my French.
And I would just
You
throw
said
in
screwed.
this,
It's not that bad. You're in streaming world. I think
I
you're
hear
good.
where we live, it can be depending on where you say
I'd
it.
be surprised if an F-bomb dropped out of your mouth, but you
Yeah,
could also
yeah.
say that here. But that would surprise me. But nobody's surprised by you saying screwed. Go
I
ahead.
would just say this to Secretary Bessent, who is worth about, I think, $500 million the last I checked. I would challenge him to divest from his farm because he hasn't done that yet, and he should. President Jimmy Carter had to divest from his peanut farm when he was elected back in 1980, or not 80, 76, excuse me. And he ended up losing that peanut farm because somebody poorly managed it when he did that. But, the rules don't apply to these people. The rules don't apply to this administration. And obviously, this president has surrounded himself with loyalists who are going to continue to tell the lies and say the things that he once said. And, that you tell a lie enough times and people start to believe it. But I think we are starting to see the cracks form, especially here in rural America. People are starting to wake up to the lies.
I think that takes us back to the beginning of what you said. Instead of effing around and finding out, a lot of people were misled, and now they're finding out that they were misled.
Yeah.
So, as I said, I want to end with. We started with what the problem is. I want to end with what do you think the solution is? Anybody? What's the solution?
Free and fair markets. Stay out of manipulating the market from being the head of our country. Just give us a fair playing field to work from, and we can build ourselves back out of it.
I would say, I'm sorry, James, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I'm all for negotiating new markets and increasing the markets that we have and forming trade deals, but we're actively seeing bullying of other countries and bullying us out of markets. And when I think about that, I'm thinking about my future in farming and how am I going to be able to afford my own farm, my own land, and without negotiating markets that can increase the price of row crops or cattle significantly so that I don't have to resign to being a tenant farmer my whole life, then we're not doing justice for the young farmers or the future farmers that will be inheriting this land inevitably.
I'd just jump in that solutions, pretty obvious one. Speaker Johnson could choose to reopen the Congress. He could call back Congress to session, or the House at least, and come to the negotiating table for farmers. I think, we have a twice expired farm bill, the 2018 Farm Bill. Agriculture in 2018 looked different than agriculture does in 2025. At the end of 2025, Congress needs to do its dang job and actually grow a spine and stand up to this administration. I think we cannot run the government through the executive branch alone.
Anyone else?
I
would just.
Sorry, Nick. Go ahead. I apologize. Go ahead.
No. You go ahead, Will.
I've got a creative idea. Well, I didn't come up with it, but I love this idea, and that is after we bail farmers out of the mess that was created by the administration, if we can get to those free markets, I would love to see us take money that we dump into subsidies, to pay for the problems created by bad policy. And I'd like to see us do some more targeted things with that money. Like, what can we fund to help grow herd sizes in the United States of America? Are there low interest loans or grants that we can give out, to farmers to help them build herd sizes by holding back heifers and that type of thing? The other thing is, in the last administration, we had put a lot of money into trying to build up regional slaughterhouses, processing facilities to compete against the big four packers. And we were in the process of looking at changing the law so that those regional packing houses could sell beef across state lines, et cetera. All of that was eliminated because it was quote unquote woke. And now what's amazing is in this new beef plan that was announced last week, what are they doing? They're bringing back those Biden policies under the MAGA name and claiming that they created them. So I guess if they get put in place, that's a good thing, but they need more funding. And the last thing I will say is I'm really worried about a siloing effect in the beef market that we've seen in row crop farming. I really believe, just in conversations I've had with some big ag economists, that the packers would love to see a day where we treat beef like we do chicken and turkey, where they just bring the calves out to the farm and drop them off. And the farmer's role is just to raise them from calves, up to a sale weight, and everything's controlled by the packer companies. And we've got to prevent that, from happening. So free markets, increased funding for programs that are going to make agriculture better and more competitive. And I don't know. I've not seen anything coming out of this administration that would lead me to believe that's going to happen.
All right. Anybody else before we go?
I'll just throw in this. I've said it already, but I think one of the big solutions to all of this is let's get together and let's figure things out cooperatively. Let's find ways to have conversations like this across rural and urban, across political spectrums, all of those things. That's the only way we're going to get through this. And certainly up to the midterm election, we've got a lot of work to do between now and then. Not even trying to figure in what 2028 looks like, but we've got to have these conversations. They might be difficult, but they have to happen. And we've got to figure out ways to come together, because if we don't, we're just playing right into what they want, and that's more division.
Well, I only have a few moments left. You have a tour that I think is important.
Yeah, just really quickly. So the Back 40, I'm going to make a crass ask here, Don. You can cut it out if you want, but Back 40 Action is doing an event in Washington, D.C. from November 10th through the 22nd. And we are going to be bringing families with children with disabilities in to talk about the cuts in the OBBB and what it's going to mean for healthcare across this country. We're bringing in farmers and ranchers to tell similar stories to the ones you've heard today. And we're bringing in teachers and students to do legislative visits and social media creation to tell their personal stories. We need money to do this. I'm just going to make a Jerry Lewis telethon ask here. If anybody's interested in helping us out, we need to raise $100,000 to do this. So far, we've raised about 35 or 40,000 in just a few days, but they can go to back40action.org, all spelled out, and make a donation. And it will allow us to bring these rural people, farmers, ranchers, teachers, students, administrators at hospitals, and people with chronic health problems. We're going to bring them to Washington, D.C. and do these visits and advocate for better rural policy. And we could use everybody's help in being able to pay for that. And Don, I expect you to be there. Nikki already committed for you. So we're going to look forward to seeing you there.
I'm glad Nikki is speaking for me now. And I'm
just kidding. She didn't do that.
More than anything, I'm glad that you guys are speaking. It was a pleasure just listening. You guys did most of the talking, and I enjoyed listening to you. And I hope everyone else listens to it. Will, thank you. Nick, thank you. Frank, thank you. James, thank you. And thank you as well. I appreciate it. And I think we should follow up on this. Let's see what happens. The best of luck to you, okay? Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Don.
Thank you, Don.
Thanks, everyone, for watching. Your support means the world to us. So make sure you hit the like button and you subscribe to our channel to make sure that you never, ever miss a video. We're live every day, 10 a.m. Eastern Time. We drop even more content at 2 p.m. Eastern and 5 p.m. Eastern. And if you want more Don Lemon Show content, we'd love for you to become a member of the Lemon community, where you will receive access to special community posts. You'll get exclusive content and members-only live shows. So head over to our channel page or click the join button on this video. Again, thank you for watching. We appreciate your love and your support, and we will see you next time. Congresswoman,
yes.
Thank you so much for doing this. How are you?
I am doing all right.
Can we talk some news of the day?
Sure.
We're here at the Congressional Black Caucus, the CBC 54th anniversary. Yeah. And there's a lot to talk about, especially as it relates to people of color in this country.
Yeah.
But I want to start with as I said, the elephant in the room, and that is the former FBI Director James Comey.
Yeah.
Donald Trump. It looks like revenge to me, the indictment against James Comey.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I mean, it is. And I think, it is a dangerous moment in our country because when a president orders the persecution of his sort of like adversaries, that's not just a slippery slope, right? Like that is entering a dangerous territory.
Yeah.
And so like my biggest fear is that people do not understand what country we are becoming, and that's a very, very dangerous country.
Yeah.
Hi, how are you?
Do you talk to your colleagues about it? Because they say, Adam Schiff is next, they say, or, any number of people. It could be you.
We saw that that sort of like DM to the Attorney General that, he accidentally ended up like tweeting it to the world, where he says you have to go after these people. And he had a list of folks, and, Comey was on there. And I think many members, as soon as he got sworn in, were thinking about what does it look like to take out insurance, to protect ourselves, to have lawyers, because we knew that there was going to be this threat of us being prosecuted by Trump and his administration, because he's just a petty, disgusting, like, human being who really enjoys inflicting pain on people.
Yeah. Is that always is it in the back of your head that he may try something with you? Because you guys are called the Squad.
Yeah.
But you in particular, it seems that he has a particular bug up his ass about. And does that weigh on you at all?
I think he has that for Black people, because I see he's going after my sister Jasmine Crockett all the time. I think he has a real like vitriol reaction anytime he sees. Looking forward to see you.
It's good to see you. Thank you. Yes, good to see you. Good to see you. Thank you, guys. How are you?
Yeah, anytime that he sees a Black woman sort of stand up for herself, that is intelligent, that is able to command respect, he wants to go after them and break them down. But he doesn't understand that you can't really like bully a Black woman, right? Like, we're built different.
Yeah. Let me ask you about this, because he has said, just within the last few days, I don't know if you saw news about you being, quote, taken back to Somalia. And I know, look, that is go back to Africa kind of thing.
Yeah.
That kind of racist.
Heard that, yeah.
Of course I've heard that.
Yeah.
But have you seen that moment? Where he said that? He said, I spoke to the head of Somalia.
Yes. Well, it's the irony of him like saying he spoke to the head of Somalia when he continuously said Somalia does not have a leader. It's kind of actually hilarious. And then if anybody knows the head of Somalia, they know that, what the president says cannot be true.
Well, he says, I spoke to the head of Somalia, and the head of Somalia said, ask her to take her back, and he said, I don't want her. Do you laugh at that? So
yes.
Why?
Because I know the president of Somalia, and he wouldn't say anything like that. But also, I mean, why in the world would he take me back? I'm not like some stateless person. I'm a citizen of the United States.
Right.
I'm a member of Congress.
Right.
So it would actually be really disrespectful for the president of Somalia to be like, yeah, sure, like, we'll take Ilhan back.
Let's talk about all this, what's happening, this political violence. Now, the right and Donald Trump and J.D. Vance and all of them are trying to say, this is something that's mostly on the left. None of the facts, none of the statistics. Non-partisan organizations are all saying it is overwhelmingly on the right.
Yeah.
What do you make of that? And then, trying to, and also in that vein, it's also trying to say that Muslims are responsible for them. Remember, he had the Muslim ban and all of that.
Yeah.
So what do you think about this moment of violence and how they're characterizing it?
I mean, we know statistically, as you've mentioned, that not just assassinations, but mass shootings, whether it comes to churches, in mosques, in synagogues, it has been a very like white supremacist concentrated effort that like many of them have said they've been inspired by the likes of Penn Shapiro and the president and others on the right. The idea that these are left-wing motivated violence is something that they want because they want to go after, left-wing organizations, folks who are progressive, and shut down the movement that we are creating to fight for prosperity, equality, and justice in this country, because they know that their hate has a timeline, and it's not going to survive for too long.
Their hate has a timeline, and it's not going to survive for too long.
Yeah.
I remember back a couple of years ago when I said that most of the terror in this country is domestic terror, and it's committed by white men, radicalized to the right, and they wanted my head for it, when that's what the statistics show.
Yeah.
Why do you think there's such apprehension for them to face the facts about what the real terror is, domestic terror and political violence, where it's coming from? Is it because they're trying to protect white men? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think the governor of Utah said it best, right? That he prayed for over 30 hours for it to be someone who was from some other country, and someone who was from some other state, and that he was shocked that God didn't answer his prayer, that it happened to be a white man from Utah that killed Charlie Kirk. And I think to them, it is easy to blame someone else. It is hard for them to face the fact that there is something wrong.
Yeah.
And that they have to address it, right? If it is someone like you and I, then they could just be like, yeah, black people, fix your problem.
Right.
They never think about like, okay, there is a problem in this country where we have young white men who are picking up a gun, mass executing people, and we should talk about that. And that's not a conversation that they're interested in having, because they rather focus on you and I.
I'm catching strays from you because I was doing my work in Washington last week, and someone stopped me and said, Don, what do you say? Do you want to apologize for this? Look, Ilhan Omar didn't apologize for, all of this stuff after the shooting in Utah. Yeah. And I was like, wait, what? If I had said what you said, maybe I would apologize.
Yeah.
But also, and then your colleagues like Nancy Mace introducing resolutions about you.
Well, I have nothing to apologize for. It is a tragedy that Charlie Kirk was killed in that way. I feel for his widow and his children. They will have to live with that for the rest of their lives. But there is no legacy to honor. It was a legacy filled with bigotry, hatred, and white supremacy. Mm-hmm. And as a black woman and as a Muslim in this country, I refuse to join the chorus that changes the history of what is on the record from this man. And so, Nancy Mace, the president, like whatever, these crazy people can do whatever they want to do. Yeah. But I am not going to be bullied into complacency, into, dishonoring who I am and what I stand for, just to, make them feel comfortable.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen.
Do you think that, does it feel to you like that Nancy Mace is having a public breakdown? Thank you. Thank you. Nice to meet you. Thank you so much. Do you feel,
hey, how are you?
He doing selfie. I can get my regular kids. How you doing?
Yes, of course you can. Good to see you, my brother.
Good to see you. Hey, good to see you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
I got to do a shot. Paper. Let me get y'all to it.
Okay.
I think that's your best picture of the week.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
Do you feel like she's having a public breakdown? Sometimes I do. Okay. Yes. Do you want to respond while we're doing that?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, come on. Thank you. Let's go.
Oh.
Switch.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Picture with you.
Oh, no. Of course.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice to see you guys.
Good to see you guys.
What do you think when you see her? She's
my neighbor. So her office is literally next door to mine. And every time I've seen her, it's always been, some ridiculous stuff that she's like battling or yapping about in the elevator. You know, you'll ask her how you doing, and like she'll just go in like a tangent. Like it's just, she is not well.
Yeah.
And I am like literally worried.
Yeah.
For her, and for anybody that comes into contact with her, because she clearly does need help.
Do you talk to her? Do you ever have like a substantive, productive conversation with her or Marjorie Taylor Greene or?
You know, I used to talk to Nancy, but I have not talked to her since she's done the resolution and, you know, has like become a stalker with her like hundreds of tweets about me. But Marjorie, I did actually go on the House floor, thank her for for joining us in calling what's happening in Gaza a genocide.
Yeah.
And I don't think anybody has personally thanked her. So you know, it felt good to tell her that at least she's getting that right, and I appreciate it.
You, man, you got lots of criticism, and it was very bold of you to say that it's a genocide.
It is a genocide.
Yeah, go ahead, tell me about that.
I mean, you know, I think people there are some that are struggling with it, but for me, you know, I understood it early on. It was the words that Netanyahu and his cabinet members were using, and the actions that they carried out. It was clear to me that what they are attempting to do was carry out a genocide.
The Americans, the sentiment around what Israel is doing, and just on Israel and foreign policy, has really flipped. I mean, they're underwater in support of the United States. There are many people who believe now that we need to, you know, reevaluate our support and the money that we give to Israel.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that?
Oh, I've been in the forefront of that. I think it is really important for us to not use our tax dollars in sending weapons that are killing people, innocent people, and like money that is being used to commit war crimes. And not only are we giving them the weapons to commit this genocide, we're also providing them the impunity that they need on an international stage, right? They can't be held accountable by the ICC. They can't be held accountable by the ICJ. They can't be held accountable by the Security Council. They can't be held accountable by the United Nations. They can't be held accountable by other countries, all because the United States will sanction them. And will fight to do whatever is necessary to protect Netanyahu and the Israeli war criminals.
What do your colleagues, do they tell you anything privately that they won't say in public regarding that? Because people don't always say it, even on the MAGA side.
Yeah.
They'll say, oh my God, this guy, he's crazy, or he's doing too much.
Yeah.
But then when they get in front of the camera, they say something different.
Yeah.
Some of your colleagues have been criticized for taking money from AIPAC and all of that. They say things in front of the camera, but then privately, do you hear a difference?
There is a huge difference between what is said by members of Congress and the actions that they take and what they will tell you privately, right? Privately, you'll hear not only are they afraid of what AIPAC might do to them, whether it's depriving them of the resources that they already have, or primarying them and providing resources to someone who's challenging them. And sometimes you'll hear like, I don't have your platform. I don't have the ability to raise money to withstand what AIPAC might do to me, so I'm just not going to put myself out there, right? Like you'll hear like, this is not an issue that I can fight for because of the money that will come in to take me out of Congress. And oftentimes we remind folks that they should poll their district, right? If their constituents are with them, as they have been with me, right, they can withstand, whatever dollars might come in, right? Like my first primary in 2020 was the most expensive primary in the history of Congress. I was outspent 4-1. But I won, right, by 20 points because my constituents understood that what AIPAC and, the Democratic majority for Israel, what they're advocating for is to take our dollars that we could be spending domestically, right? Feeding children, making sure they have adequate education, making sure that housing is available to our veterans and folks who are homeless, making sure people have access to health care. Like those dollars that we are sending to kill innocent people and subjugate innocent people in Gaza and in Palestine. Like that money could be utilized by us because the Israelis have all of those things, right? Like they have great education, they have universal health care, they have the resources for their people. We are struggling domestically here, economically, and we cannot afford to continuously give money to cause harm to the rest of the world when we're not addressing the harm that our people are experiencing here in this country.
Your criticism of Israel, some people say, oh, she's anti-Semitic. Are you an anti-Semite?
Absolutely not. I don't talk about anything that has to do with Jewish persons or Jewish people. Like my problem is with the Israeli government and the way in which the occupation, the Nakba, the apartheid, the genocide, like those are what I take issues with. Because those are things I understand. And those are things that should not exist with the help of the United States. The United States should be the ones who are fighting against, those kind of things. And like that is what I object to. I don't have a problem with Jewish people.
Yeah. Can we talk about Zohran Mamdani?
Yes.
So as I've been here on Capitol Hill and I tried to explain to this on my show yesterday, and people thought it was my take. They didn't understand where I was coming from. I'm explaining to them what I'm hearing here. Yeah. What I'm hearing is that that national Democrats, Democratic leaders, have not endorsed him because they feel a certain kind of way that he didn't endorse Kamala Harris or Joe Biden. And again, I have to say this because everybody there's Zohran stands everywhere. That's not my take. I'm telling you what I'm hearing. And so they say, why should we support him and why should we rush to do it early? Because usually, if at all, they support a mayor or someone in a local race, it's later on in the contest. Yeah. I just want to know what you think about that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hear that from the folks who haven't endorsed or haven't gotten on board. What I hear is that they fear their donors. I hear that, they're obviously leaders of the Democratic caucus, both in the Senate and the House. So it is their job to try to make sure that we win back the majority. And they're worried about their, frontline members and their ability to raise the resources that are necessary to do that. Now, I tell them, I would tell them, Zohran was able to raise shit of money.
Shit ton
of money. and many of us are.
Yeah.
And so it's not necessary to continue to be beholden to the moneyed folks.
Yeah.
Like the average American is willing to help, support Democratic leaders when they have integrity.
Well, I haven't given my take, but I'll give my take since I'm with you and we're being honest here.
Yeah.
I think that we're in a new place now. And all of the old things that happened, you got to let bygones be bygones and remember that how Republicans stand behind each other.
Yeah.
Whether they agree with the person or not, it's still one of them and he's the nominee.
Yeah.
Even if it's late or early, I still think that they should endorse him because he's definitely going to be the mayor of New York City, whether they like it or not.
Yeah.
Do you think I'm wrong?
No, I mean, you're right, but I would also say as leaders, right?
One thing, and I also think that the Democratic Party I think they need to lean into the progressive side of the party because that's what they want and younger, fresher voices. Thank you. Yeah, sorry to interrupt.
We always, we unlike the Republicans, we don't care and focus on our base, which is kind of why we have a problem because we refuse to cater to our base. But I would say I think the Zohran thing is even more concerning because the ones who are on the sidelines are the leaders in Congress for the Democrats. Right. And so
it's not the same as like Zoran saying, people saying that Zoran didn't support, the Democratic nominee. He was just a state senator. These are the leaders of the Democratic Party in Congress. So them not supporting the Democratic nominee for mayor of one of the biggest cities in America is a huge problem, right? Because they're not like me. I can have my own opinions. I'm not leading our whole caucus. Yeah. But when you are, when your job is to lead Democrats into victory, you have to be the one who does support the Democratic nominee, because that is also what you're asking of people, right? My take is that if you are Hakeem Jeffries or you are Chuck Schumer, tomorrow you're going to ask for people to support the Democratic nominee for whatever district or state that you are supporting a House rep or a senator in. And you expect all of us to get on board and support them. Now it's your time to get on board and support Zoran, because so many of us do.
Can we talk about what you did, your resolution about war powers?
Yes.
And do you believe that Donald Trump is illegally declaring war, especially what happened in Venezuela? And you introduced a resolution to stop him from usurping the authority of Congress and of lawmakers.
Yeah.
Why is that important to you?
I think there are three things that people need to understand about what's happening with the Venezuelan boats that have been bombed in the Caribbean. One is that you cannot designate a drug cartel as a terrorist organization. Mm-hmm. Two, the president has not given us a clear understanding of where the threat was, because all reporting has said that the boats were turning back when they saw the United States drones. And so that's not an imminent threat. And three, yes, Congress has the power to declare war, and the president has refused to come and ask for us to authorize, give him the authorization. And so it's again really important, and I get very frustrated that members of Congress are willing to give away their constitutional rights in what they are supposed to do as a equal branch to the executive.
So then finally because I think that we're talking about the powers and the rights that we have, that you have as a lawmaker, but also about the rights that we have as citizens. Yeah. And I want to talk about the First Amendment right now. I believe it's in jeopardy. We may be over a cliff. How do you feel? How are you feeling about First Amendment rights right now?
It's clearly being threatened, right? And again,
How are you? Good to see you. Good to see you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I can tell you, make sure you tell Don I'm a part of the nation.
I'm the nation. Thank you. Thank you. Hi, how are you guys? Hi. Thank you. All right, come on. I'm great. How y'all doing? Good to see you.
Oh, yes.
Love you both.
Yes. You guys are sweet. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I will. He'll be here tomorrow night. You'll see him tomorrow night. No, what I try to explain to people is that not only is the First Amendment under threat, but there's also just a lack of understanding that I'm seeing with the American public on what those freedoms actually look like. You'll have people who say, you shouldn't have a Muslim in Congress, and it's like, well, I have First Amendment protection to practice whatever religion I want in the United States.
Right.
That's
literally
part of it. Two, people will say, you advocated for the likes of Tucker to get off TV, and it's yes, with advertisers, right? We, as the public, can put pressure. But when you have the government itself, right, the FCC chair, with a direction from the president saying, I'm not going to renew your license unless you get this man off the air, that is a violation of someone's First Amendment right, right? If I tell you shouldn't talk, that's not a violation of your First Amendment right. the protections exist from government.
But isn't that that's what the First Amendment was written for? Yes. It's the government.
Yes, and I think that's the part that people don't understand. It's the government, right? Like people were upset with like the likes of Ted Cruz when they, tried to explain. And that is my worry, is that the public is losing an understanding of these liberties and freedoms that we enjoy in this country, and we uniquely enjoy it because it is enshrined in a constitution. No other country has that.
Yeah.
Right? Like our freedoms and liberties are literally written in a constitution that we take an oath to protect. And so I get sad and frustrated when, even as an immigrant, when I have Americans who are born and raised here, who are like, oh, that's not that you can't do that, or you can't say that. And or I don't have a problem as, Megyn Kelly or whatever her name is, said, I'm fine with whatever. No, nobody should be fine with the government doing whatever.
Well, I think you should take that with a grain of salt. Some people like attention.
I know,
yeah.
but to me, it's no, I voted for the subcommittee to fight against weaponization of the government to be created because I knew what they were doing, right? They were going after the Biden administration. But fundamentally, I agreed with that idea that the government should never be weaponized against people.
Yeah.
And so these people now being okay with the government being weaponized against their adversaries is problematic and un-American, I would say.
I said finally, but I told a little fib. Are you watching interviews and you reading the Vice President's book?
I have not read the book, but I've seen
excerpts.
The unrestricted Harris, who I had the honor of knowing and seeing. And it's been very good to see.
Refreshing.
It's very refreshing.
Hey, thank you very much. She deserves to she can tell her own story, which is part of our First Amendment right.
It is.
Do you agree with some of the political pundits and, the old school politierati, for lack of a better word, that this is bad for the Democrats? This is really bad. Democrats they don't need this. It's the last thing they need. I say, it may be bad for Democrats, but it may be good for the country, and maybe Democrats should take a good long look.
I don't think it is bad for Democrats. I just don't understand where they're coming from. She's sharing her truth, and it is always important for Democrats to support anyone that is willing to be authentic and fully themselves. And, I believe that was always the appeal to Vice President Harris. I had the honor of sitting down with her for hours when she was in the Senate. And, I could see this really incredibly sweet, caring human being.
Yeah.
And they turned her into a caricature of things that she wasn't. And I love seeing her be herself and remind people that she is this thoughtful, caring, loving human being.
You were here for the first Trump administration.
Yeah.
Now you're here for the second one.
Yeah.
What's the difference? Are they different? Is this different this time?
He is much more unhinged this time. And unfortunately has more sycophants that are willing to carry out whatever it is that he wants to be done. Them the Constitution, them respect for institutions, them, democracy. They're there to do whatever.
Is he well, you think?
Oh God, no. Oh God, no. He should have had therapy long ago. Obviously, he's struggling with a lot of things. But I also think he should probably could use some medication as well.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thanks everyone for watching. Your support means the world to us. So make sure you hit the like button and you subscribe to our channel to make sure that you never ever miss a video. We're live every day, 10 a.m. Eastern time. We drop even more content at 2 p.m. Eastern and 5 p.m. Eastern. And if you want more Don Lemon Show content, we'd love for you to become a member of the Lemon community, where you will receive access to special community posts. You'll get exclusive content and members-only live shows. So head over to our channel page or click the join button on this video. Again, thank you for watching. We appreciate your love and your support, and we will see you next time. This one is really important, and I want you to sit back. I want you to get comfortable. I need you to pay attention, because I'm about to walk you through a story that is so wild, so dripping with absurdity, among other things, that you're going to want to need some time to process it. Donald Trump has a new fixation. Now, forget about the crowd sizes, the mind's bigger than yours. Forget about the southern border wall. Build that wall. Forget about that. Forget making Canada the 51st state absurd. Nothing compared to his new obsession. South African farmers. Yeah, I'm being serious. Donald Trump is obsessed for some reason with South African farmers. On March 7th, he took to his social media site to announce that he is offering these farmers a, quote, rapid pathway to U.S. citizenship. Why? Because according to him, South Africa is, quote, being terrible to them, confiscating their land and subjecting them to, quote, much worse than that. Whatever that is supposed to mean. He is inviting these farmers, he's inviting their spouses, their kids, their cousins to come to America and to get a fast pass to the red, white, and blue. Now, I've got some questions. I have some big questions. I think this is a window into who Donald Trump really is, who he has always been, and who he thinks America belongs to. So let's break it down. First things first. Who is he talking about when he says South African farmers? Exactly who's he talking about? Let's not be coy here. He's not talking about the black folks who have tilled their country's soil for centuries, who were shoved into townships under apartheid, who watched their land get snatched by colonial settlers and never given back. He's not talking about those folks. No. He's talking about white Afrikaner farmers, the descendants of Dutch and British colonizers who held on to massive estates since the 1600s. These are the folks he is shedding tears for, claiming that they are victims of some grand injustice. He's pointing to South Africa's new land reform push, the Expropriation Act, signed into law just last year, which lets the government take land without compensation if the property is not being used and there is no intention to either develop or make money from it. Now, Trump is framing this like it is a targeted assault, a racist plot to strip white farmers of their livelihoods. He's even hinting at violence, echoing these far-right conspiracies about white genocide that have been bouncing around social media, Twitter, for years. But let's get the context straight, because Trump certainly won't get the context straight. South Africa's history isn't a mystery, it is a wound. Apartheid didn't just segregate people, it was a land grab on an epic scale. By the time it ended in 1994, white South Africans, about 9% of the population, owned 87% of the fertile land. Native black South Africans, the overwhelming majority, were left with scraps. The now democratically elected government has been trying to fix that ever since. But progress has been slow, too slow for a lot of people. This new law, it is messy, it is controversial, and yeah, it's got flaws. Everything does. Critics say it risks economic instability. Supporters say it is long overdue justice. Are there risks of corruption? Sure. Has it been politicized? Absolutely. But Trump is acting like it is a state-sponsored hate crime, and that is a lie. Critics and the people who have been reporting on this say that they see the fingerprints of one person all over this, and that is Elon Musk. Musk was born in Pretoria, raised in the twilight of apartheid. He's long been preoccupied with South African farmers and what he calls a, quote, slow white genocide, unquote, in South Africa.
South Africa, I mean, look at what happened with apartheid. It seems to me that you should be someone who is more understanding of that, considering where you came from, considering your history.
Yeah. There's a slow white genocide going on in South Africa. Do you care about that?
Considering how close they are, critics say that he is possibly whispering in Donald Trump's ear. Come on, that's what they're saying, but they're close. But let's bring this home, because this isn't just about Pretoria. It is about Peoria, Illinois. It is about every American community where our farmers are struggling. Trump's out here promising citizenship to white South African farmers like he is Oprah, giving away cars. You get a visa, and you get a visa, and you get a visa. Meanwhile, he has spent his entire career demonizing immigrants from Haiti, from Honduras, from Mexico, calling them rapists and criminals. Where's his compensation for the folks fleeing gang violence in Port-au-Prince? Where's his generosity for the families stuck at the border in Texas? Oh, but white farmers from halfway across the world, step right up, folks. The golden escalator's waiting. And here's the part that really burns me up, that it just gets me. If I can't sleep, it's because of this. This is urgent for black farmers. Where's his urgency for that? Let's talk about the history of that, because it is not a dusty textbook chapter. It is a living, breathing betrayal.
The people who've been clearly discriminated and documented throughout history here in the United States are black farmers, capital B.
Can you imagine some of these white Afrikaner farmers ending up with land that black farmers may have owned but couldn't afford it? Rewind to 1865, the end of the Civil War. Black folks, newly freed, were promised 40 acres and a mule, right? It was a glimmer of hope, a chance at the American dream. But what happened? President Andrew Johnson, a sympathizer to the old South, said, nah, never mind, not going to happen. He handed that land right back to the Confederate planters, leaving black families with nothing but broken promises. But still, they persevered. By 1910, about 1 million black farmers owned 15 million acres. 15 million scraped together through sweat, grit, and sheer will. But that wasn't the end of the story. It was the beginning of a slow, deliberate theft. Enter Jim Crow, enter the lynch mobs, enter the USDA, the United States Department of Agriculture, which turned into a weapon against black farmers. For decades, they denied loans to black applicants while white farmers got handouts. Disaster relief after floods and droughts, well, white farmers got it. Black farmers got a shrug. Subsidies, same deal. By the 1980s, the USDA's own Civil Rights Office found rampant discrimination, county officials laughing in black farmers' faces, tossing their applications right in the trash. In the 1990s, the Pickford v. Glickman lawsuit laid it bare. Thousands of black farmers cheated out of billions in wealth, forced to sell their land or lose it to foreclosure. By 2000, those 50 million acres down to 1.5 million, 90% gone. And even now in 2025, they're still fighting for justice, still waiting on payments from that settlement, still watching corporate giants like Monsanto and Tyson scoop up what is left. So Donald Trump, let me ask you something. Where's your social media post on them? Where's your rapid pathway for the black farmers in Mississippi who have lost everything to systemic racism? Where's your executive order for the families in Georgia whose grandparents were sharecroppers, whose parents were denied loans, whose kids can't afford the taxes on what little land they have clung to? You get time to play white knight for Afrikaners 8,000 miles away, but you're silent when it comes to the descendants of the enslaved right here at home. You're mute when it's the USDA, your own government agency, sitting on a legacy of theft that is still bleeding out today. And let's not kid ourselves. Trump can't just wave a wand and rewrite citizenship laws. That's Congress's job. It's not his job. The Immigration and Nationality Act doesn't have a South African farmer fast lane. He'd need a bill, he needs votes, and he needs a process. This is a stunt, pure and simple. It's red meat for his base, a nod to what white replacement paranoia that he has really been flirting with since Charlottesville. He is banking on the optics. White farmers as noble victims, black and brown immigrants as threats. It is the same game that he has played since day one. But I'm not done, because this is bigger than Trump. It is about us, America. We've got to look in the mirror. If we're serious about justice, we don't start with a photo op for foreign farmers. We start with the ones we have failed for centuries. Give tax breaks, loan forgiveness, land grants to the people who have been here, building this country, feeding this country, while getting nothing but a kick in the teeth in return. South Africa's land fight, that's their story to wrestle with. Messy, painful, and not our lane. But Trump's making it his lane because it fits his brand, privilege over principle. He doesn't care about farmers. He cares about headlines. And until he proves me wrong, until he puts his money where his mouth is for Black American farmers, this is just noise, loud, ugly, and predictable. So wake up, America. We've got work to do, and it starts right here, not across the ocean. Thanks everyone for watching. Your support means the world to us. So make sure you hit the like button and you subscribe to our channel to make sure that you never ever miss a video. We're live every day, 10 a.m. Eastern time. We drop even more content at 2 p.m. Eastern and 5 p.m. Eastern. And if you want more Don Lemon Show content, we'd love for you to become a member of the Lemon community, where you will receive access to special community posts. You'll get exclusive content and members-only live shows. So head over to our channel page or click the join button on this video. Again, thank you for watching. We appreciate your love and your support, and we will see you next time.
Hey everyone, we have an ailing Don Lemon who is here, and a Joyanne Reed who's coming in a second, and Don and me in our pajamas, but he says, you know what, even though I'm sick, even though I'm tired, I'm gonna make it, because we here are going to drag the racists, the hate mongers, the losers, the nerds, the freaks, the Marjorie Taylor Greens, the Donald Trumps, the Nick Fuenteses. I was just telling Don, Don was on my show last time, and he got into a lot of trouble because they clipped up what he was saying, which was perfectly normal and fine, and made it seem that he was inciting violence against ICE. And I was telling Don, I've been in his position the past week and a half. They have lost their minds because I was responding to Donald Trump's hateful Thanksgiving post. And since then, the outright xenophobia against immigrants. And I did this, I would say, very polite rant against white supremacists and white nationalists. And Don, I said they're losers. I said we who are in the multicultural coalition, which includes white people, have the better culture, the better food, the better music. We have the better story. And these people have already lost because no matter how hard they try, the world is multicultural. And even if they kick the rest of us out, if they do, they kick out all Black and brown and Asian people, overnight America will turn into a shithole. Oh, Don, you're from the South. I think they call it hit dogs holler. And now the dogs are hollering, and one of the dogs is Marjorie Taylor Greene. Can you tell us your thoughts about what you've witnessed over the past week where MAGA's turning on each other?
Well, let me just say this: if it was, if we got rid of multiculturalism, first of all, the food would be terrible, the music would be terrible, the fashion would be terrible, because now people are wearing, they're basically copying, the brown and Black people influence in society. We have an outsized role in the influence in society, and thank goodness. But what I've learned is that, and I said it this morning on my show. I said that, when you build a movement on lies, on conspiracy theories, on QAnon, on Pizzagate, on telling people that, a free and fair election was stolen, when you build a movement on that, at some point it's going to come crumbling down, because it's built on lies. And now they're all realizing that everything that they said was built on lies and conspiracy theories. You've got Milo Yiannopoulos sort of attacking everyone, claiming, making claims that he believes that Charlie Kirk was gay. He's trying to out
What?
Benny
I
Johnson.
didn't know that. Whoa.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Yeah. I don't know if you saw that. He was on Tim Pool's show, and he said, that Charlie Kirk and his wife were divorcing. I think that he's gay. On with no less, it was Tim Pool and George Santos and Milo Yiannopoulos. And Milo Yiannopoulos was claiming that he's gay, and that, meaning Charlie Kirk, and that Benny Johnson is gay, and that there was some other person who is gay. And and George Santos says, "You're going to get sued." He goes, "I've never been sued, because what I'm telling is the truth." You got to find all that. They were going back and forth. Benny Johnson threatened to sue. Milo Yiannopoulos came back and said, "Do you really want to lose a lawsuit to Milo Yiannopoulos, of all people?" And so you have that. And then you have Tim Pool, who just, I don't know if it was
Yeah,
this morning or
went
last
nuclear.
night. went nuclear on Candace Owens, calling her
Yeah.
see you next Tuesday for I can't tell you how many times. Because, she has her certain feeling about what happened to Charlie Kirk. It's really crazy. And so even in when he went berserk, he said that the MAGA movement is fracturing. And it is. And I think more people are going to drop out of the movement. More lawmakers are going to go the way of Marjorie Taylor Greene because it was all built on a lie and a fantasy. And as Donald Trump's power starts to diminish even more, and it will, more people are gonna, leave. They're gonna not be jettisoned. They're gonna jump ship.
To me, the ultimate lie, though, and tracing it really back to it, and you're from the South. You're a black gay man from the South. You know, black folks from the South know this. They've lived this. They've survived this, and those who haven't survived it carry on the memory and the trauma of white supremacy, which I've always said is the enduring sin of this country: white supremacy and unfettered capitalism and greed. And to me, the big lie has always been white supremacy. Right? The big con, Don, has always been white supremacy. It's an ideology, a delusional ideology that promises a romanticized vision of the past and future that will never come to be. And to me, it's always a loser's ideology because the end game is loss. It's impossible to have a master race because there's no master race. It's
Mhm.
impossible to be pure because we're all a mix and combination of things, right? And furthermore, you and I have talked about this when you had the show on CNN. The corporate establishment folks refused to call this racism. Remember that?
Yeah.
Economic anxiety, racial
Mhm.
trip up, racial
Mhm.
flare up, and Joy, who we're trying to get on, but Joy's having some technical difficulties. Katie Fang talked to me about this. You said it. I've said it. Each time we tried to be blunt about it, they're like, "Oh no, whitewashing." I mean, haven't they revealed their racist ass in the past week? What more do we need to see?
Well, I mean, it's not. Yeah, come on. Anytime you tell a black woman, a Somalian woman, that she's garbage, and the people and some Somalian Americans are garbage, and that they come from a country that's garbage. I never thought in a million years, before Donald Trump. Now it's just par for the course. But that you'd have a president who would speak that way, and now he is, and and getting applause from people in that cabinet meeting when he said those things. So yeah, they reveal themselves. They reveal themselves every single day. I mean, I think Pete Hegseth is a daily reveal of the sort of white supremacy or white racism, white supremacy or entitlement. Let's put it that way, entitlement, because he's in a job that he is completely unqualified for. And when he got into that job, when Sean Duffy got his job, when JD Vance got his job, they all stood up there. Do you remember that press conference when they had about the airplanes in Washington, D.C., claiming that they were hiring white people? They were
Yep.
hiring,
Yep.
they weren't hiring white people, qualified white people. They were hiring minorities over qualified white people. They said the quiet part out loud. So not even just over this last week, since Donald Trump has been in office and this new administration especially, they have been revealing themselves from the very beginning.
I mean, I would go back 10 years, Don. I remember when Donald Trump first went down the escalators, not golden, but brass, and he announced his presidential ambitions by saying Mexicans are rapists and criminals. He's the one who ran on the Muslim ban. He's the man who said, I think Islam hates us. He's the man who, before that, threw his orange toupee into the ring by saying that Barack Obama, our first black president, was actually not a U.S. citizen, and the first black president had to suffer the indignity of actually revealing his birth certificate to the world. This is who he has always been, Don. That's what I want. That's my thesis
Yeah.
here. Is he said in the
Invite
First
Joy.
Amendment.
Invite Joy. She said, and send her another invite.
All right, here we go.
Um, yeah.
I mean, this is a person who said in the first administration, we come from shithole countries. Why do they come from shithole countries? Why
Yeah.
can't they come from Norway? And we coddled it. And even a couple of months ago, Don, Charlie Kirk, we both, you said it, I've said it, every sane person said it. The murder was horrific, not done by the left, not done by black people, not done by Muslims, done by allegedly Tyler Robinson.
It was drag queens, right?
Oh
No?
yeah, no,
Oh,
not
no,
drag
no.
queens, not transgender
Oh, no.
people.
Oh.
It was Tyler Robinson. We still haven't heard about that much. I wonder why. But they said, you had people like Ezra and others who are part of the white corporate establishment saying, Charlie Kirk did politics the right way. And I sat there and said, man, Charlie Kirk and Donald Trump's politics affect people who look like you and me and our families, Don. Like this coddling was still happening as of 2 months ago. And now they're openly saying, remigrate, which is a Nazi term, literally a Nazi term for ethnic cleansing, and saying that people who look like you and me need to literally be cleansed from America. Is this finally the turning point?
Well, I think is it the turning point? No, I don't think you're ever going to get rid of the racism in America.
Mm.
Um, but I think this is the exposition. This is the exposing even more so of that. I mean, look, remember, we had people marching through Charlottesville, Virginia, saying Jews will not replace us,
Oh, yep.
blood and soil, all that stuff.
Yep.
And then they have nerve enough to claim that the left, that those are the anti-Semites or whatever. And it's like, wait, what? But over the past, I just think it reveals who, um, the sort of hidden wound, if you will, of America, which
Mm.
is, which comes from out of slavery. And, but also even more so than the racism that is inherent to a large part, it's also the people who are like Donald Trump, the oligarchs and the rich people. It's people like them who are pitting poor Americans and working class Americans against each other when we actually have more in common than we have differences. So they want to, the culture wars and all of that. Muslims are bad. Immigrants are taking your jobs. Black people are taking your jobs. Women are taking your jobs, and so they keep them fighting. So not only do they capitalize on the racism, because that's definitely inherent, but they also capitalize on the culture of grievance.
Mm.
You have these people all riled up, like the Tim Pools of the world, like the Nick Fuenteses of the world, and they said
Megyn
these
Kelly, a
these
rich
people are
woman with
stealing your
millions of
jobs.
dollars,
Yeah.
still pissed off. The perpetual grievance, I think that's really important because I don't know if you've seen this clip. And I think this is what we're witnessing is just a reboot of what's always happened, especially not exclusively in the South. Have you seen this clip of this Cinnabon employee, this white
Yes.
woman?
She says, yes, I'm racist. Yeah,
Yeah,
and you
yeah.
are the N-word. Yeah.
And then have you noticed that, okay, Cinnabon responded. She was talking to two Somali customers. One woman was in hijab. They videotaped her. She proudly for 30 seconds said, yep, N-word, N-word, I'm a racist. Yep, I'm a racist. She gets fired. Don, you know how much money the mainstream right wing has raised for her?
No. Doggone.
$100,000.
Wow. I'm not, you know what? I shouldn't be surprised. Hey, this is America. This is America. I'm not surprised. And if you want people to stop calling you racist, like they're always calling us racist. If you want people
Yeah.
to stop calling you racist, then stop acting like racist. Stop being racist. And I don't care I don't care if I worked in an establishment or I got into an argument with someone who happened to be white. The last thing that would come to my mind would be calling them the one word that you shouldn't call them. You know what I'm saying? Like people use words like even Tim Pool who called Candace Owens, the see you next Tuesday word. That would never even enter my mind to do that. So in order, I don't care
And
what the
he was
customer.
on his show. He was on his show when he said
Yes.
that.
But what I'm saying is that if I'm in a situation, even if someone is treating me rude or I feel like they're treating me unfairly, I'm not going to stoop to racism or a racist epithet just because I, I'm not going to do it because it's not part of me. It's not in my vocabulary. It's just not what I'm going to do. But you have to be a racist or have thought about this in order to react the way that she did. Otherwise, it's not part of your DNA. Where did she get that from? So the fact that they are, raising money off of it, it's just basically proving my point and your point that the MAGA movement is filled with a lot of bigots, a lot of racists, a lot of homophobes, a lot of anti-Semites, a lot of anti-Muslim Islamophobia. Like that is inherent to many people in the MAGA movement.
Folks, I'm trying to get Joy Ann Reid on, but I think Substack realizes if they have me, Don, and Joy on for the first time, which was the plan, it'd be too juicy. Don is responding to her, and Don, maybe you could tell her I've sent her multiple invites. I think her Substack is having a glitch, and sometimes on the Substack settings, sometimes someone accidentally clicks, won't accept invites. But let's see.
Send her one more invitation and see what happens.
Let's do it. And as this is happening, though, I think what's important, though, is, Dodd, you've heard this before. What they have been saying, and this is, folks, this is not just like some fringe people who raised $100,000 for this racist woman. I want to remind you, in the summer, there was that white woman at the playground who called the
The
5-year-old
little
black
kid.
boy
Yeah.
the N-word. They raised $800,000 for her. She's become a hero for them. Look what they did for Kyle Rittenhouse. And if you've seen the explanations, what they're saying is the following: a white man can't be a white man anymore. We're not gonna sit there and take it. What privilege are you talking about? And I'm like, what are you talking about? When was the last time white men were oppressed more than black people or black women? What justifies you using the N-word? What justifies you being cruel? What justifies you using a remigration? I didn't make you into a Nazi. Don didn't make you into a Nazi. You chose to be a Nazi. You chose to be hateful. You chose to be the N-word. But Don, like you said, it's a permanent grievance.
What is it? Let me ask you this real quick. I hate to cut you off. What does it mean I can't be a white man? Is that, you think that's what they're saying? I can't be a white man. So then what does that mean? To me, that question is like, what is a woman? It's like, okay, so what is a white man? Does that mean that you have to be a bigot or racist or like what does that mean? You can't be a white man, that you can't say the R word, you can't say the N
Yes.
word. Like, is
Yes.
that, what does that mean?
That's what in the first Trump administration, NPR did a poll and said that the majority of white folks, a small majority of white folks that they interviewed, said being white was one of the most marginalized communities in America. A couple of months ago, they did another poll and said white men are finding it tough to truly be themselves in the workforce. They can't say what's on their minds. And I think what Donald Trump revealed, and what these folks always reveal, is when what's on some of their minds, especially when it comes to the MAGA movement. Not all white folks. Most of our viewers are white. Hello, we love white people. We love white subscribers. Don's married to a white man. Some of my favorite subscribers are white people. We ain't talking about you. We're talking about the racists and the hate mongers. I think it's exactly what you said, Don. It's, I want to say the N word. I want to say the R word. I want to say the F word. And the fact that I have to police myself, and the fact that I have to live with equality, to me, that's oppression. And once you saw the 2016 election, that zombie narrative of economic anxiety, it kept being bandied about for 10 years. And I kept saying, it ain't economic anxiety. That's one of the reasons. The main reason is cultural anxiety. And every single data point showed, Don, that the main people who voted for Donald Trump, it was due to a fear of being replaced, the cultural anxiety, the fear that Don Lemon has a TV show and no longer Tom Brokaw, the fact that Wajhat Lee is on Substack and no longer, say, Tim Pool, the fear of cultural replacement, which, if you go back to the South and you see what they were writing about, same thing, the lost cause. The white men can no longer be white. Oh, the blacks are taking over. I don't know if you've seen that movie, Birth of a Nation, which I think is the textbook example, one of the top
I
5
haven't
movies
in
that always should
years.
be shown about America, right? That whole movie
Yeah.
was, you forced us to become KKK members to save our white women, because this is what happened when black people were emancipated. They took over and we had to save our culture and our purity. Done.
Man, I haven't watched Birth of a Nation. You know, they play it every year on Turner Classic Movies, right? And I usually try to tune into it. But yes, you know, it's funny when people start to work with me, you know, because they're not involved. Like some of the folks who work with me, my social media team, my new team here on my show, and they'll go and they look at the comments and go, you know what? There are a lot of people who are really jealous of you. I said, jealous? And yeah, like like white men are really jealous of you. They're in your comments about everything, or they realize it before, you know, something that I've realized a long time, or they want to sleep with you because they're obsessed with all this gay stuff and that you're gay and that's the only way that they can criticize you. And it seems like they want you. I'm like, it's bizarre, but I don't
Is it though?
disagree with
But
you.
is it bizarre, Don? Is it though? Doesn't it track
No,
with U.S. history?
no, it tracks with, but it tracks with, you know, it tracks with my experience. But the weird thing is that when you know, I get these comments and they're mainly from, you know, white men, and they'll say, you suck, you're not shit, we don't care about you. Um, you think that you're, you know, better than whatever. And I said, what am I supposed to think about myself? Am I supposed to be some underachiever that fits
Mm.
into your narrative of what a black man or a black person should be like to make you feel better about yourself? Joy!
I don't know. Well, hold on. Now I got to figure out how I can hear y'all. Hold on. Maybe I got to put it. Okay,
Can
now
you hear us?
look, let
Yeah.
me tell you something. I've been having challenges with this little tech this morning. It was giving me an error, and it was saying, no, you can't join this live. It's too
You got
dangerous.
99 problems and tech is one.
It's one. It's the
Joy,
only
I
one.
was saying this is the first time all three of us have been on. All three of us, I think maybe I get the bronze, Don gets the silver, Joy gets the gold for triggering MAGA. Each time Joy's on, they make clips. Each time Don's on, they make clips, and you miss it. We were just dragging. We were dragging these right-wing, probably closeted gay white dudes who troll Don because they probably want to have sex with him, and they
I
hate
mean,
themselves. And they know deep down that white supremacy is a loser's ideology. They're threatened by multiculturalism. And hit dogs holler. And Don was just talking about how his team, filled with these young, cool, I think probably Gen Zers, are saying, you know, all these white guys who are doing racist stuff against you, I think they secretly want you. And I was telling Don, isn't this so perfect, a perfect encapsulation of America? It's all projection, self-loathing, rage, right? All these MAGA people who hate gay people, now we're finding out they're allegedly grinding and pounding. Sorry, too soon. Too soon. All these people who hate diversity, we realize they have brown wives like JD Vance.
come
Um,
on.
this projection, this self-loathing, because I believe Don and Joy, seriously, deep down, white supremacy is a loser's narrative, and I believe, Joy, they know they're losers. Your response?
My response, first of all, is I still want to know who's Bubba. I just need to know who's Bubba. I need his identity. I think this is the journalistic question of our time. And the second thing is because it's a fascinating story, and I just want to know who that is. But I agree with you because you think
Whoever they are,
about
he blew him, but that's what they said.
that's what they said, and it's not me. Don't get mad, Fox. Don't get mad at me, right wingers. It was in the Epstein file. They said he was blowing Bubba. I just want to know who it is. That's all. It's just as a journalist. Okay. And second of all, I think you're right. I think if you think about it, you're right. Because most men, straight men, and y'all know we all know lots of straight men, they don't think about gay people. They don't talk about it. It's not like a thing that they fixate on all the time. They don't sit around talking about it all the time, unless maybe it's, they got a Grinder account in the back pocket. You know what I mean? It's like, because you're talking about it a lot for somebody who claims that this isn't something that you're interested. You're talking about it a lot. So that's one thing. But the second thing I would say is on the white supremacy piece, which I think you've nailed this really watch, is the people who claim that there's a superiority there. How do they explain the fact you had a 400-year head start on everyone in this chat? You had a 400-year head start on all three of us. So if you're still not a billionaire, if you're still broke, if you're still struggling, and if you're still angry that you can't get into Harvard, why can't you? Because if you're sort of naturally superior, you shouldn't have to worry about there being black competition or brown competition or female competition. Why are you so triggered by just the competition from people of color? Why does just the presence of them trigger you? You had a 400-year head start. You should all be Elon Musk. Why do you have to come from out of the country to be a billionaire in your country? Maybe you should start asking yourself questions about what you're doing wrong personally and stop fixating on other people.
I wouldn't wish anyone. I wouldn't wish anyone becomes Elon Musk because he's such a loser. He's so broken.
That too.
But Don, I didn't mean to cut you off. Joy came on, I introduced her, but you were talking about your experience with these folks and how they come after you, but you feel like it's a type of envy.
Oh, it is. It's like love hate. I don't mind it. Hate watch me all you want. Just make sure you like and subscribe, and I'm cool with it. It doesn't matter to me. And even the trolls in the comment, it doesn't matter. But I mean, Wash, think about this. You're a heterosexual man. Are you threatened by transgender people? Are you threatened by me as a gay person? Do you think I'm taking your job? Do you think that all of a sudden I'm gonna I don't know what molest you or something? You know what I'm saying? It's just bizarre.
I've said this publicly. I've only been threatened by you and Joy because black doesn't crack, and Don can be either 85 years old or 35. That's the only thing that makes me threatened is the nice skin. That's it. Other than that, no. I think secure, confident, heterosexual men know who they are, and they're not threatened. And speaking about transgender folks, the stupidity of this, Don, in Pakistan, Karachi, Pakistan, where my family's from, You know, they mock Karachi in Pakistan. They call us all shitholes and this and that. You go to Karachi, Pakistan right now, you could go to Friday prayer. You come out of Friday prayer, you'll see 7 and 8 transgender people. We call them hijra. You'll see women in hijab. You'll see women without hijab. You know what happens? Literally, people live their life. You literally leave Karachi Jinnah Airport, you'll see hijra people, transgender people. And, you know, in the culture, they come and give you money. You're not supposed to curse them or be mean to them. You give them money, say, okay, okay, go. So kids in Karachi, Pakistan have openly seen like 10 or 12 transgender people just walking down the street normally. None of my cousins are transgender, Joy. It didn't convert them to being transgender, right? They don't freak out. This only happens in America. And, you know, Don was saying, I don't know if you've heard the latest juice, but I saw yesterday that Milo Yiannopoulos, who allegedly was once gay, but now it's straight, he's bringing out the tea against Benny Johnson. Benny Johnson is not threatening to sue Milo because he says, I can't believe you keep like spreading rumors that I'm gay and I'm grinding and pounding dudes all the time and I'm going to sue you. And then Milo's like, if you want to sue me, I got receipts. And then Don
Yeah.
told me, I had no idea, that Milo is also alleging that Charlie Kirk might have been gay.
Have you guys
What?
not seen that? You haven't seen that?
No.
Yes. Yeah. That's what he said it on Tim Pool's show. And
You
then,
know,
but he was on Tim Pool's show, Joy, with George Santos, and George Santos was the pushback. I was like, wow.
what is happening? My whole thing is we're in fascism, okay? A tiny handful of billionaires are implementing a surveillance state, which the right used to think was the worst thing possible. We literally have a half a dozen billionaires attempting to control the world, surveil each and every American, include every gun owner, by the way. And this is what the right is concerned about. Look, my pushback has always been for people who are concerned about trans women in sports, for instance, right? And I think, look, John, you and I have talked about this. This isn't like you're not crazy for thinking, you know, maybe I should debate whether somebody who went through puberty male should be able to compete with somebody who went through puberty female, or is it a fair competition, right? I don't think that's a crazy conversation. And I don't think there's anything wrong with actually being, people I think on the liberal side tend to shut down people from even being curious about that question. And I don't have a problem with that question, right? And I think you should do. But is that the most important thing to think about when it comes to being in fascism? That my thing is it number one priority over whether like 100 million Americans might go hungry this Christmas season? You know what I mean? I'm like 100 million Americans maybe going hungry and losing SNAP, or 42 million, I'm sorry, losing SNAP, 23 million children being hungry in Christmas season, and the tiny number of trans athletes who are good enough at sports to play sports at a high level. Because first of all, most Americans are shit at sports. That's why we watch sports, because we watch the elite play, right? Most people are not elite. Then take that number and then go to the tiny number of trans people who exist at all, which is like barely anybody. And then the tiny fraction of them who are good at sports. We're talking about like 4 people. So are we saying that we're going to vote not based on the surveillance state that could track our every move through our phones and our TVs and our our smart fridges, the hunger and destitution of maybe 40, 50 million people, the fact that a small number of oligarchs are destroying our democracy, and the like 70,000 trans people who exist, like 10 of whom are good at sports. I'm like, you can debate it. I'm not saying don't discuss it. I think it's actually a fair conversation about trans women in sports. But is it the most important thing? I would say no.
It's not, but it became the focal point of the 2024 campaign, as you know. Everything is transgender, and it's like, I'm a gay man, and I don't even know that many transgender people. I know some, but it's not like, and the ones I know, I really love. They're really fun. They're smart. They're beautiful. I don't understand it. And
Don, how
look,
many of the trans women play high level sports?
I mean, they're taking over LeBron and Steph. I mean, my God, I mean, they better watch their back because, they're coming for Burrow's quarterback position. It's all BS. And folks, they spent over $200 million on the anti-trans boogie person in the 2024 elections. And I knew it was going to work like gangbusters because I saw ads during Sunday NFL games. And now they moved on from transgender folks because, like you said, Joy, people are like, you know what? I don't think I've ever met a transgender person. A transgender person is not increasing my grocery prices. A transgender person isn't taking my healthcare. A transgender person isn't taking my Medicaid. So now that he's
And
negative
a
double digits
transgender
on the
person
economy.
is not molesting your kids for the
No.
there
It's
are
still
other exceptions
pastors.
to
It's
most things.
them pastors. It's them church. What y'all need to be talking about is these churches, because I keep
And-
seeing all these clips of these evangelical pastors who are out there raping these girls and boys at school. I mean, in church. That's what you need to be worried. And by
Or
the
the
way,
conservatives,
they're all
every day
conservatives.
on my feed, it's like, and then, but
Every
you
day.
know, Tim Tebow said it. Tim Tebow said it's middle-aged white men, and we need to be concerned about it. They didn't call him a race
Oh, he said
baiter
that.
or whatever. Oh my gosh, yeah, Tim
Tebow
Tebow.
said it. He
Yes,
said it, middle-aged.
and
And also, like I had when we were raising our kids, I would always take our boys into the ladies' room because I wasn't going to send them into a men's room alone at 6, 7 years old. They go in the ladies' room with us. So there were already boys in the women's restroom, okay? Because I was taking them in there, right? And lots of women used
my
to do
mom
that.
did the same thing.
Right. But it wasn't because there were like trans people in the men's restroom. It's because there were men in there. And I'm not going to send my kid in there. And it's not. So I think people are like, they're taking something that in theory they think is frightening or odd to them or just unusual and turning it into a scare tactic. And if I as a woman am in the restroom, I promise you, I've never looked at another woman's contonton when I'm in the restroom. I'm not trying to look at your puchichi. I don't want to know if your puchichi hang down or stand up. Because if I'm looking at your junkity junk while I'm in the bathroom for the wrong reason. And if I care a lot about what's happening between y'all legs in the bathroom, you need to worry about me. Because who's looking at, you're in there to pee and get out. You're supposed to do your business and go. How are you checking to make sure the conchunchunks are the right conchunchunks inside of why are you looking at them? Stop looking at them and pee. Just pee.
It's because it's something inside, Joy, right? The insecurity, the fear, the self-loathing, the realization that there's no such thing as a master race, the realization of your mediocrity, the realization of your fragility, and the inability to process it comes out through violence and rage and anger, right? So it's the transgender today. It's Somalis who literally have not hurt anyone, because it wasn't just Somali criminals. He said Somalis are all garbage people. That's what he said, folks. It was the Afghans. Blame all Afghans, even the people who helped the veterans for the sin of one Afghan man, right? It's this incessant rage. And also, just to trigger them, going back to what Don said, because I think it's important, it's a rage and a lust. It's the movie Get Out. Oh, we want their eyes. We want their skin. We want their body. We want their women. But we hate them. Strom Thurmond, didn't he have like tried his
Black
best
child.
his entire life, right? He had the biggest filibuster until Cory Booker against desegregation. Guess what? Had a black kid, right? So J.D. Vance married Usha, Brandon Gill.
Christopher Rufo, wife is Asian. She was undocumented. Look, come on.
Oh my! The guy who created the anti-DEI shit, right? So my take on this, Joy, I know you guys got to leave in 5 minutes. I'll keep it and I'll let you go. Thanks so much for making time. I know you're so busy. I was talking to Don about this. All of our colleagues, not all of them, but many of them, who for 10 years have engaged in taboo, who said it's just a racial trip up. And we said, I think it's racist. And Joy got in trouble at MSNBC. It's just a racial flare up. Oh no, it's economic anxiety. Charlie Kirk was doing politics the right way. This week, Joy, where Donald Trump was in a coma and woke up, was like, I'm fighting Somalia garbage people, and went back to sleep. Now they're promoting the Nazi term remigrate. Now they're going after end of birthright citizenship. Now that they've fully embraced Nick Fuentes, what more does the corporate establishment and so many of our white colleagues who infantilize this because it did not affect them, their wife, and their children for 10 years, what do they have to say now, Joy? Are the hoods finally off? Will they finally use the R word racist with what we've been using for 10 years? What do you think, Joy?
I think unfortunately not. I just watched on Ms. Now. We're not going to dead name. She Ms. Now. And I watched a reporter who I don't have anything against this reporter on Ms. Now say that Donald Trump calling Haitian people garbage was just a different opinion. He has a different opinion.
No way.
They're not going to call it racist because the incentives are all to pander to the right. It's always to pander to the right. There's no liberal media. It's never existed other than in independent media. This is liberal media where we are right now on the left hook. Other than that, corporate media, there's nothing liberal about it. The owners are conservatives who want to do business with Trump. And as long as
Yeah.
that's the case and oligarchs own the media, they're always going to lean the way they naturally lean, which is to the right. These are people who may own a liberal network, but they all sit around watching CNBC and worry about their portfolios. It's all about
Mhm.
the Benjamins. It's not
Well,
about,
look at what's happening now with this whole Netflix,
come on,
Paramount
come on,
thing. You know, CBS and Warner Brothers. I
come
mean,
on.
it is. And David Ellison was on CNBC yesterday, and
Of course.
he said the quiet part out loud. He said our deal is going to put more money. I think it was he said like $18 billion into
Yes.
the shareholders' pockets. And I was like, well, wait, what about what's best for America? Do you need
Okay.
18 billion more dollars? They don't really care. This is
They don't
about
care.
controlling the narrative. And,
And
and
folks,
and the narrative leans in their direction, the direction that they want it, and that's it to the right.
it's the
Because the
1%.
thing about it is, watch, you got
Go
to,
ahead.
I'm sorry to me to cut you, but you got to
No, go ahead.
realize before I exit is the 1% are trying to re-educate the American people.
Hmm.
Because what they don't want is empathy and liberalism, particularly among white people. And white folks got to realize that you are the target. Don and Waj and I are not the target. We already know, and our families tell us, and we have an inside track to racism and things. But they are so afraid that if a majority of white Americans, who are still the majority, were to become empathetic to non-white Americans, to gay folks, to trans folks, they might vote in ways that cause rich people to pay taxes. And all of the other stuff is just glitter and nasty gold and gaudy gold on the bottom line, which is that they want to have untaxed, unlimited wealth. And so the purpose of the media is to educate white people to believe in capitalism more than they believe in justice. Because if they believed in justice more than they believed in capitalism, no Republican would ever get elected again, and no Democrat that's a neoliberal would ever get elected again. We would have a country with universal health care. We would have a country where people could go to the ER and not end up broke. We would have a country where people could be educated and not go into debt for the rest of their lives to get a college degree. And that would be a country in which rich people would pay more taxes. And that's
Amen.
all they've ever cared about.
It's the 1% versus the 99%. It's the billionaires versus the rest of us. The culture wars have been used for 400 years to divide us. At the end of the day, folks, we're just people. Black, brown, white, Asian. It's just melanin. We're all the same people. Race is a social construct. Don't fall for it. They went after transgender people. Now they're going after Somalis. They'll go after black folks again. They'll go after, I don't know, Haitians. But at the end of the day, it's the 1% drinking up all your milkshake. It's the Ellisons. It's the Musks. It's the Teals. It's Trump and his billionaire friend. Join the multicultural coalition of the willing. Open your eyes. The hoods are off. There's no dog whistles. It's all out there for you, folks. It's all out there. Will you confront finally the two enduring sins of America, which is white supremacy and capitalism, and will you join the rest of us to actually combat it and reform this country so all of our children, white children, black children, brown children, transgender children, Christian, atheist, Muslims, can inshallah, achieve the American dream? And I'll end on this, and before I give the final word to you guys, is despite me mocking and ridiculing white supremacists, white nationalists, hate mongers, and bigots, despite them always dispensing cruelty against us simply for existing and succeeding, Don and Joy, I say with my Muslim faith, I don't need you to suffer in order to feel great again. I don't want you to suffer in order to feel great again. Despite you dispensing cruelty to me, I still want your children to have affordable health care, to get married, to have kids, to have the American dream. That's the American vision that I dream of, and that's the difference between me and you. Final word to Joy and Don. The final question is, they're telling us now, go back. Go back. Get out of here. Don, your response to MAGA who's telling you to go back.
Well, I don't really know where to go back to because the records from my past and my family, they don't go back that long because of the original sin of the United States, which is slavery. So my ancestors were enslaved people who built this country for free. I'm not going anywhere. This is my country. So if you want to go back, we can go back. But if you go back, then we need to start finding some of the receipts so that we can, give some reparations to people like me and Joy. So that would be great. That's it.
Joy, your response.
My answer is my response is very simple. My people were immigrants to this country. I know my ancestry all the way back to Ghana and the Congo, and my answer is emphatically no. I ain't going nowhere. Y'all got to deal with me.
My
Live with
answer
it.
is this. My answer is this. I'll go, but I gotta take Usha and Melania with me.
Oh no! Why would you do that to the people of Pakistan?
Listen,
They don't want him.
if I'm going, Barron's going, Usha's going, Vivek, JD Vance's biracial kids are going.
Oh,
We're all
good.
going, all right? That's the rule. I'm a fair person, as you know.
All or nothing.
All right, Don, promote yourself. Shamelessly.
The Don Lemon Show on YouTube. Check it out. YouTube, Twitch. We stream live on Instagram and TikTok and what is it? And where else? Facebook.
And Substack.
We're
And
all over. And Substack. We're on the Substack app, so I'm saying that. But and on Substack, of course. So anywhere you get streaming. And so thank you for your support. Support independent journalists like us because we are the now and the future, and we don't have the corporate oligarchs telling us what to say. It's not filtered through a corporate media lens. So yes, that's it. Like and subscribe.
Yes, please. Like and subscribe. Support me, support Don, support Watch, independent media. I'm at The Joy Reid Show, which is at thejoyreidshow.com on YouTube. We stream live Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, 6 to 8 p.m. right here on Substack as well as on YouTube. And then we do show up on occasion on Facebook and Twitch and all that. I'm scared of Twitch a little bit, but we're going to try that too. All right. Thank y'all very much. I appreciate it. I got to go. Love y'all. Thank you, Watch.
Take care, everyone.
Okay.
Thanks so much for watching, everybody. Your support means the world to us. Don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe so you never miss a show. We're live every weekday at 10 a.m. and 5 p.m. Eastern Time with new clips dropping at 2 p. and 8 p. And if you want even more Don Lemon Show content, join the Lemon community. Members get exclusive posts, behind-the-scenes videos, and live chats just for you. So hit the join button or visit our channel page to sign up. Thanks again for all your love and your support, and I'll see you next time. Rick Wilson, the Lincoln Project founder. Rick, thank you so much for joining. Did Pete Hegseth commit war crimes here?
Yeah. I mean, look, this isn't a debatable matter at this point. When you are, and this is a term of art in the military, when you are hors de combat, when you are out of combat, you are no longer a valid target.
Mm-hmm.
This is a very simple thing. It's Article 119 in the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Pete Hegseth ordered a murder. That's all it is. That was pure murder. Once somebody is combat ineffective, once they are wounded or off the battlefield, once they are no longer an enemy combatant, they are protected under both our Uniform Code of Military Justice in the U.S., American law, e.g. due process, and treaties to which we are the signatory of, like the Geneva Convention, that says, and in the Geneva Convention, it literally has a thing saying, if you were involved in naval warfare and you sink the enemy ship and they're clinging to the rafts or clinging to the ship, they must not be attacked. Pete Hegseth said, kill them all, according to this report.
Mm-hmm.
And the people down the line, according to the report, SEAL Team 6, in command of some drones, hit the boat a second time and killed those people who were at that point. Even if you accept all the White House and DOD perspective on this, these are evil drug smugglers, whatever. Even if you accept that, we did not, under any legal standard, have the right to launch a second strike once that boat was on fire and sinking, and those men were in the water and they were injured. That's it.
Yeah. Even if people are accused of bad things and you believe that they're doing, and you have evidence that they're doing, you still have to follow the rules, Rick. And
there are laws, Don, and that's the thing, man. It's this administration is so lawless. And I wrote a piece this morning. It's called War Criminals and War Criminals.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like this administration is hell-bent to go to war in Venezuela. They are hell-bent to cut a deal with Russia to sell off Ukraine so that Steve Witkoff and Donald Trump get rich off the deal.
Mm-hmm.
And they seem to be tolerating war criminals in the form of Pete Hegseth. And I think this now tells us why the commander of Southcom quit right after that strike happened.
Mm-hmm.
Because he clearly decided he was not going to have this on his copybook at the end of this thing of going along with setting a precedent to kill people outside the color of law.
Mm-hmm. What did you think of, I played Donald Trump's, I was remiss in asking you right after, Donald Trump's response for him saying, well, I don't know. I believe what he said. I don't know. How could he not know? The buck stopped with him.
If you're the commander in chief and you are ordering lethal strikes, it doesn't matter if it's a lethal strike against Iranian nuclear facilities or against these boats. As the commander in chief, it is your responsibility, your duty to know what you're doing when you're using the astounding power of the U.S. military in this world. The commander-in-chief should know exactly what's going on. He should have weighed the consequences, validated the intelligence, thought this through. I mean, and you know, I've been around national security a lot of my career, and I can tell you that if George W. Bush had been handling this or Barack Obama had been handling this, they sure as hell would have known, or even George W. or Bill Clinton, they sure as hell would have known exactly what was going on. They would have asked questions like, does this intelligence stack up? Do we know what we're doing? Do we know who we're targeting? Do we know exactly what these boats have on them? And I can tell you, no one either can or will explain their intelligence, which is a huge red flag in this circumstance, that the president doesn't care. He wants to see the boom on TV. He doesn't care about how it got there.
Right. Because he's the one who's been demanding these strikes. He's been demanding aggressive actions, Rick, and he's been surrounding himself with advisors, right? Lackeys who echo his fantasies about toughness. Pete Hegseth is one of those advisors. He's not a man who got the job because of a long, distinguished command career. He got the job because Trump watches him on television and thinks that he's down strong. And Trump said it. I think he's just exactly the kind of guy that's right for recruitment, which is, you know, the guys who are in the trenches, the tough guys, like that kind of thing.
He's a manly warfighter with great hair. Okay.
Exactly. So when should we be surprised when Pete Hegseth puts out something like this, a cartoon that makes fun of this? Franklin targets narco terrorists, and then go on, and then you can see it's a turtle shooting at, you know, boats in the water, which is just, I mean, that's the Secretary of Defense. And then I'm so glad that Sarah Jacobs fixed it and said, look, here, I fixed it for you.
Yes.
Targets.
Yes.
Franklin is a war criminal. That's Congresswoman Sarah Jacobs, by the way. So what do you think that was?
I mean, and Don, to my surprise, this weekend, we had both the Republican chairman of the House Armed Services Committee and the Senate Armed Services Committee come out and say, there's something wrong here. We're going to investigate this. Now, will they deliver anything on that? Who knows? But I think this has shaken up a lot of people. This story in particular. And I will say one other thing. If I'm Pete Hegseth, I would have had a little shiver up my spine when Trump goes, well, I don't know what he did. He told me he did that. I got a little bit of that, like, Trump starting to distance himself vibe off of that. I'm not positive on that yet, but it certainly, you know, it sprung on my antenna a little bit.
So Mike Rogers is now saying it must be investigated, right?
Yeah.
And how are Republicans feeling? I saw, I think some, it may have been Hogan Gidley or someone saying, there's a politician or someone in, you know, who is using this for political expediency. And the commentator said, well, how is that going to help a Republican member of the House Armed Services Committee? Like, how is that?
Right.
But no answer. There was no answer. Just saying everyone has an agenda.
Yeah. Look, and I do think there is a increasing world where these Republicans are looking at Donald Trump with a 35 to 32% approval rating, depending on the poll from the weekend. And they're getting a little nervous. They're now looking at this like, do I need some daylight somewhere? Maybe this is the place they put some daylight. And Hegseth has been problematic from the beginning for Congress. They squeezed him through there by one vote. This was a very nerve-wracking decision for a lot of them. I don't think Hegseth is so beloved that he can't be thrown into the wolves. But I do think there's another element here, two other elements here we should consider. Hegseth is taking a lot of the hits here, but in a lot of ways, the architect of this war in Venezuela is Marco Rubio, who wants that for his presidential campaign in 2028, and Stephen Miller, who wants to escalate what he's done domestically, internationally, in terms of attacking countries where people want to immigrate to America from.
We take seriously the reports of follow-on strikes on boats alleged to be ferrying narcotics in the Southcom region and are taking bipartisan action to gather a full accounting of the operation in question. That is what Mike Rogers, who is a Republican member, head of the House Armed Services Committee, and Adam Smith of Washington, who is the top Democrat on the panel. That's a joint bipartisan statement. By the way, Mike Rogers is Alabama. Is anything going to come of this?
You know what? I have learned my lesson over time to never underestimate the cowardice of the Republican Party when it comes to dealing with holding anyone around Donald Trump accountable. But I think this actually triggered a level where people are asking themselves, do you want China to behave this way towards American troops someday?
Yeah.
Do you want an adversary anywhere in the world to behave this way toward American soldiers or sailors or airmen if they're shot or captured? And the answer is you don't. You want those conventions to be upheld around the world, even if they feel uncomfortable on one level. They're not. They're there for a reason. They're there because war is a savage, horrible business. And if we don't have some lines and boundaries in it, it always will escalate to something much, much worse.
Mm-hmm.
So
I want to play something. I want to show you something, not play something for you. And this is from the Judge Advocate General Court, which is at JAGS, right? What we call JAGS, okay? And they put out this joint statement. Let me get the statement right here. It is. So they put out this joint statement saying that yesterday the Washington Post and CNN reported that the Secretary of Defense personally issued orders to kill everybody aboard a civilian vessel suspected of narco trafficking, blah, blah, blah. And then it goes on, says, former JAGS working group unanimously considers both the giving and the execution of these orders. If true, it constitutes war crime, murders, or both. Then it says if the U.S. military operation to interdict and destroy suspected narco trafficking vessels is a non-international armed conflict, and the Trump administration suggests orders to kill everybody, which can reasonably be regarded as an order to give no quarter and to double tap a target in order to kill survivors, are clearly illegal under international law. In short, they are war crimes. So they're saying Pete Hegseth and whoever carried this out, the folks, everyone who's responsible, everyone within who had something to do with this, committed a war crime.
Don, the problem for the folks that pulled the trigger on that drone, supposedly, and again, this is from the reporting we read over the weekend, it was SEAL Team 6 in command of a JSOC or Southcom drone. I read two variations of that on orders from Pete Hegseth, who went down the chain to Southcom, said, order them to hit it again, kill everyone on board, kill them all. They are culpable as well. Now, it's going to be a lot harder. It's going to be a lot harder for those trigger pullers, for the SEAL Team 6 guys or the drone operators to be held accountable, because they were obeying orders. They did not have an immediate knowledge those orders could be illegal. They were operating probably under the presumption that they are legal orders, that they are correctly issued orders. But Pete Hegseth had the DOD General Counsel in that room. I promise you that's how this works. They had the counsel in the room. That is how these kind of operations work. They don't happen without legal cover. And the fact that they happened at his insistence, I think, is where he is in some legal jeopardy. We'll find out if Trump's going to pardon him. He probably will in advance, and probably pardon anybody else involved in the operation in advance, because he uses the pardon power like an eraser. But I think Hegseth, he's certainly now proved the point of what the 6 Democratic senators and representatives were saying last week. You were obliged to disobey an illegal order.
You took the words right out of my mouth, and that's what I'm going to get to next. But let me just be clear. If you look at the last highlighted thing that should be up on the screen now from the JAGS, the former JAGS, if the U.S. military operation is not an armed conflict of any kind, these orders to kill, they're going to try to make it an armed conflict, which it was not. To kill helpless civilians clinging to the wreckage of a vessel our military destroyed would subject everyone from the SecDef, as you said, down to the individual who pulled the trigger to prosecution under the U.S. law for murder.
Article 119, if you're in the military, murder if you're not. This is bright line, as they call it, black letter law. There's these aren't debatable points that once he was told they were clinging to the wreckage, they are no longer combat effective at that point, if you're even considering them combatants.
Mm-hmm.
These are civilians. These are not members of a military organization. They may be members of a drug cartel. We don't know, because the Pentagon has never, and the intelligence service has never provided us with any real data on that, other than trust me, bro.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Hegseth is in a lot of peril.
This is Senator Mark Kelly on yesterday talking about the boat strikes, and then we're going to get to the, as you said, refusing orders thing. Here's the first one about the boat strikes.
Happening right now. The Washington Post reporting that Secretary Hegseth gave an order to kill everybody on one of those suspected drug boats during the first strike in September. Are you calling for U.S. service members to actively disobey orders like those?
Well, if orders are illegal, not only do they not have to follow them, they are legally required not to follow them.
Do you think that constitutes an illegal order?
I think there needs to be an investigation, and I hope that the reporting is not accurate. I care so much about the United States Navy and those service members. This was an operation involving the most professional members of the military, U.S. Navy SEALs, who I revere. I hope and pray that this is not true. But there needs to be an investigation by the Inspector General. Pete Hegseth fired many of the inspectors general in DOD. But who's ever left needs to investigate it. We're going to investigate it. I sit on the Armed Services Committee. We're going to have an investigation. We're going to have a public hearing. We're going to put these folks under oath, and we're going to find out what happened. And then there needs to be accountability.
Okay, so much to say here. Number one, that's a good guy. That exactly is a public servant and someone who fought for this country.
100%.
The other thing is that, yeah, because there's so many people involved in these, and if these folks who are following these orders, if it does turn out to be illegal, they were following Pete Hegseth and whomever. It's terrible all the way around for everyone. But it also proves a point of what he was saying about he and other Democratic members, lawmakers were saying about not following illegal orders. It seems like they're making the point, Donald Trump.
Look, Trump has proved their case for them. You know, all these ideas that you're going to prosecute these people, reactivate Kelly and court-martial him, do all this stuff that they were throwing out last week, all this trash they were trying to throw out last week about them. They've now proved the case that there are illegal orders being issued. They are and that under the Uniform Code of Military Justice, those service members are required to follow legal orders only, and they are required to disobey illegal orders. Those are things that have been precedential in American in the UMCJ for hundreds of years now. You know, if you're in the military and the commander says go in that orphanage and kill all those children, that is by definition an illegal order. That's a clearly understood illegal order. You have to disobey that order. Now, it is harder for these Navy SEALs who are targeting this boat to understand whether or not there's legal cover for what they're doing. But Hegseth, I absolutely assure you, there was a lawyer in that room, because these people are already very nervous. There's a reason why they're asking people involved in this operation in the Caribbean right now to sign civil NDAs. There's a reason why they're doing this. They're nervous as hell right now that they're not just at the line of illegality, but that they're over it. So I think, Don, we have a real moment here where the military is probably having some internal discussions that we're not privy to, that aren't leaking out there, that there's going to be a moment soon, I suspect, where they say, Mr. Secretary, we cannot carry out that order.
Rick, you bring us to one more thing that I want to hear from Mark Kelly, because he addresses exactly what you're saying. Here it is.
I want to put the question to you. If you were still in uniform, if you received an order to strike suspected drug boats overseas and kill everybody on board, would you refuse that order in real time?
Well, let me start by saying I've sunk 2 boats, 2 ships. I sunk an OSA-2 missile patrol boat in Kuwait Harbor. I sunk a Polnokny troop carrier in the Persian Gulf during the first Gulf War. Never once did I question whether those orders were legal or illegal. People can tell the difference, should be able to tell the difference between something that is unlawful and something that is lawful. And if I was ever given an unlawful order, I would refuse. If you have time, you can certainly go to the judge, advocate generals, the lawyers, and have a discussion about it. If you don't have time, you just say simply, I'm not going to do that. That's against the law.
It puts a lot of burden on the troops to make a decision in real time. But
It's a tremendous amount of burden on officers in the military, but that is their responsibility, and they can figure out, a reasonable person can tell something that is legal and something that is illegal.
So would you refuse these specific orders to strike drug boats if you were still in uniform?
Well, the difference between the initial strike and what is being reported, as a second strike, and those things are different. I think this administration has tied themselves in knots, the explanations that we have received on how this is all legal. And I was saying weeks ago, my concern is with the service members, that we're gonna put these individuals in a really, really tough decision, in a tough place. And they may find out, down the road that they did something that is illegal. It is not fair to them. That's why we need presidents and Secretary of Defense who understand the Constitution, who understand the rule of law, and have more respect for the Constitution and the country and service members than the whims of a president.
Let me just say this, Will.
Spot on.
If the election was tomorrow,
oh fuck yeah,
Mark Kelly would have my vote.
Absolutely.
Right now. Right?
Listen, he is showing command leadership at every level. He is showing what a guy who has thousands of flight hours in high performance complex jet aircraft and spacecraft, who has led men and women into combat, who has served who has been shot at, and who also has served his country and understands that the systems and the law and the Constitution, it's a fabric that should bind us together and protect us from evil action rather than, as he was saying, the whims of one man.
Yeah. Look, I think that Mark Kelly has found his groove. This is his groove. Right here. And I said, when they criticized him last week, all the nasty things they said about him, I was like, well, sure. What? I said, Rick, and you guys, Lemonheads, I said, why don't they just go ahead and make him president right now? So I feel like if he continues on with this, and if something happens, look out. Mark Kelly could be a contender in 2028, but he does. It is a huge responsibility to be a service member in this country, and it should not be taken lightly. And we should respect the people in uniform, and so should the commanders, the people who are commanding them and who are their superiors. And it appears at this point that they don't, because they have their own agenda of what they think is right and what they want, whether it is constitutional or not, Rick.
Yep, that is exactly it. And look, I think they want a show. They want to show they want to have video of the ships blowing up. They want to feed the MAGA content machine. They want to say, oh, those people we're handcuffing kids in the streets of Chicago and Charlotte because of these drug boats, which it's real hard to connect those things in the reality world. We're invading Venezuela because of drugs. It's bullshit. They know it, and they're going to put hundreds or thousands of American lives at risk. Look, there's no war Venezuela wins if we go to war with Venezuela.
Right.
We don't win that war. Okay. Right. But the unintended consequences of that will be enormous for us. You will end up with China getting so much more powerful in South America because they all now see Donald Trump and the America of today. Look, Donald Trump, just like in Russia, trying to sell off Ukraine to Russia, Donald Trump wants to be able to say to his folks in the oil and gas industry, I opened up the Venezuelan oil fields for you. That's what he wants to do. I'm not a conspiracist in those sort of things. They've just been obvious enough about it over the last several years. And that's been a pitch that Rubio has made that I know about when he's pitched people 10 years ago wanting to go to war with Venezuela, that it would pay for itself by us taking the oil and gas reserves of Venezuela. I have been to this rodeo once before in the Middle East, and it did not work out well for us.
Rick, I want to look. This is off the subject, but not really. All right.
Okay.
Before you go, I want to talk about Christine. Did you see her yesterday as well?
I did.
About the flight and disobeying the federal judge and all of that. This was her on Meet the Press as well, being asked about that, dodging it, but appearing that she did do it. And if so, she will find herself in a world of trouble. Here it is.
In a filing in federal court this week, the Justice Department said that when the administration was ordered back in March to stop sending detained migrants to a mega prison in El Salvador, you personally made the final call to continue the flights anyway. Is that correct? Do you acknowledge that?
You know, we have court filings going on and decisions that are going forward. I'll let them continue to play through that process.
But did you make that
I'm
call?
proud of President Trump and his leadership and the decisions that we have made. And the decisions that are made on deportations, where flights go and when they go, are my decision at the Department of Homeland Security. And we will continue to do the right thing and ensure that dangerous criminals are removed.
So that you're saying that it was your decision. It sounds like the judge wanted.
So, yeah, she's, by the way, a judge is weighing in a potential contempt prosecution referral for Kristi Noem in the El Salvador deportations. But but then she admitted, she goes, the decisions are all hers, but she still tried to dodge the question.
But
So,
you notice that 2-beat moment in the beginning of that question before she answered the question. You and I both been on enough TV to know when somebody's about to step in it. She had that 2-second beat. I was like, that is her soul leaving her body.
yes, because Rick, you know the answer too. If you're like,
yeah.
oh shit, you hear it coming, you just go. All you have to do is say, well, look, that's not really the question. The question is blah blah blah.
Right.
And you dodge it.
What I'm here to talk about today.
And then it's like, oh shit, you know what I mean?
She is. Look, I thought that Kristi Noem at some point would be a sacrificial lamb for these people, because they don't like Corey in the White House these days, and so she'll end up going down because they hate Corey. It's a weird internal Trump dynamic, and look, Trump likes her because
you're talking about Corey Lewandowski, who's alleged to be her boyfriend.
Yeah, right, and who is like butting heads with Stephen Miller. Like Noem needs to be in the center of all the pictures. They don't like that. They want Trump in more of this. Oh, there's a lot going on there. But Noem clearly, yeah, he's married. As far as I know, he's still married.
Married. Okay. She is.
But the whole Noem show has inevitably run up against these legal problems because she just defies court orders. They just ignore them. And that is something that Stephen Miller is also going to be liable for, I think, down the line, Don, because he is the one running these policies. He's the one describing these. Noem is the implementer of these things.
Okay.
Donald Trump better be ready to hand out a whole shit ton of pardons.
But I wonder, can he do that if it's, I guess he's a commander in chief. I was going to say if it's a military tribunal or whatever, if it's a court.
Well, it won't be. No, it won't be a military tribunal for DHS and ICE. That'll be criminal cases.
Yes, that's criminal cases. I'm talking about for the excess stuff.
Yeah. I think he can for the secretary, and he can certainly pardon or commute sentences for military officers. Because remember, he commuted Eddie Gallagher's sentence, the former Navy SEAL who was convicted of war crimes by killing in Iraq a wounded, I don't know if he was ISIS or Al Qaeda in Iraq soldier. He killed the guy after he was wounded. After he was being treated by medics, he killed the guy. Trump pardoned him.
Got it. Wow.
So, we know the guy. We know Trump will lean in on anything that is going to cause more pain for more people.
But Noem is up. It's a horse of another color for Noem.
Noem will be. Yeah, Noem will be. That will be criminal court. It will be federal, and it will not. And the statute of limitations is like 10 years. So, if all these people don't get a pardon soon, and Trump drops dead, there's a lot of folks going to jail.
Okay, you had to say that, didn't you? You had to because right here, because this is Trump on his MRI results. I was going to wait till after you left, but here it is.
They asked about my MRI. MRIs are very. Governor Walz asked you to release the MRIs. Will you tell us what it was Governor Walz, you mean the incompetent governor? So if they want to release it, it's okay with me to release it. It's perfect. What was the number they It's like my phone call where I got impeached. It's absolutely perfect. So if you want to hear about it or if you want to release it, you want to have it released. Yes, News Nation, failing News Nation. News Nation is doing lousy, by the way. But if you want to have it released, I'll release it. Please, can you tell us what they were looking at? For what, releasing? No. What part of your body was the MRI looking at? I have no idea. It was just an MRI. What part of the body? It wasn't the brain because I took a cognitive test and I aced it. I got a perfect mark, which you would be incapable of doing. Goodbye, everybody. You too.
Thank you, Mr. President.
He doesn't know which part of the body, and he knows it wasn't his brain because he had a that doesn't make any sense. He
He's
needs
like
an
a
MRI on his
child,
brain.
but like Chucky. You know, he's just like the evil and the chaos is just seeping out of the sky.
Yeah, I think my opinion, I think he's and if you listen to some doctors, even Dr. Vin Gupta from MS Now, and saying, I think that he's not well, more so than they're letting on.
Oh, I think that's Don. I think when he dies, we're going to see a cover up that makes what happened with Biden look like nothing.
How many people will be writing books, you think?
Oh, all of them. There's going to be 25 people in the White House who write, I was there trying to hold back the tide of chaos and evil.
Rick,
the Susie Wiles story.
Thank you, Rick Wilson. Thanks so much for watching, everybody. Your support means the world to us. Don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe so you never miss a show. We're live every weekday at 10 a.m. and 5 p.m. Eastern Time with new clips dropping at 2 p. and 8 p. And if you want even more Don Lemon Show content, join the Lemon community. Members get exclusive posts, behind-the-scenes videos, and live chats just for you. So hit the join button or visit our channel page to sign up. Thanks again for all your love and your support, and I'll see you next time. Mark, good evening to you. Thanks for joining.
You're welcome. It's my pleasure.
Mark, when you heard the news about what's happening at the FBI, and I know that there are certain things that you want about your brother's case to come to light in the investigation. What do you think is going on here? What's your reaction when you heard this?
I just think it's a compilation of all the incompetency that's been taking place there. But as I mentioned, for the past almost 6 years, I'm not that concerned with the case against my brother and the charges. I had nothing to do with that, and that's not my job to defend him. My concern is the details of the circumstances around what I used to refer to as my brother's death, and now I refer to it as my brother's murder. Because as time goes on and more things come to light, it's pretty obvious that it wasn't a suicide.
Mm-hmm.
And so what's happening is a lot of people are trying to throw their hat into the ring and try to get part of the story or make a story out of it. And there's a lot of misinformation going on. You know, just the other day I was described as Jeffrey's older brother. I'm not the older brother. You know, it's just it's that kind of stuff that people aren't being thorough, and they're just trying to make a story out of things. But again, I'm concerned about my brother's death and the missing information that we can't get, that you would normally get in a normal situation like this. I mean, simple questions like the night he was locked in for the last time, the night of August 9th, we know that one of the guards that got in trouble, Tova Noel, was there. The other guard, Michael Thomas, he was not there when they locked up the cell. He came on shift in the middle of the night. And in the DOJ report, they talk about an unnamed guard number 1 and an unnamed guard number 2. Who are they and why are they unnamed? That doesn't seem normal. We also can't get a copy of the 911 call that was made from the prison when they found Jeff's body. Also, I can't get the PCR report, which is the report that the EMTs fill out after every call they make. I was having trouble trying to get the PCR report, so I actually went to the fire department headquarters in downtown Brooklyn. And it turns out, and I have this on videotape, they don't have a record of the call. They didn't have a record of the 911 call that day, which the guy behind the counter, who was unaware of the Jeffrey Epstein story, he was kind of shocked that none of this was in the computer system. You know, also what I've been asking for, you know, a few days after Jeffrey's death, Bill Barr, you know, referred to the camera that was outside of the tier that showed the door to the tier, because the camera on the tier wasn't working for some reason, which we still don't know why it wasn't working. And I've been asking for the video footage from that very camera from 10 o'clock at night, the night before, until noon, the day he was found, because that would show who was there, who locked up the tier, who the last people on the tier were. And in the morning, it would show when Michael Thomas went in and found my brother's body. And it would also show when and how they took Jeffrey's body off of the tier, what condition it was in, who was there, who was running the show, who decided to move a dead body when they weren't supposed to move a dead body until the medical examiner showed up. So there's this, and also there was a handheld video camera being used, I was told by somebody on the scene. And where's the footage from that camera? There's, what else is there? Also, a big question is, who are the other inmates on the tier? We know there was a maximum of 16 people could be there because there's 8 cells and up to 2 people per cell. Now, Jeff was by himself in one cell, so that leaves 7 cells. So there was a maximum of 14 other people on the tier. We're not talking about hundreds of people. So the question becomes, who were the other prisoners? When did they get there? And where are they now? We can't get any of this information from the government. Any interviews done or statements by those prisoners? From what we understand, they weren't interviewed, which is normally done. So these are questions that would normally be given in a transparent situation. And this has been anything but transparent. And then, like I said, you had Bill Barr making that statement about he saw the videotape and nobody went in or out of the tier, which convinced him it was a suicide. Well, with 14 other people, potentially 14 other people on the tier, that's a pretty ridiculous statement, because any one of those prisoners could have gotten into Jeff's cell if the doors were left unlocked, as I've been told they were, killed Jeff and gone back into their cell. So for Barr to say that, that was one of the things that first clued me in that this was a cover-up. What you also don't hear is that the 2 professional forensic pathologists, the city pathologist and Dr. Barden, who was there at the autopsy, came out of the autopsy room and said, this doesn't look like a suicide. It looks more like a homicide, like some kind of strangulation. You don't read about that. No one's talking about that.
You know what? You sent me something, and it's a little bit graphic. Have you shown that to the public before?
Well, it's been out in certain places, but not really. It hasn't been in the major newspaper as far as I know. Yeah, the part of the things about
Can you show it, or would you prefer we not?
You can. I don't. That's perfectly okay. It's evidence.
So
this you're talking about the picture. I can't see what you're showing. Is this the picture you're talking about with the mark on Jeffrey's neck?
yeah, the mark, and then and it's got you see he's laying there. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, if you picture somebody hanging by their neck, and I have other photographs of other people, unfortunately, in that situation. The rope around your neck goes tight under your chin and up behind your ears, because you have all your body weight pretty much hanging on this rope. Well, the scar on Jeffrey's neck, the indentation, goes around the center of his neck, more straight back. That's not the mark that would be left on a neck if he was hanging the way they described the way he was hanging. It took 4 years almost for us to find out what position he was in when he was found. I mean, why have we not been getting any information that would normally be readily available? Especially to me, I'm the next of kin. I'm his only, living close relative. I should have access to this. I can't get the medical reports. But let me go back to the video footage of what I was asking for. Initially, when I asked for that tape to see, how they took his body off the tier, initially I was told that I couldn't get it because it was still part of an active investigation. And I understand that. But after the investigation was over, I asked for it again. And I was very specific. I said the videotape that Bill Barr referred to, showing the tier, going in or out of showing the door going in or out of the tier. And now I was told that the only working cameras don't show that area. So first I couldn't get it, and now the cameras don't show that area. And now the other day they released footage of what they're saying is footage from that area. So it's just another one of the ridiculous situations that I've been facing of not getting information or getting misled. And they don't talk about this. Like I said, they don't talk about the initial determination by the 2 medical professionals. Kash Patel came out and made a ridiculous statement saying, well, he knows a suicide when he sees one. The question is, how many suicides has he seen? Is he a forensic pathologist? Does he have a medical degree? I mean, how can he make such a ridiculous statement?
Let me ask you this, and get this out of the way, and we'll talk more about the frustration that you have. It must be frustrating to you when you hear all of these, the remunerations and all of the gyrations and rumblings and everything that's going on now, because you had been wanting to have this evidence and everything come to light. And now it appears that some of it may be coming to light, and they're having to, it looks like folks that are within the FBI are even having to push their own agency or their own administration to release, the evidence and some of the photos and some of the records, et cetera. That's got to be frustrating for you as a family member, having to live through all of this.
Well, it's frustrating to me as a family member. It's also frustrating to me as an American citizen to know that the government is playing games like this. I would encourage any legitimate FBI guy, and I have a lot of respect for law enforcement personnel. I'm friendly with a lot of them. I would hope that one legitimate person would actually fess up and release some of this information, that we've been asking for. And we're not asking for anything out of the ordinary. We're asking for things that would normally be provided. Look, if this was a clear suicide, why are they hiding all this information? No one's been able to come out and say this is definitely a suicide with any facts, without disputing Dr. Bodden, who has done about 500 autopsies, prison autopsies, and I don't know how many Dr. Roman did, the city pathologist, but it's certainly more than one, as opposed to Kash Patel, who has, I would imagine, 0 autopsy experience.
Mm-hmm. When you saw that interview with them, I think there was a couple of interviews. The one thing with Maria Bartiromo, where they sat down, and I mean, they were glum, and they're saying there's nothing there. I would be honest with you, there's nothing there. After years and years of pushing, and also calling this somehow a Democrat, according to them, conspiracy theory, and that somehow the Democrats were involved in your brother's death.
I don't think the Democrats. Look at it this way. Bill Barr, when he came out with that ridiculous statement, he was the Attorney General. Who did he look? If Jeffrey was murdered, which I believe he was, somebody did it. So the people who were coming out with these ridiculous statements, I think, are covering up for somebody, right? So who are they covering up for? Bill Barr worked for the President of the United States. Kash Patel works for the President of the United States. Pam Bondi works for the President of the United States. Maybe someone should ask him what he knows.
Who do you think they're covering up for?
Who do they all work for?
They all work for Donald Trump.
Well, like I said in another interview, I wouldn't be surprised.
You wouldn't be surprised if Donald Trump was behind your brother's death? Are you saying that Donald Trump had your brother murdered, you believe?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying if that's what it was, I wouldn't be surprised. We know that Jeffrey had dirt on Donald Trump. We know that. That's a fact. Because he said in 2016 with the election that if he said what he knew, they'd have to cancel the election. He didn't tell me what he knew, but that's what he said. And I've been public about that before. That shouldn't come as a shock.
Dirt like what? Dirt about what?
Steve Bannon said that the only person he feared for Donald Trump's sake was Jeffrey Epstein. Why? What do you think? Jeffrey was going to beat him up? No, it's because of what Jeffrey knew.
And what did Jeffrey know?
Well, I don't know. He didn't tell me what he knew, but he said if he said what he knew, they'd have to cancel the election. That's a direct quote. Yeah.
And you believe your brother had dirt on Donald Trump. I'm trying to figure out dirt like what?
Well, I don't know. He didn't tell me, but I do know they used to be very friendly back in the 90s into maybe early 2000s. Yeah, they used to fly in each other's planes. And yeah, Donald Trump was in Jeffrey's office a lot in the early 90s when he was in financial trouble. Yeah, they were good friends. Jeffrey used to tell me that he liked hanging out with him in the early days. Trump was a funny guy, so they were good friends. I only saw them both together once when I flew up from Florida with them on Jeffrey's plane once. So I don't have a lot of experience with them with other people around, but they were good friends.
So, but Mark, let's be honest about this, all right? Because we're all adults here. When you say dirt, it would have to do with something that has to do with, either trafficking or SA, as we call it, assault, and young people, young girls. That's the accusations. Do you believe
that's a possibility? It could also mean stuff in the business realm. Like I said, I don't know. Jeffrey didn't tell me. And as I've been saying for almost 6 years, I don't like to speculate. I like to stick with facts.
Mm-hmm. And you said it could be something in the business realm, or it could be something to do with that, right?
Well, it could be anything. I don't know what it is, so I'm not going to start listing possibilities. That's not my job.
But that's a lot to say that you are, you know, that this person, well, I mean, Jeffrey Epstein, your brother, did die, or as you say, was murdered. That's according to you. He did die when Donald Trump was president.
Correct.
And there will, you know, and somehow this became Joe Biden's fault.
Yeah, I have no idea.
I'm not sure how that became Joe Biden's fault when it happened under Donald Trump when he died. And somehow it became Joe Biden's fault. And now they have released the papers and they're saying the papers were at the Southern District of New York and I've got all this stuff and there's a lot of dirt and whatever. And then all of a sudden there's nothing. And now you have the deputy head of the FBI saying, I may resign because the Attorney General of the United States is not releasing all the information that he believes is pertinent. That's pretty big, Mark. Come on.
I believe it is pretty big, but that's not what I'm interested in. That's the case. That's, you know, look, nothing's going to bring my brother back. So I'm not worried, you know, looking at that possibility. And the stuff about the case and what the intricacies of the government actions is not what I'm concerned about for my brother's sake, because that's what I'm concerned about is the circumstances of what I believe to be his murder. Look, was also, you know, Jeffrey had a hearing coming up for his bail in a few days after he died. Now, knowing my brother as I did, I would imagine he wouldn't kill himself before the bail hearing, because if he got bail, he'd be out of jail. He'd be living in his house with an ankle monitor, with armed guards, with cameras, but he wouldn't be in jail, you know, awaiting trial. I could see if he went for the bail hearing and it was denied, and then he figured he had to spend another year in jail waiting for a trial. I could see him, you know, taking himself out. Like I said, when I first heard that he was found dead from an apparent suicide, I had no reason to doubt that. But the next day when they did the autopsy, and both professional, experienced pathologists came out of the room and said they couldn't call it a suicide because it looks too much like a homicide. That's on the initial death certificate. It's when it said cause of death, it said pending further study. And then a few days later, the chief medical examiner, Dr. Barbara Sampson, who never saw the body, she was Jeffrey was removed from the place before she ever showed up. She declares it a suicide without giving any explanation of what further study was done to make her come to that conclusion. Again, this doesn't pass the laugh test as far as I'm concerned. There's just so much of this, and there's so much like what you might call, you know, circumstantial evidence. But it's like the story, like if you leave your house in the morning and the streets are wet with puddles and all the cars are wet and there's water dripping from the trees, but it's not raining, you could safely assume that it was raining before you came out. You didn't see it rain, but you know it was raining. It's the same thing here. You can't have, it's just looking too much like he was murdered. I don't know, I can't say who did it. I wasn't there, but it certainly doesn't look like a suicide.
Do you think there are too many weird coincidences of cameras going out and the video not working and, you know, things that are being redacted, and then all of a sudden Donald Trump doesn't want to talk about it when questioned about it at a press conference?
Yeah, why not? You would think the president of the United States would want the truth to come out instead of squashing it all.
Go on.
I would think that if he wasn't involved.
Say again?
I said, I would certainly think the president of the United States would want the truth to come out unless he was involved.
What would you say to him?
Well, I'd ask him to provide the answers to the questions we've been asking. And then, you know, that would help a lot. And then to come to some kind of determination after that. Like I said, I don't want to speculate. I like to work on facts. And I would like to get the answers to the very simple questions that we've been stymied on.
Like?
Well, like who were the prisoners on the tier? When did they get there? And where are they now? Because we were told that a number of the prisoners were transferred off of that tier after the death. So let's say somebody was put in the prison in there a few days before as an inmate, but it was his real job there, some kind of covert operation to take Jeffrey out. And then he gets transferred out and he disappears into the ether. So that's why I want to know who were the prisoners on that tier. Like I said, it's not a huge number. It's a maximum of 14, and I think it was more like 12. Who were they? When did they get there? And where are they now? Now we know that that other inmate, Nicholas Taglioni, was there, and he was there for a long time. So he certainly wasn't planted there, knowing that Jeffrey would be there to kill him. So we can sort of scratch him off the list of someone who might have been planted there. So now we're down to 11 people. And there was another guy that was Jeffrey's roommate for a while, a cellmate for a while, and he has since passed away from natural causes. So now we're down to what, 10 people, somewhere around there. So who are they? When did they get there? And where are they now? The Bureau of Prisons should have records of this readily available.
How is your family doing, especially when, and you specifically, because this case is in the news and then it goes away, and then you have to, push for them to release evidence and to be really transparent about what's going on. And then it comes up again, and then it goes away, and then it comes up like this again. I mean, it's got to be destabilizing, to say the least, for you.
Well, not really, because in all reality, I'm the only family. There's no other siblings. Our parents were gone for a long time. So there's no other real family that was close to Jeff that would be affected by any of this.
And so, but you.
Yes.
And you don't usually appear on camera, Mark.
I never appear on camera.
Why is that?
Because this is not about me.
Go on.
It's just not about me, and I just don't want to be out there. I travel a lot, and I don't want to be recognized.
A lot has been said about your brother, a lot of speculation, and your brother has been demonized. Do you think that there is a fair portrayal of your brother out there about who he is, what he might have done, what he was accused of?
Well, I know that Jeffrey did spend time with women that were too young. Yeah, he was guilty of that. He told me so when he first got in trouble. He told me he wanted me to hear it from him that he was getting in trouble for being with girls that were too young. So I know that's what he did, but I wasn't there. What he did with the girls, I wasn't. I was really. Before Jeffrey died or was killed, I didn't see him for 7 years. We were always in communication with phone calls and emails and stuff, but we both travel a lot, and we were rarely in the same city at any time. So I didn't see him at all for 7 years, and for about 8 years prior to that, I only saw him maybe a half dozen times. So I wasn't aware or wasn't part of what he was involved with. So I really have no comment to say about that.
Would you like to talk to?
I'm not a prosecutor. I'm not a defense attorney. That's their job, and I don't care about that.
I cut you off a little bit, Mark. Can you repeat that, please?
I said, I'm not a prosecutor, and I'm not his defense attorney, so I don't care about the cases that were affecting him. Also, he's not here anymore, so as far as I'm concerned, the cases don't mean anything to me. Okay, I'm just concerned about the circumstances of what I now refer to as his murder.
If you could talk to, do you want Bongino to resign? You think that would have an effect on a positive effect or a negative effect on what you want done?
No, because he wasn't giving me any information, so I don't care if he goes, comes or stays or goes. It's not that. Like I said, I'm not involved with that. I just want the information for the questions that we're asking, which would help try to determine what happened to Jeffrey in that prison.
There are certain people, a group of people who have built a whole narrative and built careers around your brother. And right now it appears that the stuff that it is AstroTurf, and it's not a strong foundation, that it was built on lies and just on information that they had no idea about. And what it appears now is that, Kash Patel and Dan Bongino in positions where they are having to, at least for as much as they can, go by the law, even though Donald Trump is their boss. I think they're coming to a reality check about what really happened, and it doesn't necessarily line up with the narrative that they put forward.
Yeah, but lies eventually close in on you. I would like Dan Bongino or Kash Patel to say, hey, the initial autopsy report showed that it didn't look like a suicide, that it looked more like a homicide. That's a fact. We have all the records for that. Why won't they say that?
If you could ask them, if you could talk to them, what would you say? I know you'd ask them that question. Would that be the only thing you want to know from them?
Yeah, so why don't you release the information we're asking for? What's big secret? Why are you hiding this information? Why are you concealing this information? Who are you protecting in this cover-up? Because it's obviously a cover-up. There's been other cases with prisoners committing suicide, and it's completely transparent. All the information, whatever videotapes are, all the stuff is open when the attorneys ask for it, or some people ask it under the Freedom of Information Act, the FOIA requests. They get the information they ask. We're not getting anything. And then when I get something, they're telling me the cameras don't show that area that I'm asking about. And then they release a videotape supposedly of that same area. So how are you supposed to assume that this is straight and legit?
I think not only you deserve it, but I think the American people deserve it because they've been living with this as well for the last 6-7 years.
Well, that's what I said at the beginning. I said, I'm asking for myself, and I'm, as a brother of Jeffrey, and I'm asking as an American citizen. This is not what this country should be about.
Mark Epstein, thank you, sir. I wish you peace, and I appreciate you coming on. I know that you're on vacation, and you're spending time with your family. So I hope you get the answers that you deserve. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Be well.
Be well. You be well. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. That's what you get here on the Don Lemon Show. Thanks everyone for watching. Your support means the world to us. So make sure you hit the like button and you subscribe to our channel to make sure that you never ever miss a video. We're live every day, 10 a.m. Eastern time. We drop even more content at 2 p.m. Eastern and 5 p.m. Eastern. And if you want more Don Lemon Show content, we'd love for you to become a member of the Lemon community, where you will receive access to special community posts. You'll get exclusive content and members-only live shows. So head over to our channel page or click the join button on this video. Again, thank you for watching. We appreciate your love and your support, and we will see you next time. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Don Lemon Show, Lemon Live at 5. You know it is big news when I open up with the guest on the screen. And when it's a guest that is as important, as big a deal and a big a name as Mr. Jim Acosta, my colleague in new media and my former colleague from old media. I'm so happy that you're here, Jim. We just got the breaking news just moments ago. Barely had time to digest it. And the breaking news has put up the Wall Street Journal story Jim and I are going to go over. It says the Justice Department told Trump in May that his name is among many in the Epstein files. Yeah. Is this a shocker, non-shocker? How would you qualify this, Jim?
I guess it's maybe shocked but not surprised. It might be the operative term here, Don. I mean, I think we all sort of assumed that his name was in the Epstein files. I think it's the fact that they've now confirmed it, and the Wall Street Journal was able to confirm it through administration officials. Apparently, the New York Times has as well. And Don, I mean, what stinks to high heaven about this is that they told him in May. They told him in May that his name is in the Epstein file. So a couple of weeks ago, when he's freaking out in the cabinet meeting, and I've been, pretty close in the room with him in these cabinet meetings. There, you're right up against the wall, and you can see him just like a few feet away. I know when Donald Trump is freaking out. Donald Trump was freaking out 2 weeks ago when he was asked about the Epstein files, and he went off on that report. Why is everybody asking about the Epstein files? Why do people care? This is why. He was told in May, he has known about this since May, that his name appears multiple times in the Epstein files, according to the Wall Street Journal. And these are good reporters who reported on this, Don. So, I mean, I think that this is an earthquake. Here in Washington, and I don't think they know what to do at the White House, and I don't think Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, knows what to do either.
Yeah, look, and if you look at the byline on this, I mean, you've got some pretty big names. Josh Dawsey, you've got Alex Leary, and Annie Linsky. I mean, Josh and Ali Linsky, and then Sadie Gurman. I mean, these are dogged reporters. And again, let's just keep in mind, Jim, is that this is a Wall Street Journal. This is a Rupert Murdoch-owned entity
as Fox News and the New York Post, etc. And I do have to give the Wall Street Journal their props. Even before this, the first bombshell with it, not a big bombshell, but it was, at least something that ties Donald Trump to Jeffrey Epstein with the whole birthday drawing and all of that. But even before that, the Wall Street Journal is among the most critical and really holding Donald Trump's feet to the fire, even more so than folks who are in sort of mainstream of what you would consider possibly left-leaning media. They have been doing what they're supposed to do without fear or favor. And I think that Donald Trump stirred up a hornet's nest when he said, now I'm going to sue them for that story. And here we are with another exclusive from the Wall Street Journal.
Yeah, no, he stepped in it big time. And I mean, this goes to show you why you don't get into a fight with somebody who buys ink by the barrel, as the old expression goes. He picked this fight with Rupert Murdoch and the Wall Street Journal. And apparently the reporters were still on the story. And of course, something like this was going to come out at some point, but it just raises all sorts of questions. One being, why did the Department of Justice put out that memo a couple of weeks ago saying, oh, the Epstein case, we're just going to put that baby to bed. There's nothing to see here, folks. Please disperse. And they had already told Donald Trump prior to the release of that memo that his name is in the Epstein files. The fact that they're sending Todd Blanche, his former defense attorney, who's now a high-ranking Justice Department lawyer, down to Tallahassee to meet with Ghislaine Maxwell, totally inappropriate, should never happen. In any normal Justice Department, that attorney would recuse himself and not be involved in that sort of a situation. But they're sending him down there, obviously to cook up some kind of deal with Ghislaine Maxwell to try to figure out a way to get Trump off the hook. But the problem is he's on the hook. He's in the Epstein files.
Jim, I've got to ask you this because Donald Trump has a problem with the truth. We know that, and let's just say he lies a lot. And as you said, they told him back in May. Now, just remember, this was last week. I don't know if it was Thursday. If you guys can find the exact date, but I don't know if it's Thursday, Friday, or whatever. That they told him. They told him in May. But this was his response when asked directly by a reporter if he knew that he was in the Epstein files or had anyone told him that he was in those files. And if you listen closely, this appears to be a flat out lie. Here it is.
The Attorney General briefed you on the DOJ and FBI review, the findings of that review. The Attorney General briefed you on that.
What? On the
DOJ and FBI
on what?
review.
On what subject?
Epstein. Okay. On Epstein, of the review of the files. Attorney General Pam Bondi.
A very quick briefing.
Did she tell you, what did she tell you about the review? And specifically, did she tell you at all that your name appeared in the file?
No, she's given us just a very quick briefing. And in terms of the credibility of the different things that they've seen, and I would say that, these files were made up by Comey, they were made up by Obama, they were made up by the Biden, we went through years of that with the Russia hoax, with all of the different things that we had to go through. We've gone through years of it, but she's handled it very well, and it's going to be up to her. Whatever she thinks is credible, she should release.
Jim, was that a lie?
As my mother used to say, it's getting deep around here and I don't have my boots on. Donald Trump was so full of shit in that clip that you just played that his eyes must have been brown at that moment. I mean, I'm sorry. He was obviously, in hindsight, he was obviously dodging the question. But when he brings up Comey and when he brings up Obama, that should be like the bullshit meter should be just going, it's just kind of going off the charts there. And I'm sorry. I mean, he's been trying to play this game for a very long time. He is the one, and people like Kash Patel and Pam Bondi, they're the ones who got MAGA hooked on the Epstein conspiracy theory. Why he would allow that to happen when he knows he's in the damn Epstein files, to me, is just sort of self-destructive on his part. But to me, he's been lying and distracting. He's brought in Rosie O'Donnell, Colbert, the Washington Commanders, the Cleveland Guardians. I mean, he's done everything under the sun to try to distract us. They're trying to say that Obama is guilty of treason. Donald Trump's name is in the Epstein files. That is the story. And now we need to know in what way. What did the president do and when did he do it?
Well, when you said the bullshit meter, look, and people have fact checked of this information, of this lie that he's making up about the former president, Barack Obama. This is PolitiFact. And if you look at any fact check, you will see that they're saying in 2016, after Donald Trump won the presidency, then President Barack Obama was trying to lead a coup with Trump's opponent, Hillary Clinton. That's what they said. They're giving him a pants on fire. That is the bullshit meter. Now, the confirmation of that is that if you just look at the records, you'll know. But also, he just lied about it. He just lied about it.
Exactly. No, and he's been lying about, I mean, Obama and Hillary Clinton with the coup back in 2016. Remember, he won the election in 2016. So why he says he was the victim of a coup back then, I don't understand that. It's very bizarre. I think he feels like a part of his presidency was taken away because he had to respond to the Russia investigation. He's the one who said, Russia, if you're listening, I hope you find Hillary Clinton's emails. And then the Russians did hack into her emails. So, I mean, I don't know why he continues to cry